Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the rest of Regional Series for Europe. Series number 3 is on its penultimate day, so it's semi-final action as our top 4 teams do battle to see who is going to take the lion's share of the prize purse, the rest points and the all-important title. My name is Eternal Jang. I'm joined by Dweg as per usual for today's proceedings. And our top 4, Dweg, certainly some familiar names in the res circuit, but not familiar in terms of where we expected them to be within this top 4.
There were certainly some surprises yesterday. There were favourites that got eliminated out in those quarterfinals, and it sets up an alternate attacks Mouse and NXT opening game, where, Jay, that's quite an historic matchup. I mean, Team Alternate versus Mouse, that's something that people can reflect on for many iterations of CS.
Of course, Mouse, the main team, have made leaps and bounds since those halcyon days, so the Academy squad will look to try and carry on that legacy for a spot in the grand finals. Elsewhere, of course, Passion UA and Namiga moving forward against the likes of Bait and Parry Vision, so they'll be doing battle in the CIS Derby to close out the evening.
And just knowing that for Perivision, I mean, that's a very, I don't want to say very winnable game. Maybe that is the right terminology. They should be winning that 100%. Going up against a young squad of Passion UA, for Jerry and co, that's a must win. And they couldn't even take a map. They couldn't even hold their weight in that best of 3. Bleed up against Mouse and NXT, the rematch from the group stage game in the last rest tournament. One of our favorites eliminated in the very first round of the playoffs.
And that does mean that Omega and Myers will be licking their lips given what this top 4 looks like. But we'll see how well they'll do in terms of their grand final run later on. Again, this evening, it'll be the second match of the day. Our opening one is going to be Alternate Attacks and Mouse NXT. And, you know, I guess you certainly could have looked at Sango and Bleed being those favourites within those particular matches. But the fact of the matter is, for Alternate Attacks especially, they were able to get the victory on the board. And in the second, third maps especially, looked very good in doing so.
Do you know what's really surprised me, Jay, is just the overall run from Alternate Attacks. They smashed Gaming Gladiators in their first game. They went up against Passion UA, one map 1, 13-3, and one map 3, 13-9. You're thinking, geez, okay, that's a pretty good group stage run. Unlucky you got Sangle, a team that's on the rise recently, and they just threw them about. They just trashed them. And this gives me the vibe for Alternate Attacks that this could be the one strong run that they're looking for to replicate what the core of Azek, Freeze, and Perks were able to do in last year's iteration of Alternate Attacks.
And that also comes off the back of Perks' reintroduction to the roster. I know it's not an official move now. He's not coming off the bench in an official capacity, but this particular tournament, obviously, he's the man that's playing in all these matches, and he's the man that's been able to sort of become that glue, ostensibly, of Alternate Attacks, right?
Yeah, he's been here for 18 months with the previous core and the previous iteration. They've brought him back in pretty much for the last, I think, 6, 7 best of 3s or so. And he's actually the highest rated player for Alternate Attacks so far in this tournament. So just from the outset alone, you bring someone that you're familiar with back into the team. Not only is he delivering, but wins are coming. You're getting successful results.
Well, they take a victory against an Academy squad that have already been within these playoffs themselves all the same here. Mouse NXT, of course, having a similar sort of set of good results, particularly that Bleed matchup from yesterday, the 2-0 series that, again, was single digits on that second map. And, you know, I know that they had the harder group stage run, having to take down the likes of Namiga during their winners matchup, which they weren't able to do. But I think considering that you're taking on one of our favourites and still been able to beat them out during the playoffs run itself, I mean, that's still got to be positives of Mouse NXT side, right?
So just to give some insight on that Bleed result, Mouse and NXT picked Ancient and were down 2 10 at the half and came back to win in overtime. They then went into Bleed's map pick and won Inferno. And it makes me wonder, Jay, was that just a mental game? Was that just a tilt factor that Bleed should 100% take an Ancient? They couldn't take it, and then Mouse NXT just jump on that opportunity. They capitalize on an entire best-of-3 win.
Well, perhaps those key opportunities and key moments may make the difference for Mouse NXT, because one thing I have noticed for this team is that even though I want to give them praise in terms of their run in this particular tournament, you have to look at the grand overarching scale of things and understand that Mouse can be hit and miss from match to match at times. I mean, earlier on today, they got 2-0'd by 9 Pandas, who went out in the group stage of rest in the CCT playoffs, and that led to Mouse NXT's elimination. So, like, again, are these previous results in this previous form anything to pull from when it comes to weighing up Mouse coming into this best-of-3?
I think it is. I mean, the decider game against Eklot that they played in the group stage here, they struggled to close out Nuke. They had a massive lead, and it just got closer and closer to maybe an overtime, maybe a map victory for Eklot. You mentioned that 9 Pandas result. Map number 1 was Overpass. We ain't playing Overpass in this event, and that was very competitive. The next map was Ancient, their map pick. They lost 3-13, and we've spoken about it a lot frequently, where they ban Mirage. We know the alternate attacks ban their Nuke. I'm expecting Inferno and Vertigo to get picked.
Indeed. Inferno comes out for alternate attacks and Vertigo in from the Mouse NXT camp. Once again, Dwaygas bang on per usual in terms of the vetoes. The cider map will be Anubis if we have to go there. But focusing more in terms of these map ups to start things off in the picks themselves, right? I look at the last head-to-heads that we've had between Mouse and NXT and alternate attacks, and understanding that Mouse actually have had the one-up in recent history against the alternate attack side. So is that a component of the rivalry with the Vertigo repeating itself and Anubis also looking one-sided in that last head-to-head? The back end of the veto looks great for Mouse NXT here.
I'll put it this way. So the first head-to-head this year that they won, Overpass was still in the pool there. The next one that went down, we saw an Anubis pick to come in from alternate attacks, and I think that backfired on them. They had a really tough time. Now, their recent history of Anubis looks a lot better, but I'm more comfortable in their Inferno. So I think they've made the right decision to pick into Inferno and let that slide as a third map decider, because for Mouse NXT, they are on a 4-game losing streak of Anubis, and for alternate attacks, they have won 3 Anubises back-to-back.
Well, that's certainly is some, again, recent form in terms of the favoritism towards that alternate attack side. But I don't know, I'm just feeling like there's a lot of inconsistency on the Mouse NXT side. I'm not sure if that's because they're an academy team and they're still trying to figure out like the levels of like trying to find impact as a set of stars or a set of teams, a set of players rather, just in the consistent measures, and whether or not they're not able to do that as of right now, or whether or not there's just something in general wrong with the core that's disabling them from being able to achieve that level of consistency.
I think now they're starting to get a taste of what it's like to be at the higher end of Tier 2. They're getting a taste of these playoff positions. Last rest, they got into the playoffs, and they got knocked out by Nemega. Now, this time around, they beat Bleed. So, from the perspective of Mouse NXT, the only team that they should be losing to is probably Nemega. They should probably be beating alternate attacks. They probably should be beating Passion UA. But I don't believe that. I know that's probably the perspective of the team. I think that for alternate attacks, I've been more impressed with their recent run of form, and I think the Germans are going to be insanely hungry to get that revenge, to say, look, you knocked us out of the tournament last time around. We haven't been able to make the playoffs yet. We've now not only made top 8 and moved to top 4, we want to go all the way. We want to go to the grand final. Yeah, that last head-to-head was in Rest EU2, and that was a decider game in the group stage, which led to Mouse NXT getting to that playoff. So let's see whether alternate attacks can find that revenge. Quick predictions, Dwayne, you back in alternate attacks in 3 maps? I am. 2-1 for alternate attacks. I'm going to go with history, then I'm going to go pair ahead and pick into Mouse NXT, also in 3 maps here, as we get towards Inferno to start things off. Pistol rounds, USPs, and Glocks go live into the opening. Casualty damage done by Crizzen. Not quite the kill onto Hypes just yet. Since Perks has come back into the roster, he's averaged a 1.38 rating on Inferno. And well, on the pistol, Jay, he starts off against Sierra. First man down and out immediately. Looking for a bit more here. Crizzen's trying to prod for contact still at this banana presence. Had a decent amount of success against Hyped. Love to find that trade at some point soon, but soon seems to be slow. PR backing off from Modo, and it's a pretty good read from Mouse NXT. They've been able to re-smoke off against the apartments. They're keeping 3 towards A, but there's a lot of util that's going to raid in for alternate attacks. Smokes down, Molly's in. City side, holding their nerve backed up. Taps through against Perks, will get that kill on Bermalov. Double up, headshots taken by him. PR involved alongside Nighty's crossfire. Hypes can isolate 1-2, and that third pick is low HP against PR, but he doesn't hit his first shot accuracy. That damn near came down to a low HP clutch, but it is a pistol instead for Mouse NXT. And in the last handful of months, we're starting to see some real good success from Ukrainian players and Ukrainian teams. Bermalov making the opportunity to get a chance here on Mouse NXT, Wrinkled to go from Bait over to NIP. You've got the Bait, the Passion UA side, who have all been decent contenders in the last few rest tournaments.
Rising up the ranks. Of course, we'll see the Ukrainian team later on today as well.
That was a big surprise to me. Passion UA in the top 4. Their progression has certainly been going up and up.
Well, the 1xBet odds favour Mouse's progression into the grand finals right now. Favourites over Ultimate Attacks in their eyes. And of course, you can take advantage of those odds by going to the 1xBet website and placing a bet using the code 1XRESTEU to gain a bonus 130% on your first deposit.
Here's something for you, Jay. Last time that Mouse NXT were in a grand final, they took on Passion UA. There's a chance that that could happen.
Oh, you and your superstitions, Slag. I guess we'll find out whether that will be reality with the second best of 3 later on. And now Mouse NXT, of course, try and get past this particular matchup. SMGs will reign supreme with the money being gained on the most part by Crizant.
Do you know what's funny? Now I think about it, Jay. There's a lot of players in interviews, right, especially in Tier 2, that say, oh, don't really care who we play. We don't feel like anyone's a threat. I can imagine no one wants to play Omega right now. No one wants to play these guys in res. For Mouse NXT and Alternate Attacks, they'll know that there is a battle on their hands in this semi-final, but they also need to look at the other side of the bracket and say the challenge hasn't even come yet.
Yeah, that's the second most common response alongside, yeah, we just hit our shots, we played our game well enough.
Oh, we play our game, yeah, classic. We hear it all the time.
Well, Mouse able to hit their shots in the first 2 rounds, and able to convert on the trades. Look at Sierra pressing right forward against Azek. Oh, he stuck past them straight through onto 2. Freeze and Hype do get those responsives, though.
They start putting more emphasis towards the top of Banana. Now, Crizant was just setting up util, but they are going to over-rotate the 4th player over of Bermalov. Now a situation where Naitu with only the MP9 is solo defending the A site, and Brackets has already been taken on a contact.
Best realistic thing he can do is a 1-for-1 trade.
Really good emphasis for Alternate Attacks to respond after Sierra gets 2.
That press forward and everything. Well, Gap just trying to spot Arrow. Naitu at this kind of range can't really utilize that MP9. He'll still try for it, though. 2 tons of damage. Now the short players start acting. Perks overwhelmed, and damage tons are hyped as well. He's done tons of work there. Set up his teammates wonderfully for the retake.
Now, Arrow's in a tough state. Gonna get caught repositioning out towards the balcony. Doesn't even get any damage off of Crizant.
Flash forward, Resmoke is on, and Crizant starts to move out towards short. Bermalov coming in, adjustments right there, hyped! Oh my word! Lightning fast adjustment for the 4K in the round, and Alternate Attacks start things off.
Ah, here we go. Now we're talking. This is semi-final action. Oh, he read that to a T. Knew that Bermalov was going to rotate out from spawn, turn away from the flash, get the 180 degree. Oh, that is not a tough shot. Whoa. Okay, that sets the pace.
Oh, right. All right, okay. Alternate Attacks. Their startup in this matchup looking very, very good. Broken investments from NXT to follow it up and all. They have done a number of work onto the economy state. To think as well that Mouse NXT felt like they were going to force out the advantages there. The SMG doing tons and then the 1-on-2.
I mean, imagine being Sierra, being like, guys, I've set up that round. I've got massive success with a low investment weapon. There was, what, 2 MP9s and 3 M4s in that round?
The scout will at least be able to respond to 1 hyped down in Sierra's place. Galils will try fight back against those M4s. The blind sprays of Crizant will get caught off, so the second M4 has fallen in this round. Only 1 more left on Naitu here.
I look at 3D Max as being one of the best Inferno teams that we have in Tier 2 CS2, but honestly, Alternate Attacks are coming closer into the conversation of being a really good Inferno team. 6 victories for them in a row, 11 wins and 3 losses in the last 3 months.
Mal's going in for the gamble stack now towards the B-bomb site. Have to concede another round to the favor of the attack side because no real way they defend themselves at the man disadvantage, and it's best they hold on to their guns for the next one.
And I think another aspect of why it's easier for Perks to come back into the roster is that Sky and Hyped are on loan. They haven't officially been given contracts to the organization for Alternate Attack. So when you've got players out on loan, it makes it a lot easier to either cancel up the contract or just basically send them back to Big Academy.
Yeah, options to work with in our exchange. Of course, those players unsure of where their future is going to be with Big Academy, if there even is one at the moment. Maybe permanent fixtures on this roster if things continue to pan out. I know they're panning out very well for Hyped, of course.
I'll give you a stat here, Jay. The first meeting that we saw between Mouse Sports and Team Alternate at the time was the 15th of June 2006 on HLTV.
Wow.
These are two very historic organizations in the German scene, two rivalries that have continued on for many different iterations of 1.6 and Source and Go and now CS2. Yes, it might be the Academy side of Mao's NXT, but if you are Alternate Attacks, you're going up against the Mao's name, and that's going to mean a lot to the Germans.
Yeah, two pioneers of the German CS, you know, just the groundwork of it, basically.
Definitely. Household names.
Many legends been in and out of these rosters. Mal's NXT very far away from the central roots of the org, but the direction that has yielded some capacity of success. Will it usurp Alternate Attacks on this day? It has done in the past. Unfortunately, this is the present, and Azek is going to catch PR for it.
Perks might get caught on a timing with a bit of an aggressive approach out from this apartment. Bermalov struggling, and Perks just gets an easy kill.
Both those fights on the M4 players as well, so Sarah and Krisen, maybe they might find one of the rifles back, but the other one's been lost to the T-side territory. Maybe get Perks, maybe catch him off guard. Arrow. Get a little about the challenge. Naitu head tucked away, does fight a second player. Somehow connecting all that damage to the jump up. Arrow does fall in the end. Freeze is now down and out with a trade. Advantage remains for Alternate Attack. USP in the corner though. Freeze has checked it. He doesn't get away with it. 2 versus 2. Perks is in trouble right here. He's about to get flanked. The kill comes in from Syrah. Suddenly Azek is heavily pressured. Now in his own downstate clutch. Does bring it back to a one-on-one. The heavy damage sustained by the T-side regardless of what happens here. NXT have made a wonderful eco happen.
Syrah might just be able to catch him before he gets over the half wall. No, not quite. Azek can get the bomb down open. Knows that Syrah's somewhere in mid.
Smoked out towards CT, jump face. We're going to challenge him on top of the boost. M4 holding, Syrah slow walking, about to move forward. Spray through as it connects his triple and connects the round for Alternate Attacks. But 4 players down, NXT will be very happy with that.
Indeed they will do, and it's surprising that it got that close when both of the M4s got targeted very early on. I think just a good timing where the CTs aggress down mid and Alternate Attacks don't really know about it. And Naitu, I mean, even Krisen, he gets 1 good kill, and he's only got a USP, and that's so difficult against Freeze.
Tacticals called in for Alternate Attacks, and rightfully so, honestly.
I like that. Just instantly felt a bit of pressure, probably got a round that was too close for comfort. Take that tactical and look into the next gun round being really positive.
Just to have that moment, a mental reset, if nothing else, just to be like, right, get that out of our system. And now get back into the game and continue to stack on the lead that they've got over Mao's NXT. And rebuy will still be seen by the CT forces. Only a few rounds of loss bonus available, so not the most definitive of buys for Marth and PR to get the rest of the utility in. Incendiary's up, Azek pressing. Damage done on the utility basis very early in this one. Molly sent back, Syrah presses on. The engagement for Azek catches him completely blinded.
Mao's NXT trying to get aggressive out towards Banana, but get challenged again. Krisen with a very small window of opportunity to bring it back to a 4v4. And for Alternate Attacks, they are just brute forcing top Banana now.
Put all this utility down. I mean, Mao's NXT have used the majority of theirs. 1 Incendiary and 1 Smoke available to the A bomb site defensive, not towards B. So when Alternate Attacks go for this execution, they just have to stand and fight. Crizzen and PR are the two players on this site.
And the biggest concern right now is alternate attacks look comfortable in the gun rounds. Just these opportunities of opening man advantages, waiting for an info play. Freeze is playing anti-flash. Azek's waiting for the contact on the walk-in. You've got a lurk from Arrow out to Boiler. The bomb coming back into Banana. So Arrow can just cut players rotating into spawn or rotating down from brackets. And everybody else can just focus on that crossfire of Crizzen and PR on the bomb site directly.
Smokes and flashes sent. PR going to get ahead of the smoke. One down towards Cross as well. He's actually going to disappear behind it. Prism has to at least get one of these kills. Flash is turned away from adjustment towards Freeze. Does tons of damage. PR's core. Kill found. Falls on a reload. USP's pulled up because he has no choice. Perks will fight him and remove him. 2v4 now. Mouse and XT have to concede the bomb plant and most likely concede the round.
And now I just start reflecting on that 1v2 clutch that Hyped was able to win on the Moto Smoke. How much that's generated from that point onwards.
Key rounds have been a talking point for a lot of our playoff series here in Res.
And rounds like that, not only is a good opportunity, Jay, but it gets the team hyped. You're in a scenario where you win a massive 1v2, everyone's feeling really loud, everyone's feeling like they can just own these guys, and sometimes it's those clutches that just bring so much extra to the team.
And you can see what alternate attacks did off the back of that, right? Convert their 3. Yes, they had that one eco where Mouse and XT contested them, but this round to follow it up looks much more confident from the alternate attack side. First quarter definitively won by them. One player left alive for Mouse to hold on to that M4, but into the next round. Won't be anything around it of any true nature. Half buy at best for the CT side.
And the more I'm watching of alternate attacks in this Res tournament, Jay, the more that I'm getting reminded of the team of last year that was towards the higher end of Tier 2, was quite consistent around the top 30 to 40 position. Fundamentally, they play some very good CS and they're working well off each other.
Nice damage done by the utilities here of the CT side. HE on Freeze now to 45 points of health, so a bit more like it in the opening starts. Unfortunately, they don't have the weaponry to try and follow up that damage with a kill or two. Bermalov is at least part of the A/B side stack, which you will get 2 kills for, but 2 trades came in. Freeze with the HE, and Azek's directive Pete got a headshot. 3 on 3 as they recognize the M4's position and also recognize that A site may have no rifles at all.
Crizzen starting to make the aggressive play. Actually could drop the bomb onto Hyped.
Here's those footsteps. Will he choose to strike? No, he's going to let him cross. Maybe peeking at Boiler. Bermalov's rotating. Utility comes down. Parks just caught on a swing. Oh, the adjustment right there to the headshot. Now Crizzen's got to strike. Needs to do so now. 50 seconds on the clock. That bomb's going to commit soon.
Yeah, Hyped is going to definitely drop the bomb here. This is an easy kill.
Orp even in the hands of Crizzen now, trying to defend this short presence. Peaks can come forward. They're going to use those Molotovs to force him out of the way. His 5-7 continues fighting, and now PR moves through the smoke. Isolates one player in the open, but the aim punch throws it off as Arrow starts connecting his shots. And alternate attacks again by the skin of their teeth take the round.
Well, they shouldn't have won that round. I do not know how Bermalov has not caught off Perks there. And then even Arrow, he should be falling to the Moto player. I don't know, Jay. I don't know what to think about that. That is just 2 free kills.
What is that, Bugs? Yeah, you are right. Like, oh my word. Alternate attacks. Reigning supreme on their own map pick. Mouse. Gun set. Incendiary's down, all but Bermalov shot, ringing out, does get away from contest. HGs or tries to press them back over towards brackets. They won't be allowed definitive brackets control. The smokes will also keep them back, held away. The AWP will get forced back by further utility. The first shot goes his way.
A resmoke comes down towards Long to try and initiate an arch play. Bermalov has not got eyes on Azek. He's trying to cut the rotation from PR, and another duel where a T-side player is looking the other way.
They're just sharp on their flicks, aren't they? And again, Bermalov down with the aggression through the smoke. Advantage tips the way of alternate attacks. And now they resend, reface back into the A side. Crizzen gets one. Naitu struggling to transfer his sprays, but he does get a secondary pick back for it. So the AWP is now left to trade back on Crizzen, missing its shot, leaving Perks alone. Finally, Mouse work off of those advantages and look to gain around 4 at AK. Can't adjust this time. Third on the board of NXT.
Just about, but for Mouse and XTJ, I get the vibe that today they look a bit off. They're not quite playing to the best of their ability. They're missing some of their chances. They're not quite capitalizing on easy kills. Even out here to Arch, Azek should be falling for sure.
It's fortunate that the trade game was good from this short defensive streak shut down for alternate attacks. Still up by a margin of 2, can still even the half at the next. Still have guns to try and do so as well.
And for alternate attacks, another notion with Perks coming back into the team is that he hasn't actually been out there for too long. He only got benched at the tail end of February and got added back at the tail end of April. So we're talking a couple of months at most where he's a guy that now brings the core back together of him, Azek, and Freeze that have played together for a good 1.5 years. Even Zen, the head coach, has at different iterations been a player of alternate attacks. So he's been playing with them on Penta and No Limit Gaming and alternate attacks, and then he's moved into a coaching role. And definitely a foundation where a lot of players are familiar with one another. And for alternate attacks, this would be their first grand final in the last 3 months if they're able to achieve it. We saw a 4th place in European Pro League Season 15, seen a couple of top 12s. But this is very vital for their recent success if they can allow themselves to go on and have a good playoff run.
Yeah, at this point, you are looking towards those grand finals and thinking about how much you can level yourselves up in terms of the point rankings here.
Well, they've gone from, what, top 16, top 12, top 8, now top 4, now potentially top 2. It is quite a big jump for alternate attacks from rest tournaments to rest.
And they've been unable to score any points in the previous 2 editions of the series. So a good 50 would be able to overtake the majority of teams involved. Mouse NXT included.
Even for them, I would say they've had a really rough draw of the playoffs. I mean, this time around, they had to play Bleed in the quarters. Last quarterfinal, they had to play Nemega. Now, okay, they got the upset against Bleed, but every single quarterfinal was against a Def team in Tier 2.
Yeah, the draw has not made it easy for them. Perhaps that trial by fire will harden them enough for contests like this, although alternate attacks certainly are trying to differ that. Smoke's involved. Upset shot rings out, but doesn't connect to Naitu, who's rocking a USP for this round. I think he might have missed the buy window here. I think he's realized now that he's made a pretty tragic mistake here on the NXT camp.
PR and Sierra pressurizing the top of Banana, win out that opening duel. Freeze in a state where no one else can even trade. No one's close by. Flash around the corner from Crizzen. Perks turns away and gets that entry.
Didn't reach all the way in. He tries to shoulder bait against that pistol. Now Smoke's involved, but he baits for the AWP. Reface the Bermalov into his hands. Goes the man advantage.
And Naitu's been able to pick up one of those rifles into the apartments, but alternate attacks are just slow walking bottom Banana. Now, PR is the only player on B, and that's why he's so defensive. Cannot afford to be in an aggressive position, because if he goes down, it opens up the bomb site. And this way, he can maintain the retake-heavy scenario and play the man advantage.
45 seconds for him to work with. He's wary of a walk contact. Smokes will start coming down now. That'll indicate the site hit. What can he do with it, though? He's got a flash in hand. Trying to blind the T's off, doesn't do anything at all. Reflash of the T side as well. We'll try to catch him. They do find him at the edge of the smoke.
Yeah, man advantage been given up pretty easily. Bermalov waiting for the player out to the first oranges. Bomb can go down quite easily.
And they're ready. Has allowed a little bit of time for Sierra to start rotating into the backstab. AWP, the T side, is watching for him, though Bermalov's getting nothing at all. And in terms of this retake potential, Sira's only flash is the only util they have. He's nowhere near a position to put it out to send them into the bomb site. So Nighty might just have to force out some fights here. They're taking their sweet time with this, but the AK continues moving in, clearing out those bat lines, looking for Azek. Orb contact, Sira has fallen. AWP leans forward against his teammate playing Poi. There's the kill for Naitu. AWP, the T side looks forward even more so. Azek, oh, he's all alone. On the defuse goes Naitu, the AWP couldn't respond. And Bermalov will get that second pick in the end, but is unable to get the defuse, unable to hold the round.
And that adds to the conversation of what I've been saying. Maz and XT just looking a little bit off today, Jay. Fundamentally, I don't know what the comms are there. Why is PR extending through the coffin smoke solo? Now, yes, you mentioned it, that there's no utility, but at least there, peek off of a teammate. At least wait for the CT guys to take contact first. I felt as if PR's just thrown that round away.
Panicked and mistake-riddled in that round, certainly.
And if they are mistake-ridden, this is going to be tough for the entire best of three.
Like I said earlier, sometimes they can be hit and miss in these series, and match to match, things can go awry. Mouse, major problems held on their opponent's map pick. CT side continuing to get pressured by further utility phases of alternate attacks, flashes that keep these CT players blinded. Have full-on banana control. The FAMAS trying to spray back from PR to make amends for his mistake in the previous round, unable to get much more than just small tags against alternate attacks.
And alternate attacks look so comfortable on the defaults, and the reason for that is they're actually not seeing many info plays from Mouse and XT. We're not seeing them retake banana, we're not seeing them walk aggressively into brackets or out to the apartments. A lot of the rounds, we're just seeing the Academy squad sitting deep in the bomb sites.
That's what they'll do here on B. Rotations of Crizin will be the first port of call towards A. Nades damage done again towards the T side. Can capitalize upon this to line up for Sira. Gets no more than damage again. PR does find the pick at least in the back site. Over at Darky, repositioning Perks, making a move closer. Fight from PR wins a secondary pick, an advantage now to play with for the CT side. Is being pressured by Freeze, whose blind spray connects to 3-on-3 in the end. Plant should be secured. And once again, it's a retake.
And once more, it's a lack of nades on the retake.
Arrow just spotted there. Crisen's a little bit too late to deny the bomb plant. Freeze trades back. Nighty responds to him. Hyped, left all alone. Found a good 1v2 earlier in this game. Can he do so right here? Certainly Nighty's a struggle, but he falls in the end. Now it's Bermalov's Orb, this time with a kit. And this time aware of where Hyped's last position was. Leaning around. Tunnel vision perhaps. Faced upon. Shot connects. And Mouse and XT will have a retake.
And that's going to be a good feeling there for Mouse and XT, because they are running out of chances in the first half to make this competitive. And if they would have lost another clutch, that would have just tilted the team beyond imagination of 2 rounds in those sort of states where they should be winning them. I think the main concern is that this is still a very strong map in the pool for the Academy squad. 8 wins and 4 losses in the last 3 months. PR has a really good performance typically on this map, but he's been struggling out on that B site. He's not holding his weight to the normal ability. At least they've been able to force a reset, and this edges it closer to potentially a 6-6 scoreline.
Try and even it up at the turn. Given how proficient the alternate attacks are played on this T side, to be a recovered half. Utility sent down for now just to suppress the T side opening aggression. Arrow is still involved in this, seeing that smoke land on the bracket position though. Bermalov knows that they're going to start making their moves in quick off the back of the initial responsives. Arrow is up close, footsteps heard. Crizin struggles to deal with him. Naitu at least trades it back. The AWP so wary from beyond this smoke. Now got to reposition to the bomb site itself.
A very gimmicky smoke out there from default, but they are trying to hunt these rotators out from CT. Perks might just be able to catch up PR.
All timing, he was looking left and right and just got caught the wrong way. Hyped has given himself away as well towards Archie. Sira's going to start moving. M4 with FAMAS combination, they'll combine and get that kill in the end. 2 players remain, both coming in from short. Orb locks out the bomb carrier. Naitu deals with the next man. And 4 stay alive. NXT getting some confidence now.
And it's going to be a good feeling for Mouse NXT to end this half on a decent note to what they should be able to win 4 out of the past 5. Alternate attacks, back-to-back rounds where you are pretty much working with scraps.
Another forced buy with only the pistols involved. Opting not to eco in the previous, leading to this situation. Not even a bomb plant bonus to add to the tally. Doesn't stop Azek from doming in the first.
A decent start, but they need to recover some rifles. Bermalov out to the apartments with the NWP. Perks on the other side will get dropped.
Really turned it up in this later half. With inconsistent shots. Overwhelming the T-side nature. 1 man down, a fall in the apartments. The peek in, the Night2 times it well on Arrow, who just turned away at the wrong moment. And amount of advantage swings the way of the Academy squad.
Azek hoping for another peek in from Boiler or deep into the apartments. Freeze up against the M4 at the half wall. And can't really reface again. 32 points of health, so difficult for him to win that fight.
Oh, shoulders peeking out for Azek. Kill found on the bomb carrier. That should be round regardless of what happens from here. 4 on 2. At least Night2's taking some damage. Freeze. All 4 next up. And Hyped. Left alone here in this one. Still trying to work out picks just to give it a good old college try, but as more time ticks away as his position is revealed. They'll close in the pincers and they'll close out the round. Triple for Night2 in the round. And 6-6 at the turn of the half.
Okay from Mouse NXT. I'm a little bit underwhelmed with their CT performance. For me, alternate attacks have been the far better team. It's come down to a couple of crucial clutch situations from both teams. The 1v2 from Hyped, the 1v1 from Bermalov. And moving into the second half, this is where I would expect the Germans to really capitalize, to strengthen their money line, get some good round streaks going, and try and close out this map at a one-sided scoreline.
One I expect I'll still have Mouse NXT as favourites in this series, I should add.
That's really surprising, again, with the notion of how Anubis has looked in recent history. I'm surprised that that is the case.
Maybe they still have faith in what the head-to-heads have said in the past, and obviously the notion that Inferno is still alternate attacks' map pick. They'll go to that CT side now. This is where things would usually get testing for most squads, and certainly with Mouse NXT been playing from the back foot for the majority of this matchup, I don't think it'll be any particular difference.
This is cheeky. 4 in the apartments. Don't say this all that often.
2 set to Julies on Parks and Azek. Both are also in apps. Spamming away with bullets flying, but bullet hell rains in from NXT. Crism with his double, looking for a bit more with teammates right behind him for the trades. PR's Julies picked up and turned onto a couple of frags. And Mouse will look to steal the pistol.
Alternate attacks could not have been in a better position to have the double Julies close range, the USPs to at least initiate the trades after the fact. And well, it just crumbles, doesn't it? Not getting those connections straight away, getting overwhelmed by the Glocks. Alternate attacks won't be happy with themselves.
Yeah, that was primed to be a wipeout round for the CTs, but swung back in their favor. PR, especially his double up, securing the rest of the work that Crism had started with. I mean, even him in taking that first fight, still got 2 kills out of it. Wonderful stuff. Oh, well, Mouse will put themselves on the front foot now. First time since they won the pistol of the first half.
Now that last head-to-head as well, Jay, I remember the group stage game that we had between the two. Vertigo was very contentious. We had some back and forth rounds. Didn't feel as if either team was really going to stretch the lead to a victory straight away. So when you get the notion that it was a 13-11 last time around and it's the second map in this veto, the second map in this best of 3, depending on how Inferno goes down from a competitive standpoint, might give us a bit more of an edge of how we expect Vertigo to go.
Strong possibilities, considering that Mouse were 11-5 behind. Damage done by their utility onto alternate attacks. Azek specifically 2 points of health on the contact face towards brackets. HPs and HEs and incendiaries down towards Banana will try and return a lot of that damage on Crism and Bermalov. Zero catching some of that flak as well. So HP in general in a bit of an awkward state for both sides.
Krisen, he's got to be the guy to spot, because if they do commit into a stack, that's when you can lose the round. That's when it can get very uncomfortable. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a lot of searching. It actually looks like it's going to be a full-on exec.
This is Alternate Attacks' chance to steal everything back in their favor. Smokes down. Flower pots deep over at Coffins. I think that might have been a miss-smoke, in fact. 5-7 fights Krisen to fall. Mac 10 will try and trade it, but Arrow's SMG gets involved with a double up. Oh, it's all falling apart now. PR and Bermalov, 40 HP and 7. Still versing 3 players on this bomb site defense. Arrow still prodding away, still tagging away. His teammates haven't revealed themselves. They won't need to. The smoke is about to clear here, and there's no way in for Mouse and XT. Oh, they should have played default. They should have tried to suss out this stack. And because they didn't, it seems like the 8th round will not go their way. Alternate Attacks will look to equalize here.
Even that first wave of util, that double pump setup where you smoke off Coffins the first time around, it doesn't draw anything. There's an incendiary from Freeze out at first oranges, but he doesn't throw it. No one sort of makes noise. No one overextends. So for Mouse and XT, they think they're running into an open bomb site, or at least a weakened bomb site. Very tight crossfire. I love how Freeze takes contact and then puts the incendiary down, because that at least draws them even further in.
Couldn't have played that more perfectly for Alternate Attacks. Even Arrow here around the fountain, he just played possum the entire time. He knew it was backed up by his teammates.
It's decent range for the MP9 and that sort of angle as well. So that's why you get the MP9s playing all those gimmicky angles. First oranges, second oranges, fountain, flower pot boost, because it is quite short range to banana.
You can see how that cripples things back in favor of the Alternate Attacks side. Look at the economy state, look at the buy, look at Freeze continuing to put SMG kills down on a banana. Only one of them found by Syrah, but the follow-up damage on Naitu and further tags onto Krisen sets up the rest of the round for the CTs.
Retaking nades to top banana and some HEs that can go in deep. Azek's got one at the ready. I like this from Alternate Attacks. They know they're up against a buy. It's a 4v4, and they're not giving respect to the opposition. They're taking map control back. They're forcing them away.
Minute to play with. Mouse walking their way forward into apartments, ready to hit that A bomb site. Azek SMG waiting as well. Time start to run out on the Molotov sent. Engagements of hype finding Krisen. PR overwhelmed Azek, the same AK, and PR doubles up. SMG drops to the triple. PR has once again become the hero of Mouse and XT.
And that's a PR round. We've seen that countless times over this rest circuit where PR can just have insane moments. He can win a round by himself, and it was required because that wasn't an easy round at all. They had a very good position for Alternate Attacks with 3 on A. Looks like the crossfires are set quite nicely, and PR gets 3 kills without even taking a lick of damage. The enough baits that Naitu and Bermalov have to set him up allows Mouse and XT to win a round that they probably shouldn't be winning.
The lead to get regained to answer back off what could have very easily been the disaster for them the same. Arrow will not get hunted down in time. It was this sequence of PR. Watch it again from his perspective. Wow, how quick that was.
Lovely.
And again, it turns the tides back in favor of the opposing force. Mao's economical advantage, round advantage. Another force back from the attack side with 2 rifles involved in this. They still have to be careful on Mao's. They can't afford to run into another stack.
And Krisen knows that that may just be the round that wins them the best of 3. Because if they beat against this anti-eco, they'll be up 10-7, and the CT economy is going to be crippled even for the first gun round. This is a really good position for Mouse and XT to capitalize on this anti-force buy, but they have to win round 16.
Much slower approach. much more careful about this. Smokes. Already down from the CT side, will start to fade over at brackets. A HE at the ready for hype as soon as he thinks that they might be making their move in. Does do pretty decent damage. Azek going to try and insert himself for the opening kill though. PR going to check this 2 players around that corner. Parks with 1 casualty. Azek turns up 2 with the 5-7. Again, pistols are going to rule the day.
Hero-like moments coming out to the apartments, and Hype just thinking about that rotation back out to B. Freezes alone and doesn't have any util. Actually, both of the players now on B have got nothing.
Smokes down towards the CT crosses. Molotovs in towards Dark and at the first oranges. Syrah seen, burst fire at the M4, trying to catch him at the edge of the fountain. Hype gets overwhelmed on the backside. Syrah eventually takes the man advantage. Bomb will cross, should get planted. 15 points of health, won't see a last second swing. And no HEs to go back from Spawn, but Bermalov will get caught by Arrow. Slight gap in that deep smoke.
Another awful smoke out there to Coffins, and in from Banana. Naitu's ready.
Off on the face, Azek spotted, burst fire, AK trying to get the kill together, both players facing in fight. Azek isolates the 1 pick, Syrah now revealed, and is going to try and hide. Arrow getting right onto that defuse, jumps face, flashes, not going to get sent in. M4's going to take the fight and win it. No kit, no time in spare. Advantage remains with Mouse and XT as they connect 2 on the trot.
Yeah, I legitimately think that round's won them the best of 3. Like, that's what it comes down to, Jay, is that those anti-force rounds are just, they're so harsh. They hit you so hard. And for alternate attacks, it's a full eco, and it's 2,400 in the next round. So you are going to see players without a lot of kits. You're going to see players without the big green. So if you go up to the M4s and you don't go down to FAMASas, there are even going to be some limitations with the util. You probably won't see many incendiaries. So if you use that chain logic, well, this is going to be a 10-7 advantage, and then there's an advantage on the gun round. Mouse and XT win that one, which you expect they should. It's 12-7, and alternate attacks, all of that good progress that they made in the first half has just been wasted. And that is the harsh reality of losing the force buy rounds.
And even those good steals that they had at the start of this half with the conversion upon the pistol, right? Like, only 1 player was able to dismantle the setup and the follow-up. PR saved weapon has saved them. Giving Mouse and XT a massive leg up here. Stacked again from the CTs, heavy-handed, all 5 players in or around the B-bomb site. Alternate attacks leaning into this again, but surely they think better of going for an early execution again.
And CS is just a game that you're just always going to have nightmares in all of these best of 3s. You consider even that 1v1 that Bermalov won, if that goes the other way, it's probably an 8-4 half for alternate attacks on T side, which is a crazy scoreline.
Are they going to go for an execution again here?
Nah, it should be all right, though, against Eco Pistols.
5 players that will play behind the smokes themselves, though. We saw what happened last time. I know there were upgrades, but USPs have done silly things in this match so far. Another deep smoke over at Banana, allowing a lot of vision, but Prison is able to deal with it. Perch does come forward. Naitu and Bermalov do deal with them. Naitu forced out a TK. And it seems like all will remain fine for the T side. No threats, or threats neutralized. And now we turn to the guns.
Azek. Look at guys like him, cornerstone pieces of the organization to step up and required. I'd say that Perks has had some real good showings on Inferno. I mean, the Inferno that they played against Passion UA in the winners matchup to get them into the playoffs. They had a 13-3, 9-3 T-side half. He was vital. Arrow going down to the MP9 to just get that extra util out.
Still got Mac 10s on Syrah, forcing forward in this context. Nades and Martov sent down towards him. Naitu and Bermalov get caught by a HE stack, and Perks and Azek can combine the starts.
There we go. Even a missed HE comes out to the half wall, so that could have been even more damage going into Syrah and Krisen. A lovely utility usage from alternate attack. So many similarities to Big with their util.
Learning from the best in their region. Orp get to the hands of Krisen. AK for PR, passed off by his teammate. And you contrast the damage done early towards Freeze against what they were able to get on alternate attacks. And it feels such like a mute point here for Mouse and XT. 5-on-3, still working their way into brackets. Slow rotates of Azek will try and support the bomb site defense from just beyond the arches. 50 seconds. Alternate attacks. Play central.
They play deep, and this is the right scenario. A bit of a run boost for the AWP out to Motocross. For Mouse and XT, you're desperate because, well, I would say PR's probably the only guy that's going to get you out of trouble in rounds like this.
Done it before. Orp of Crizin, unable to do much in this one. Noise is being made quite frequently out there. Smokes will still get set in as Azek tries to spray them down. They don't know if this is a ruse or an execution. It's going to have to be now. Molly's in from the short presence. HG is also there to follow it up. M4's on site, have been heard. Engagement of Syrah does get Azek. 10 seconds though. PR can't afford to fall here. And he has. That one killer perks is all you need. Hype's just there for the closing spice. And alternate attacks take the rifle round.
And it's such a relief in that round because pressure is high. They know that for alternate attacks, we have to win this round. And you get a double opening kill within the first 20-odd seconds. The double HEs down from brackets into bottom mid allows alternate attacks to survive for a moment here and now try and see if they can battle in the second half.
Rebuys rough from NXT here. This should equate itself if they take it on the alternate attack side. Flashes will keep them blinded, but they do fall out of the active contact at Badada. Incendiary is ensuring of that. Doesn't allow a chance for the kill of Rouse XT. Instead, the utility damage compounds on Crizin. 1 point of health for him. Hyped Sword, protected by Perks from Mars. Boosted up on PR. He's the first casualty.
And Mouse XT in a scenario where, what are you even working with here? This, I would almost say, is a 3v5 scenario.
For all intents and purposes, yeah. At least Nighty's grabbed that AK. Top fragger of the team right now for Mouse XT. He might have to be the one that bails them out. Take a leaf out of PR's book, preferably. HE's down, that might catch him. Crizin evades it. Syrah, however, comes up much more worse.
A freeze from Moto, for Mars here at the car, and then even a player out to the apartments that can kind of chime in.
Smokes on at Moto, Orp flashed off, not caught dead somehow. Very little damage in comparison to the CT side. 30 seconds on the clock. They are leaning into the more heavily defended bomb site here. They have a chance to rotate though. Will they take it?
And Moto Smoke's going to start to clear soon. And this is so rough.
20 seconds. Orp, flick missed out. Syrah with an all-important pick back now. They have to make a move as Syrah goes falling. Perks has maintained the man advantage. Bomb is on site. We'll get planted to the back corner, but there's still so much presence around the bomb site itself. Press from Freeze finds Naitu. Crizin is such low HP. Vermin having to do this basically on his lonesome AK headshot. Gain on the first man, and now Crizin's just got no chance.
Nothing at all. Alternate attacks. The utility usage was just on point in that round. Out the anti-rush towards Banana. The HEs that were coming in from short. One aspect of the game plan you are always going to inspect from alternate attacks on CT sides is good timings with util. And the HEs were just chipping so much damage away.
They've read what NXT's defaults pretty much are the entire of this T side here. Fast presence, heavy amounts of players in at Banana, so the nade damage, as you mentioned, working against them. Even the HE's placed from mid towards the stairs, caught 2 players off with a stack at one point. That 5-on-3 gained with virtually nothing responded towards a couple rounds ago. Alternate attacks. Once again in this phase where they're starting to play the better game, and Mouse and XT still hold the lead. But this probably does equalize here because there's a half buy on the table at most.
And for alternate attacks, Mouse and XT, once you start getting into the late stages, the last few rounds of regulation in the second half, it's going to come to who's keeping a strong enough economy. How many rounds are being won in a row from alternate attacks with mass players? Are we seeing rounds being won with 2 alive, 1 alive? Are they getting themselves reset? The money situation looks quite awkward for Arrow, Hyped, and Perks, but for Azek and Freeze, if they can stabilize, I would say only dropping maybe 2 players at most against this anti-eco, then you're really going to strengthen. Then you've got money to work with.
Mouse's objective is damage. They can take a handful of frags. Even if they don't win the round, it sets up for a reset in the next. And then from there, alternate attacks may lose everything. Bermalov is caught first, however, Hype straight down mid. Kill at range. Advantage theirs.
And can I just say, fair play to alternate attacks for giving us so much of a fight. They've lost both pistols, and then even in the second half, they won the force buy, but then lost the anti-force buy. Like, that's the worst starts that you can ask for in halves.
Oh, Hype's hitting shots now. Crizin down, as is Naitu. Orp isolating every fight. Backstab's closing in from mid as well. No chance for a bomb plant, let alone damage from Mouse's NXT. Tech9's face together, known together. And no escape for them. At least Azek is forced out. That one pick. M4 of Arrow comes back to return. And alternate attacks have evened the board.
And I'm very keen to see just how much progression Hype can find on this alternate attacks roster, because there's no denying that he's a much less experienced player than someone like Slacks, but he's also a guy that generates a lot of impact, and we saw that with the stints on Big Academy. We saw it when he was even standing in for the main roster to replace the likes of Sirison. Very strong individual, stepping up when required in the second half.
Mouse. Again, heavy damage sustained. Not as heavy as previous rounds, but Incendiaries may look to try and change that again. Followed up by further HEs on Prison. Over half HP, overwhelmed by Freeze. Syrah gets a kill with the AK, and the Molotov on Arrow burns him down in the end. Hype's HE tanked to the face, and the man advantage sits with Mouse this time. Bermalov's orb, though, being watched. The flick misses from Hype. And Bermalov returns from the wall bang.
That is very unlucky for Hype. He's actually waiting for that. He's trying to pre-aim that boost up to the logs. Mouse and NXT are just threatening B now.
4-on-2 situation. Azek trying to go hero, gets nothing. Perks. What can he do?
Not a lot, but hold on to the M4 and stabilize the economy. And Mouse NXT had a lot more pace in that round than what we've seen previously. And the back and forth trades, the molly kill that Syrah was able to get a car. And Hyped, he knows, if I get this kill, if there is a boost, right? If there is someone like a Bermalov trying to get out there to logs, if I get that kill, it's a 3v3 and they probably halt. They probably don't accelerate onto B. And instead, misses the shot, tries to fall away, gets caught off guard. And then as soon as that happens, that's just a collapse. Yes, Azek can try and throw himself in there, but you know it's never going to happen. Mal's NXT, just when the scoreline gets tied up, they allow themselves to take the lead again.
See those kills from Syrah. Oh, Bermalov actually caught a shoulder shot. I thought he got it through the half wall. Perfect timing to the reposition. Mouse barely able to hang on to their lead, but now go to possibly the most important round of the game here on Inferno. Alternate attacks are brought down heavy. A victory for Mouse would lead them to the map win of Inferno. And as you say, Dweg, that could win in the best of three.
Syrah aggressively trying to come out to Banana again, but he's making a solo mission. No one else is backing him up here.
Syrah just tanking all his damage, but the Orc punishes him. Solo mission unsuccessful, nothing gained out of it. HEs will try to open up the smokes, but that's going to give Crizin information. He saw that flashbang coming in from short as well. Starts to walk up through towards brackets. PR, meanwhile, working his own solo mission in apartments. AWP shot missed. Crizin punishes.
A bit of a sitter shot being missed there. And that is a pure punishment. Oh, out here towards Banana. There's another player from Arrow that can cut the bomb.
Both players going to line up for him. He only isolates the one frag. Knighty with another responsive. Bombs on his back, but still they're committing it to the A-bomb site. Alternate attacks committing to more fights, which they're losing. Azek caught by PR. And Perks again in an unwinnable clutch. A 1v3. All players are spread out, but they've gone to the B-bomb site. He's back in apps. Mouse had a must-win round to take, and they just took it.
And it's another situation here for alternate attacks where they are so close to being able to edge themselves out, so close to being able to close this map of Inferno, but they can't do it. And it goes back to that rivalry of the head-to-heads that are 2-0s and 2-0s this year for Mouse NXT. That round is so close. The back and forth trades. If Arrow gets 2 kills there, he drops the bomb. Oh man, we are looking at the finest of margins right now.
Any one of those fights going back to attacks, and perhaps we look at a different round. And don't get away with the exit pick on the T side, but just think about that one shot from Hyped. Think about that one backstab from Freeze. Think about that sequence from Arrow.
Well, Hyped, if he wins that duel against Crizzen, that's just round one.
Yeah.
And that is what it is, 5v3 with the AWP out from Long. So unfortunately for Hyped, he'll be gutted in himself because he knows that's a must win. He knows that's a critical duel to win.
Gutted on his effort's sake and gutted on his buy state. Scout available for the man, the push forward towards mid. Seeing what's going on for PR. 2 frags to strike, Sira and Burmala with the follow-ups. This map is done. Alternate attacks somehow, some way conceded the best of starts. And will look to fall apart on Inferno. 13-10, Maus take map 1.
And all I have to say for alternate attacks is, unfortunately, they let themselves down at the start of the halves. First half, they were down 0-2. Second half, lost pistol, 1 force buy, lost the anti-force buy. They were down 1-4. And it's moments like this in a high-pressured match in a semi-final on your map pick that if you're not taking opening starts in the halves, you're going to hurt yourself. And for Maus and XT, I think I said it a little bit earlier, if they won that gun round at 11-7 or 10-7, it's basically over. It didn't happen there, but in the end, the Academy squad does close out.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was certainly the start of their woes for the alternate attack side. I thought in the first half they were turning it around very well with that pistol convert being the only thing that Maus got. But when it came time to, when it came crunch time, Maus put on the impactful rounds, and especially towards the end of the half, those fights that they constantly kept winning. Alternate attacks did let themselves down at the end, and that's their map pick completely gone now.
And when I reflect on Inferno, I actually do get the vibe that if you play this map 10 times, 5 times it probably goes the way of alternate attacks, and 5 times it probably goes to Maus and XT. There wasn't much in it. There was many rounds, more so in the second half than the first, where it was just 1 kill. 1 kill from Hyped, rounds over. 1 more kill from Arrow, rounds over. PR with the triple kill out to the apartments. It was individual moments that made a difference there for Maus and XT.
And the difference, of course, stacks up now going into their own map pick of Vertigo. It was a 13-11 in the last head-to-head between these two teams. Will it be similarly close? We'll find out after the break.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
respect from 1xbet, 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 respect, respect from 1xbet, respect from 1xbet, respect from 1xbet, respect.
Well, Mals have the most stellar of starts in this best of three in the semi-finals. They take away Alternate Attacks' map pick of Inferno, and now we move towards Vertigo, which Mals decided they wanted to play in this context. Have seen it before between these two sides. Of course, it was the 13-11 that Mals had to come back from a 5-11 deficit from to take it in the Group C action in the series number 2. Now, would it be the same case? Have Alternate Attacks proven enough to make this a competitive affair from here on out?
I think the issue, unfortunately, with Vertigo, right, is that we've seen in the last few best of threes, teams have been punishing Vertigo bans against them. They've been just saying, do you know what, Mals, you're not playing Vertigo. Nine Pandas did it this morning. Nemega did it in the group stage. The issue is Alternate Attacks' permaban is Nuke, and Mals and NXT pick Nuke, so they can't do it. They in that isolated best of three, they can't go for the punish ban. So you go into something that's extremely strong, and for that reason, I actually don't think Alternate Attacks are going to have much of a chance here on Vertigo.
Yeah, that's one of the key concerns for me. I mean, like, the history basis even speaks to Mals being able to battle back from the worst of deficits on this map against this particular team. So, like, I have that fearful factor. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 rounds could go differently if they can replicate score lines, but I also look back at how 1 or 2 rounds could have gone differently and they could have actually taken Inferno the same thing, and Alternate Attacks couldn't actually get it done. We had Naitu posting up the consistent frags, top fragger of the board, but PR was the impact man. He bailed Mals out at several points.
Indeed he did, and Vertigo's a very strong map for him. We're going to see a lot of impact from him in particular in some of the lurk roles. So I think overall for Alternate Attacks, I mean, the Vertigo recently has been all right. I was quite surprised by their performance yesterday. They allowed Vertigo as that third map decider against Sangul in the quarters, and they actually had a 10-2 half on their CT line, got it into the second half and closed it down pretty quickly. So if one day Vertigo's very good, they've got to try and see if they can do it the very next day.
Well, that's contrast to the 8 out of 9 Vertigos that have been won out from Mals of the last handful of maps that they've played up on this one. So I'm still convinced it's probably looking to go towards 2-0 again. We'll see how far Alternate Attacks can take the CT side. This may well be their only hope left in the semi-finals.
Perks has just played it 4 times since coming back into the Alternate Attacks team. Setting up util from Freeze if it was going to be a rush, but because there is no pace, he holds on.
Krizen round the corner, sees Freeze, drops him immediately. 90 follows suit on Parks, and Krizen can double up as well. 3 for 1 of the traders. Arrow tries to clap back, looking for another good headshot, damaging up PR and Bermalov, but unawares of how far Krizen has made his way up to the bomb site. A triple for him in the pistol round. Azek has no chance to clutch this. The far to be taken by NXT.
And for Mals and NXT, if they do close this series in 2-0, they're making quite a statement in the rest circuit where they've faced strong teams and yet they can still pull out victories. I mean, even Eklot in the group stages, there was a lot of rivalry there. There were some head-to-heads that went in both directions. They faced off against Nemega twice in the rest circuit. They faced off against Bleed twice as well. They're now facing off against Alternate Attacks for the 2nd time in this circuit. So there's a lot of matchups that they're playing from group stage and into playoffs where they're just rematching teams.
Advantage taken by Mals. Pistol gain to start off the T half of things. How much of a discouraging sign would that be to Alternate Attacks? They may have to try and follow up with another buyback here. There was the guns in the follow-up round. I mean, that's how things played out at the starting in this best of 3 series. Best of 3 series that now 1xbet are convinced Mals are going to take here, Dweg.
Yes, and I understand that. At first, I was hesitant because of the third map decider of Anubis, but for Alternate Attacks, a lot of the game plan and a lot of the success rate relied on them taking their map pick in this best of 3.
That's why I said 2-1 of the series. I honestly thought Alternate Attacks were going to take Inferno. Mals, however, hitting those high notes. Maybe not every single day, but and maybe not even always on this particular day, but in this particular matchup.
Well, do you know what? I'll add to that chain logic, Jay, and say that's probably what all 3 teams are saying in the semi-finals outside of Nemega. Nemega are not saying that. Nemega is saying we beat everyone.
And Mouse. Right now they're beating alternate attacks. Eco around, Mac 10 going to face against it. Get himself a couple of decent kills. United can steal one of them away with the AK as an insurance policy. Azek fought upon last, only the SMG lost, so nothing majorly concerning for Mouse on XT. Alternate attacks will get their gun by in on the third.
And Mouse and XT are going to start testing a lot of Krizen's plays out to ramp. He's one of these in-game leaders that likes to be at the forefront of making aggressive maneuvers, leading the charge of creating space. So watch out for him with some of his moves at ramp. Alternate attacks, unfortunately, don't even have the best of utility going into this third round. There's a lack of incendiaries and lack of HGs, which means CT-sided utility usage isn't going to do a lot of damage in this round.
Swinging a Krizen. Fight the spray, perks to fall. Another opening advantage for Mouse has been the case for the entire matchup. Krizen's got a lot of mid-presence as a result of fight on freeze. Next up, a double up take in. Naitu's also there, a Guardian to clear up the B bomb site. The bomb should start to commit from there. The walkouts of the ramp position for Bermalov is just for exit frags because there's no way that alternate attacks are looking to take this round.
And it's quite easy to look at this Mouse and XT roster with Naitu and PR on there and even Bermalov and kind of get the vibe that Krizen's just an in-game leader that helps out the calling, just helps set up all the pieces. He's quite a high-fragging in-game leader. He generates some real key rounds, and what I get the notion of the most, Jay, is that he is required when it comes to closing maps and when they're struggling. Those kind of rounds and those kind of situations, I always get sort of the notion that that's where Krizen steps up the most.
Casualty filled on the alternate attacks board. All 5 alive for Mouse. No 5 alive for Mouse and for alternate attacks. Looking very proficient from the NXT lads. Only 2 kills so far in this map up for alternate attacks. One of the pistol, one of the eco. Marley's bolstering himself very early here for NXT, and there's only really a half buy available for the German squad.
And I've said it before, Jay, and I'll say it again. I'm convinced that this will not be the Mouse and XT full 5 moving out of the summer player break. I'm convinced that some of these pieces are going to get picked up.
And the runs that they're having, it may well be the case. Deagle's trying to fight back and put paid to those thoughts for the time being. HE's down, Smoke's involved. You've got Krizen's AK leaning forward, freezes Deagle. Took a quick shoulder bait, has been seen. The 2 players out towards side, they've been challenged though. Krizen again, 2 entries. So aggressive and so successful with it. Triple found. Quadra can't quite get gain as Perks is 1 Deagle back will respond towards 1 kill, but that AK will fall into the hands of the M4 players, or one of them at least. Azek is also overwhelmed at the same, so Mouse not skipping a beat here on Vertigo.
Now, alternate attacks in a stance now where they know to themselves this is now the 3rd half in this best of 3 that we've gotten off to a slow start. And you could get away with it a bit more in MR15, but in MR12, you can't allow it. If you lose pistol, you got to take the first gun round. If you're not taking the first gun round, you're going to be very limited, and there's going to be a lot of pressure to be able to respond quickly.
Well, run boost out for Krizen. Straight AKs out. They expected it this time. Azek does punish, so there's a little bit of a start up available for alternate attacks, and finally a man advantage taken by the Mouse and XT. Up until this point, have been able to open up these and spiral off the back of them. Now with Krizen down, it might force the T's to slow down.
And he's the guy that's constantly been getting multi-frags on some of these run-ups. Sierra working the edge of the smoke. Resmoke goes down to the endpoint smoke, but Arrow is trying to watch in between the 2 of them.
Naitu's just slipped past, though. Man's being heard. HE send. That should do some damage towards Bermalov and PR especially. AK Sierra up close, 2 to line up, 1 to go down. Second player known about on the headshot of the sandbags. He'll take a secondary fight, and the man advantage tips the way of Mouse and XT. Hyped is about to get quickly challenged here. A side alley. Naitu drops out in the open. Bermalov's orb is also set. The Molotovs come back. The wallbang damage of the M4 sprays. The flick does not connect. Hyped regains control for attacks.
Now, Mouse and XT just trying to get the cross smokes down with the util usage. PR is waiting for another duel, and Hyped is actually looking for another one with the big green.
Leaning back in. Might catch the bomb carrier. PR out of util, as is Syrah. That bomb is going to make its way into very clear and defined open space. Molotov recovered, still hyped. Fights from the back line. Syrah now for a full-blown ace clutch in this round. Has been heard. Hype swing in, gets his kill together. A quadra in the round for him. Another massive round that starts things off for alternate attacks.
It's a great round from Hype where someone was required. And that timing, when the smoke started to clear at mini-ramp, the pincer that Syrah is able to find of making it very uncomfortable for these mini-ramp players out to Crane, trying to move back into the bomb side. Hype is the only reason that that round is won.
Wonderful shooting. But can it be replicated? Can you rely on that consistently for alternate attacks? Mao's tactical to try and see if they can mitigate that AWP threat. Or try and find a way to just counteract and find another way into these rounds. Obviously, still found success in the previous 4. Still got plenty of cash to buy back into the next round as well. So we will be seeing guns out in round 6 and round 7. 2 AKs were recovered for alternate attacks, so they found their start. They now have the tools to follow it up, but can they actually follow it up?
Now, alternate attacks can't always be reliant on the NWP to get them out of difficult situations. PR strikes 11 seconds into the round, and it's an opening death.
Syrah's careful not to give up the man advantage here. HE sent down ahead of the Molotov. He's still going to be holding. HE's back on towards 3. He should dish out some HP's worth. Arrow sneaking forward, dropping off as well. He will catch that 1 kill. Flashbang sent Syrah with the casualty. Freeze now fighting from 2 different angles, but Syrah still picks up the double. Naitu's heard the last 2 CTs as well.
Just bring that bomb into B. Naitu's pretty much won the round off of the timing alone, but Hype has actually walked back in. Oh, a missed shot. Oh, that should have been the 2v2.
It's another missed shot for Hype. One at the very tail end of the last map up that turned things well and truly to the favor of Mao's, and now it will put alternate attacks on another back foot. At least Perks is trying to stall for time. The incendiary's keeping the bomb plant from coming down for the time being, but low HP on his part. An engagement on PR that does work. Syrah's also low, but 36 versus the 9, and the HG knows exactly where to place itself. Syrah closes from range, and Mal's and XT are back on track.
Syrah, we know, Jay, coming from the Masonic organization with Black, and it's funny because even Masonic only last weekend or the weekend before played a local LAN in Denmark, and that is a complete different roster. They are using new talents and inexperienced players in the scene. Frostlev and Xanto are the only 2 guys that I've heard of. Everybody else I've never seen before. So when I reflect on Mal's NXT, I get the sort of the whole gist, Jay, that there is so many more Danish players that we don't even know about that are starting to come up from these younger generations.
And Syrah managed to prove himself online and on LAN with that Masonic side, and even directly against Mal's and XT, so it must have left an impression on that staff. A breakout tournament at the Heroes of Lofoten event, all the way in the Arctic Circle, where he looked icy cold, as deadly as he is now. Perks has at least responded towards Crizzen involved in this round, an AK in his hands, and the execution starts coming in off the back of that early duel, 4 versus 4, as the bomb will get planted.
Syrah getting the protection of riflers all around, and for alternate attacks, hold on to the AK, but everyone else can throw themselves into making it expensive.
Perks best to back off, but he continues facing in. A Guardian dealt with on Syrah's part. Smokes will start coming down towards the main entrance, but the HE start landing. Syrah starts pressing. Sees 1 and 2. Adjustment isn't quite there, but Bermalov is. And he'll keep at least the 3 alive for the T side.
And I definitely don't think that this map is written off by any stretch of alternate attacks just giving in and knowing, oh, it's Vertigo, we don't have a chance. I think they're just being outclassed. I think they're just getting themselves in scenarios where Mal's NXT are one of the best Vertigo teams in Tier 2 right now. And if you're not taking your map pick, they are going to punish you. They are going to try and close out series in 2-0s.
Yeah, they are finding their opportunities in this map up. I think that much is obvious, but it's just that Mal's NXT are just beaten to the punch, like, 9 times out of 10. Minimum 6 hit on this T side, a tactical called in by alternate attacks. That doesn't scream a team that's checked out to me, certainly.
And let's be realistic here. Most likely, Mal's NXT win 2-0 and Omega win their game against Passion UA. We know in that grand final, Vertigo's not coming in. So that's where Malzahn XT and Tobiz and Krizen have got to work on the other maps in the map pool, because there has been so many best of threes that if Vertigo is getting punish banned, it's just like it's over already. It's just that there's just no chance of being able to win the series.
Maybe some encouraging signs of the way that this Inferno went down against alternate attacks.
That's true.
Outlasted them, still pressured by the standard tendencies of the team that picked the map itself. Right now, their tendencies working well with their talent. Look at PR, straight through the fire and the flames. He gets his kill. He gets a double on low HP. Even a triple found on Freeze. Oh, they're just getting minced up now. Massacred on the 51st floor. Oh, alternate attacks. That is a disaster.
And there is a real reason why this is the most picked map in the pool for Malzahn XT, why it is 20 wins and 4 losses in the last 3 months. That is a crazy win rate for the amount of times that it's been played. Malzahn XT getting closer and closer to success of a 2-0. They can feel the success, they can taste the victory. Arrow getting so many nades sent towards him, getting forced out in the open, and it's a clean round.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. The sheer amount of confidence on Malzahn XT right now. Just look at this from PR. 40 HP, 14 by the 3rd kill. I just feel so bad for Arrow. He's just like, rounds over in an instant. Last player standing, not a lot of map control available. NXT closing in from all sides. It's like a scene out of a horror flick for him.
And this is so similar to the Bleed matchup, where first map, okay, it was the map pick of Malzahn XT. It was really close, it was really competitive. It probably should have been Bleed taking it. In the end, Malzahn XT win at 16-14. And you go into map 2 and it's just not a contest. It's just a bit of a whitewash.
Seems like the test by Fire has actually worked up to harden the Malzahn XT camp, because even contrasting those scorelines to the way things went down, you mentioned first map 16-14, that was an overtime, this one was not. Second map, Bleed still scored 7. Doesn't feel like alternate attacks are going to get anywhere near close to 7 at this stage. At least the SMG of Azek fought for that first kill and did get it. Trades on for the T-side line. Sira, has he been seen? He has now. The freeze has gone down. Molotov's on Arrow. No smoke to cover him off. 3rd player on the bomb site. Bat's turn. Poor timing. Sira there to close. It's just as good as ever.
At Perks. There's just no way even to keep these rounds expensive, because the money's got to a position now for Malzahn XT where it's so flourished that you're just never going to be able to reset it. The best that you can hope for in some of these upgraded rounds is not only dropping AKs, but holding on to them, trying to bring them into gun rounds. 8-1. Alternate attacks could be in a position where it is a very long time until they win their next round.
Players still not allowed to stay alive. Alternate attacks. 4 in a row. Plus the 4-round streak to start. Money is just bolstered. Very few casualties been put on their board. I mean, even Azek had to fight for that 1 kill. And Freeze was only pixels off for getting a responsive. Ultimately, too many pixels in favor of the T-side and Sira. They might not be checked out, but I'm certainly convinced this one has been done for a while now. Might all just be formalities right now for the Malzahn XT camp. Alternate attacks. Just desperate to get a hold of any level of confidence now.
I'd agree with you there, being done for a while. Malzahn XT constantly getting opening man advantages. Even ramp, they're getting Krizen out towards Gap with the HE closer towards Freeze. Bit of a lurk out from mid, out to the B stairs as well. Krizen's waiting to take a contact to the sandbag or crane.
Smokes trying to suppress common positions of the CT side. HEs will start off the damage count on Azek. Utility flashes trying to indicate a push forward towards ramp, but Malzahn falling for this. Bermalov's orb hidden. The player at 51 behind the tops does take a fight. Bermalov takes it right back alongside Sira's AK. Also involved towards the outskirts. Both players attack, but both players find the kills. Another 4v2 for Malz.
And plenty of time for Malz to reset. They've already got to walk up on B, so that bomb's going to lean to the B site.
Yep. Only a matter of time before it gets planted. PR's going to extend very far out, so... Actually, he doesn't. He holds back over at quad, which might allow a bit of an avenue for Hype to get back in from Guardian, but he starts to consider the idea that possibly it's just best to stack up and gamble a bomb site with his teammate, play off the trades, and hope for the best if they do go towards the A attack. In this case, they're not. Malzahn XT will find number 9 because there's just no way they find the retake.
And it's a real shame for alternate attacks because their vertigo in this tournament has actually been very good. The 13-9 third map decider against Passion UA, the 13-4 against Sangle yesterday. And I do believe that a few of the winnable rounds, if they were actually being taken, that it could be more competitive. I definitely don't want to say that it could be a map victory to send it to a third, but you consider the 1v1. Do you remember when Perks was out there to Guardian up against Sira at White and the HE comes in? I mean, if that round gets taken, maybe some of the 3v3s, then you've at least got rounds to work with. You maybe give yourself 5 or 6 CT rounds and you've got a bit of a chance, but they have just been denied of basically everything here on Vertigo.
It's like you say, they haven't been playing terrible. It's just that they've been outclassed. They've found moments, but they've been unable to connect them. They've been unable to convert upon them. And now Malzahn XT have just been striking back time after time. Number 9 up on the T side board. And at least the 2 save weapons will enable a returning buy for round 11 on alternate attacks, but the concern is less on the buys themselves and more on what they do with them, and they're just not taking the rounds with these weapons.
Even Hyped, he had that 4K with the AWP on the A defense. He's only on 4 kills. So he's had 1 round where he's got everything, and then 10 rounds where he hasn't even struck with a kill.
Sira close, Hyped's missed again. Another opportunity to start off the round has been wasted by the big green gun. Punished by the young man of Malzahn XT. Sira's continuing to move as well. Arrow backs a turn, smokes are coming in. He'll start to swing forward. He's missed his chance though. That might throw disruption into the mix. There's no one out of ramp to try and swing forward and punish it. PR's lurk has been dealt with on the B bomb site this time, so alternate attacks have managed to trade.
They're trying to see if they can sandwich in this MP9. Arrow has to fight because he doesn't want to get on the backside of that incendiary.
Lightning fast headshot adjustment from Naitu though. 2 HEs towards Perks. 1 doesn't actually connect. Naitu does though. Freeze checked, dealt with. Frenchman forcing alternate attacks into a retreat. Azek. Again, another 1 versus 4. Again, nothing he can do. And again, Malzahn XT are beating alternate attacks to a pulp.
And this is going to be a very busy day for Malzahn XT, Jay. They took on 9 Pandas earlier this morning in the CCT Season 2 Europe Series 1 round of 16, first round of the playoffs game.
That's quite a mouthful, Dwight.
It is a little bit. But they've got this matchup here to try and get into the grand final. And they're also playing Endpoint tonight in another best of 3. So a 3 best of 3 day for Malzahn XT.
Best of luck to the boys of Britain. Flying the Union Jack once again. Although if you have Vertigo in the pool in the veto, then well, certainly you need all the luck you can get with the way the Malzahn XT are playing right now.
Yeah, well, Endpoint don't play their nuke, do they? So
yeah.
Vertigo will probably be coming in.
So I really mean it. Good luck. 9 rounds to the good on Malzahn XT, who are looking to close this half down with a 10-round advantage. And I mean, even if they do get 1 back for alternate attacks, I don't see it leading to survival here. Another run boost being set in by the Mouse Camp. Crizin couldn't make this work last time out, so almost missed the jump. Forward face, I think they would have heard that.
Now, Azek very defensive out there to be, and the HE comes in very close to Crizin. So this is at least an opening start with HP differential where they could capitalize on an opening pick.
PR's the man that's set towards danger. They'll pop his head up and get the headshot. He's been very good with his lurkouts here. Sees his contact, gets his frag. Bermalov also caught an AWP in the ramp defaults elsewhere. Parks is hoping that PR pushed forward, but he didn't. Night2 gets hyped next up towards mid. SMG up close has finally caught back PR, but Sira's so fast to respond. Arrow, 1-on-4 for him. Sira will take face and fight and will lose it to the MP9. Potential on the secondary trade of Crizzen with low HP, but no. The AK from range wins the fight, and it's a team ace from Malzahn XT. Appropriate enough to close out the half, 11-1 up.
Yeah, and honestly, Jay, if I'm going to be realistic with expectations of who's the most likely for Malzahn XT to get picked up by a tier 1 organization, I think it's going to be PR in some of these star roles. A very strong rifler, maybe Night2 as an anchor, but PR is without a doubt the best player on this Malzahn XT side. And just so young as well. Yeah. Crazy that you've got so much youth on this team.
You know, this player's like 18 years old or something. Very, very young stuff. And Malzahn XT now look towards the pistol round to try and close this out quick. Molotov's already doing damage to alternate attacks. The smoke's coming in to indicate the execution, but without actually striking upon it, it allowed the CTs to rotate. PR hitting shots for all sorts of days. Hyped and Freeze in a couple of trades. Freeze will try and keep it going in the 2 versus 2. Night2 is also low on health, so there is a chance, but the bomb is in the open. It's a standoff for now, but they make their moves forward. Crizzen may block his teammate in. Have to be careful about these angles here. Taps on, Night2 falls. Crizzen picks back to a 1 versus 1, but Freeze keeps his nerves held and saves alternate attacks for now.
Just about, and the majority of the second half is just going to be survival rounds. It's going to be the odd round here or there for alternate attacks. Malzahn XT, very aggressive buyers, and you can already see with the MP9 purchase that they want to force buy up. They want to disallow alternate attacks, even freedom for a couple of rounds in a row in this second half.
Great work from Freeze to keep it all held together. But you are right about Malzahn and their aggressive investment. MP9s, automatics across the board. Night2 playing point. Crizzen and his third teammate as well towards Ali. Pressing forward of this. Footsteps heard, flashbang sent, kill found on height. They're not aware of exactly where they're being held from. Kill on the first player. Second man may end up falling. Indeed, Arrow is down and Freeze is pushed away with the bomb picked up. A counter rotate towards the B bomb site, and look at PR. He's holding here his standard. He's hearing footsteps as well. Matt Tenavazek just seen ahead of the smoke. Adjustment there to Freeze. Could keep all 5 players alive on Malzahn XT. Perks will try and adjust back with a double, but he's surrounded here.
And players over from Guardian. PR still from the stairs, and the crossfire gets locked. Malzahn XT win the force buy, and just like alternate attacks out in that second half of Inferno, they get themselves into a position, lose pistol, win anti-force buy, but lose the next anti-force buy round. Oh, man. It has not been easy starts for these halves. It has not been an easy Vertigo official for them at all. And for a team that's only just brought Perks back into the roster, maybe in hindsight you can be happy with a top 4 finish, but they'll know we could have at least taken this to a 3rd map. We could have at least taken Inferno.
Letting themselves down at the tail end of that map pick and never really having anything to let down in this Vertigo that Malzahn XT dominates so well, demonstrating it here in the semi-finals of the Rest European Series. Bermalov and PR have found 3 already, 2 out towards B bomb site. Crizzen 1 over towards A, and this is over. It's been over for a very long time, but now it's official. A 13-2, a 2-0 in the semi-finals for Malzahn XT as they become your first grand finalists of the Rest European Regional Series 3.
And I'm really impressed from Malzahn XT because, again, you could very easily look at the quarterfinal matchup and saying taking on Bleed is a tougher opposition than alternate attacks, and that is true. But to get a 2-0 in the quarterfinals and then come here into the semis, pressure is still on. This is still a very important game, and they delivered without even much falter out there on their map pick. They looked comfortable on Vertigo.
Indeed, they did. And again, for alternate attacks, I don't think they look particularly bad. It's just the case that they were taking on a different caliber on that Virgo, especially, right? Like, and even on Inferno, that Mouse came to play in that series, and it was a much closer affair as you would expect from the alternate attacks' map pick. But they won the key rounds at the tail end there. Mouse and XT forcing out the issue against the German squad, and now they move to the playoffs, and they've got into the grand finals of the playoffs, to be more specific, which is the deepest run we've seen from them in Rest so far.
Yeah, for Mouse and XT, the unfortunate nature is that most likely you're going to be playing off against Omega, and maybe Krisen and Tobiz are happy about that, because they lost to them in the quarterfinals last Rest tournament, where they were able to take a map, but map 1 and map 3 was very one-sided, and then in the group stage, in the winners map, the winners game, they had a fairly close Ancient, but got smoked on Nuke. So I'm sure the Academy squad here is hungry for revenge to kind of come in there and say, do you know what, you've beaten us pretty comfortably the last couple of times, we want to come here and we want to try and spice it up, we want to go and try and win the whole thing.
Yeah, you wonder how much prep has been done in that between those two series and what could most likely be a third one in this grand final, right? Like, in my eyes, I do feel like Omega are the favourites against Passion UA, but I mean, like, I know the Mouse and XT are playing quite a lot of games, so I don't know how much time they've really had to sort of do that. I guess maybe they might have might set aside a bit more time tomorrow to try and prepare for that matchup, because for today they look absolutely lights out. They have looked much better than the earlier series during that CCT event, and certainly against alternate attacks. It will be a slight disappointment that the series went out the way that it did, but I think, as you mentioned, looking back in retrospect to the whole tournament run that they've had so far, they can be happy, I think, with a lot of top fours.
Yeah, for alternate attacks, I want to see what this team is going to be like consistently moving towards a player break, because again, they've had a lot of pieces plucked away from this roster. The core is only back together now. You've got a new player in Hyped on the AWP. You've got a fairly new player in Arrow. So it hasn't been easy to translate that success from last year into this year for alternate attacks, but a top 4 here kind of sets a boundary where if they come to the next Rest tournament, the expectation is, let's make top 4 again. Let's get into a similar position.
Well, certainly standards have now been raised for the alternate attack sides. Whether or not they can hit those standards in the next edition of the tournament, I guess we'll have to find out if they do return. For now, though, our 4 teams become 3 as Mouse and XT move to the grand finals, and we'll head towards an extended break, quite an extended break at that, with how quickly we're about to go and finish up as we prepare ourselves for the second of the semi-final matches. And the Omega, heavy favourites against Passion UA, but it's a CIS derby, so anything could happen. We'll find out exactly what will happen when we return.
Changing quickly. To clear. Copy. Safe to clear. Copy. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much.
One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-Bet.
And welcome back to the Rest Regional Series for Europe number 3. We're into our final match of the day and our final match of the semi-finals. The penultimate match of the entire tournament, in fact, as now we look to decide who is going to meet Mao's NXT in the grand finals. Nemega and Passion are set to do battle in a CIS derby that certainly could look interesting if derbies are to be followed in their trends in this matchup. However, I certainly have to say that one team is walking into this one as the very heavy favourites.
And Nemega are going to look at pretty much every team in the playoffs bracket other than Bleed and say, we should beat everyone. Okay, maybe if there's a Bleed Nemega grand final, we might have a bit of a battle on our hands for the rematch. But with this kind of draw, this is the tournament to win for Nemega. This is the best chance you're going to have of back-to-back tournament victories.
And now that Bleed are taken out of the fold, obviously it does lead to positive things for both this matchup and the match that we should be seeing on paper as well in the grand finals right here. Nemega and Bleed was our expected grand final, our rematch from the last series. It didn't happen because Mao's NXT upset them, dominated against alternate attacks a little bit later on, a little bit earlier on today. And now Nemega and Passion UA will look to try and be the teams that meet them. Both went 2-0 in their quarterfinal matches, but certainly Nemega have the chops ahead of them in terms of the rest of the scene.
And pretty much all of the favorites have been eliminated moving into this event. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, a team that I thought were going to go very deep, they got grouped. Nine Pandas, I thought they were a playoff contending team to go deep, they got grouped. And then Bleed couldn't even win a map in the quarterfinals. So all of the teams that were kind of expected to come into this event to do really well, it's only Nemega standing. They're the last of the favorites.
Perhaps an indictment on all those other particular squads, or maybe a benefit to all the guys that managed to beat them out on the road here. So whether that is the case, I mean, we'll discuss that as time rolls on, but focusing more on this match itself, the team that does stand against the opposite of the Nemega side is Passion UA, and a team that have been in the playoffs before here in the Rest Circuit, Dweck.
Yeah, indeed. They went down to Bait in the Ukrainian derby in the last Rest tournament. This time around, they got Perivision in a CIS derby in their opening matchup, and honestly, they threw them about. 13-5 on Mirage, 13-6 on Vertigo. That was a real surprise to me.
Yeah, and I don't know how much stock you'd put in that kind of a matchup itself, right? Because Paravision, as of late, I mean, they haven't exactly been the most competent of squads, even though they've got the players around them. I know in this particular tournament, they were turning a corner, so was that group stage run just a small little, like, a moment in time and Passion UA returning back the favour to them is a question that's certainly at the forefront of my mind.
Well, I actually look at the group stage and thought that Passion UA should have probably lost to Nine Pandas in both series. I thought that Nine Pandas were the more experienced team, the stronger opponent on paper, but both times in the opening and the decider game, they were able to pull away with victories. Now, it wasn't easy. The decider best of 3 ended up being a 13-11 victory on Ancient. So they had to work to get some of these results, but now they're in the semi-finals. This is without a doubt their deepest run in a top tier 2 tournament.
Yeah, indeed it is. I mean, they've had some good throwings in the Tier 3 and Tier 2.5, but in terms of the B-tier level on Liquipedia, like the Rest Circuit, and certainly in the Rest Circuit itself, this is the best showing we've had from Passion UA, and whether they can go any further is obviously a question for themselves, and whether they can try and prove that against the likes of their opposition. Again, Nemega are walking into this one as the heavy favourites, and for right good reason, right? These guys have just been on a tear ever since qualifying for Chengdu, Dweck.
They look really good. This team is proper threatening, not only in the Rest Circuit, but just in Tier 2 in general. They ain't losing many games. They are basically beating everybody right now. And even in this Rest tournament, I actually think they've looked scarier than what they were last time around. 2-0 win versus 1 win in the opening game, 2-0 win against Mao's NXT in the winners, 2-0 against Bait in the quarters, and all of those maps, they didn't even really sweat it. It was actually quite comfortable for all of them.
I mean, the fact that they're looking more scarier in this tournament than the last tournament, which was a tournament that they won, probably speaks volumes as to where Nemega stand in terms of this playoff bracket. And there are a bunch of players as well that, you know, traditionally they aren't usually seen as guys within the top end of the Tier 2 scene, right? These guys coming into this particular squad were still looking to try and prove themselves to a certain capacity.
It's very true, but the recent run of form is just catching people off guard. I mean, Nemega have won 20 out of their past 26 best of threes on HLTV. The only losses are against high-end tier 2 competition. So they'll look at this scenario with Bleed out of the running and say, Passion UA, CIS Derby for us, let's get a comfortable victory. We smashed the likes of Bait yesterday, so let's come in and put on a decent showing again.
And with the running that they had to usurp Bleed now in terms of this grand playoff position, it does mean that in the rest standings, Nemega will be on top of the board by the time the points are updated at the end of the tournament itself. So the question is less a case of if they're going to take first place and more of how far by which margin are they going to take first place.
Yeah, well, you can take the comparisons that Passion UA had to work a couple of rounds here or there to just make the playoffs. For Nemega, they haven't dropped a map and they haven't even been tested on score lines. So you are looking at two very different levels of competitiveness when it comes to victories so far in the tournament. Yeah,
coming into today, I definitely feel like we had this one as being the match that should be the most blowout of them all, basically, from our semi-final position. So the fact that Mouse and XT have already managed to make light work of alternate attack should really set the pace as to where Nemega stand by comparison to the Passion UA side. Yes, it is a CIS derby, but no doubt in my mind that this could end up being a very, very quick affair if Nemega get their way. Best of 3 rules, Dwayne, veto process. How do you see things going down?
And Nemega will probably ban Mirage. Passion UA will probably ban Nuke. We should see an Ancient pick for Nemega, which means Passion UA have kind of got two options. They've got Vertigo or Anubis as the maps that they can pick.
I mean, they certainly would be happy with the likes of Ancient coming in for the Passion UA side because of the fact that it is such a common map played in that respect.
True.
So they will have proficiency if the Nemega decide to go towards that, and whether or not they would read onto that particular map as being a possibility there, or a possibility of a risk more specifically when it comes to their map picks, might have to be considered here. Passion UA will get first pick of the litter, so actually there's a good chance that, no, they will go towards that Vertigo.
Yeah, Vertigo or Anubis is normally where they tend to go, so getting Anubis as a bit of a decider is probably the avenue. Get in there, and both teams play quite a bit of Anubis. I would say that Nemega are always going to have a stronger map pool, no matter which maps that you go down, no matter which avenue, whether it's a punish pick, whether it's an unexpected pick, whether it's safety, they're always going to be at the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no map that dips below the 50% win rate, right? And that map being, of course, Nuke, which is the default ban of the likes of Passion UA, so you won't be seeing Nemega playing that in their weakened sort of state in terms of the map pool itself. So you are right on that one. They are going to have them beaten out, and they are going to have them beaten out as well in terms of the experience levels they have, because Nemega are constantly playing at the high end of tier 2, and they've just got so many great results on these maps.
And just knowing that even the Mirage ban had come in, something that really helps Nemega, right, is that their permaban used to be Overpass. So now with that going out of the pool, they're actually letting Dust 2 fly. They're floating it towards the tail end. So what's happening is basically every single best of 3 that Nemega are playing, they're just banning their opponent's strength. And Mirage was very good in the group stage. We saw a really good Mirage against Perivision for Passion UA. So for the Ukrainians, they would have loved to have got Mirage into this best of 3, and instead they've kind of gone a little bit further into the map pool where they have to go into Vertigo instead.
Yeah, and as a result, you have to start considering what the strength of Vertigo would be for Nemega. And the fact of the matter is that this is a map that has got as much of a high win rate as the likes of Ancient. So the idea that you still got that basis there, beating out teams that are resurging up towards the higher ends of tier 2, like a Zero Tenacity. Yes, they have been tested against like Mouse and XT in the past, and that was the 13-2 result. But remember, that is Mouse and XT, whose best map is in the pool itself. When it comes to the rest of the tier 2 circuit, things do look very proficient for Nemega on this map.
Hey, you mentioned the Zero Tenacity matchup in the semi-finals last Rest tournament. That was actually a map pick for Nemega. They looked at that against Chofo and co and said, we can go into Vertigo. So for Passion UA, you are picking into a map that's won quite successfully and is quite comfortable for Nemega. The way that I look at it, Jay, I want to see Passion UA keep it competitive. I want to see them give a fight, because to me, this is a very heavy favoritism game, and I think Nemega should take it in 2-0.
I'm with you there. I'm thinking 2-0. Passion UA, if they can get those key rounds and make the scoreline look good, then they can at least be somewhat happy with that much. But no doubt in my mind, this is the toughest affair that they've had to face so far in their surgence. So Pistols will go live for our final semi-final matchup, our final match of the day, as Nemega take on Passion UA on Vertigo to start.
Zero Fix pretty much with everyone out here, but 3 on B. It's a stacked up side.
Xanta's holding Julie's facing the wall, bangs at danger position, spams down 1 second player. Is going to get the trade as Jackersman follows up to the man advantage. Eschler is extremely low. Goosh onto Lear. It's going to get overwhelmed in the end. 4 versus 2 now for Passion. Risky Bob trying to play above that smoke here. Took a tag earlier on. Will try and open up the smoke with a quick tap to clear it over. Jambo does fall.
Now, Risky Bob wants another attempt. The spam coming through closer from Flammus. Knows that the player's out there to the double stack.
And the third tap of the bomb will eventually put it on the stick. Now Flamus is all alone here. One low HP player faces him. He's pretty high HP of his own right, but the headshot quickly makes light work of that as Jackasmo will steal the pistol for Passion.
And there's going to be a couple of individuals for Passion UA that you need to keep an eye out for when it comes to Vertigo and just this entire best of 3 series. Jackasmo is probably the best rifler that Passion UA have. Fear has been able to bring some strong individual level in the majority of group stage and even playoff game against Perivision. And then Jambo on the AWP, probably one of the biggest X-Factor AWPers that we have in the tournament as an overall picture, Jay. He's going to be very key in this game.
Upgrade pistol for Flamus being the only weapon of an upgrade here for Nemega. No force buy-in for them. Rifles can be recovered in the next round of the buyback on the CT side. Xanta just pick up that deagle very quickly as part of the A stack, hoping they can find a secondary pick. That's not going to happen, though. Passion UA should seal the deal with a second. B site is completely open.
The last 3 maps that Nemega have played here in Rest have been extremely one-sided score lines. 9 3s, 8 4s, and a 10-2. So that's something that Passion UA are trying to avoid, is those sort of positions where Nemega start getting that roll on, they start saving AKs, they get a round streak where you're running out of options. And Vertigo has been played 14 times for Passion UA on HLTV in the last 3 months, 7 wins and 7 losses.
Some of those to squads that don't always hit the higher levels of the tier 2 environment. Chosen few have taken the victory over them. Blessed is one over the Passion UA side, admittedly, another CIS derby. Might be still some risks in this one. Certainly 1xBet agree with our assessments of Nemega. Heavy favourites in this series over on their website. Use the code RUN1XRESEU and get a bonus 130% on your first deposit if you want to place a punt on this match. Nemega will start their buy down now. First rifle of the series.
And I was quite critical to the run for Passion UA last Rest tournament, where they didn't really have to play the strongest of opposition to make it into the top 8. This time around, 9 Pandas twice and Perivision in the quarterfinal. They've played some decent teams.
And they have still mounted up to the tasks and the challenges themselves. Early task against the Mega's working pretty well for them. Molotovs landing at the CT side, right in those smokes placed down there at the B main entrance. Jambo's Mac 10 going to try and get ahead of the curb as Xanta's for Master. Rifle is a little bit more behind it. Kill found to start. Molotovs and HEs will tag him extremely low, force him out away from that central site position. Batline smoke missed out by Xanta and his body block, but does get a smoke back to respond to that main entrance anyway.
Xanta's done extremely well to get that first kill over Danger and actually come out without being traded. Now, Flammers can just jiggle here from Gap and re-smoke down in the tops position and start sending a rotation of a third player back over to A. Risky Bob can rotate from the elevators.
Flammers had his knife draw now, not putting any utility down there at all. Second player quick to rotate now to a 2-1-2 split. Smokes eventually will come down over at the top since Molotovs come in from Passion UA. They won't be able to do much to Nemega. 35 seconds for them to make the execution.
You've got Xanta out on the B site alone, who's fairly aggressively being on low HP. Teammate of Lear can rotate over Guardian, but being caught potentially on a timing, this is just a walk-up contact.
Famas takes his fight and realises what's really going on. Second player in, a Guardian does come through. See the one player putting out utility and expecting some wider fights from the likes of Fear, but Fear wins the kill on towards Lear. A 4-on-3 game by Passion UA. I mean, there is low HP on the board, but Zerofix is going to continue to extend the man advantage. Calm down now, 2 players up for Passion UA. Risky Bob and Flamus just have to save.
That's a pretty good round there from Passion, and for Nemega, just a slight misread in the scenario. You've got your low HP player pretty much alone. They didn't have much stake in a crossfire out there on B. A very good entry from Fear that once they do deal with Xanta, that he can follow up and widen up the angle to put some pressure out in Guardian and make it uncomfortable for the CTs to work the man advantage. So 3-0 should be 4-0. See an upgrades in and around the rifles come the next. Passion UA could not have asked for a better start here.
Pistol Eco Rifle all going their way. 3-0 to start things off. CT set up an Omega, leaving it all onto a low HP player for the most part. The rotations weren't able to get any trades back, so...
Even that, Jewel, I mean, Fear comes out of it alive on 1 point of health. That is a very small margin of that crossfire that came down from Guardian.
You have to wonder if Passion UA is going to be able to win this match on the basis of small margins alone. Certainly momentum will continue going towards their favor. The M4s are trying to find fights against them in close range over it. Ramp straight through from Flamus, unawares of the player a little bit closer. Khan combining with the M4 to get a rifle down to the T-side line. Players on low HP for both sides, but a man advantage stays with the Mega here. Risky ball barely escapes the Ira Jackasmo.
They can try and set up a boost out from Yellow and double up. You've even got the mid players getting aggressive. They can get one down from ladder, and Lear is already setting up the backstab.
5-7, we're going to try and close out against them. Smokes will start getting sent towards the central bomb site. Risky Bob sees Jackasmo, pre-fights the angle. Ball bangs will return on towards him and Khan. Both players tag so heavily. CT is going to try and put Smokes down to protect their cross. S-Chiller cannot find an angle of attack. A 4-on-2 ensuing from Omega, and that backstab, it's closed in quite far. They won't be able to escape from ramp. They have to commit A.
And Lear is waiting for his teammates on the bomb site to take contact before he runs up. He just needs to make sure that that bomb cannot commit back to B.
Xanta's just making noise towards backside. Jambo and S-Chiller expecting aggression, hoping that someone makes a mistake on the move. Molotov's driving them away from the alley contact. Jambo's flashes will start moving as the backstab does start to close in. Khan trading back. S-Chiller though, Lear there to close out the last. Very nicely held for Omega. What a steal.
And just a lot of emphasis on keep fighting. That's something that Omega do to a lot of teams, Jays. They make it awkward on the CT side where you're never going to be able to get settled. You're never going to be able to get the respect of running your defaults. As soon as they take in that first firefight with the upgraded rifles and the safety rifles and the upgraded pistols, they just keep going. And then once Khan gets onto that rifle, they try and draw them in. Omega get themselves a first round on CT side.
And now the future concerns mount up for Passion UA. Couple of AKs saved from the previous round. The AWP on Khan, a fully fledged rebuy off the back of was very little investment in the previous round there, just the saved weapons. The 5-7's doing major impact there. Once again, Xanta is low HP to start things off, but Khan is actually dead. Good kill from Jambo at ramp.
Now, Risky Bob's going to try and get the trade back, or battle, or just when the NWP actually jumps up there from Jambo.
We'll hit a leg shot at best and doesn't hit anything at all, so I know that the AWP's been recovered. M for a Flamus though, pushing in 0-6. Is he ready for this? He is, certainly is. Headshot taking, the aggressive fight to Omega not going well.
They wanted to recover it because they lost Khan so early on. Xanta can re-smoke off the B stairs where Lear is out to danger. Jackasmo going to try and just take a little bit of a jewel before that smoke comes up, and a good entry against Lear.
Beauty of a shot. Xanta low HP on the solo side defensive again, this time on the 2 versus 5. With that kill, Jackasmo will at least drop. And that will negate all of the B attack. Now rests on Risky Bob to go hero-like on the A site now.
There should be a save call though. Stack up on B, just give them respect. Passion UA are doing a pretty good job on Vertigo T side at the moment. They are keeping Omega's money at a very low amount.
Heavy damage sustained. One good round to the CT board, never allowed to build upon it. Ball to the board of Passion UA, and you're right about the save call here for Xanta and Risky Bob. It at least provides options with a couple players that still have higher money amounts. Won't be a hunt in from Passion UA either, so there will be a slight little extra for Omega. Gonna work off that loss bonus. $2,400 added to the bank accounts. Should equate to an investment of sorts for Omega. Passion continue to extend their lead in the meantime.
And what probably is helping out the progression for Passion UA is they're actually playing decent teams in recent history. Sometimes what you find with teams on the rise is that if they get stuck playing sort of tier 2.5, tier 3 teams, it's very difficult because they're very gimmicky, they're very puggy, they're difficult to read. When you are constantly coming into these rest tournaments and you have to play teams like a Bait, like a Nine Pandas, like a Bleed, like an Omega, that are all sort of fighting for that higher end tier 2 slot, gives you more of a chance to work on your ability, work on the foundations.
shot from Jambo again opens things up. Had a cracking shot to start off the last round as well. You saw on replays with the edge of the smoke stuff. Trying to wait to spot out the likes of Khan, who lands that leg kill. The HE's down, the counter flashes forward. Flammus, just as blind as the T side, though, has to play within that smoke. A HP advantage taken, but still up on a 5-on-4 for Passion UA. They're going into the B-bomb site very quickly.
Xanta can't do much to stall this, has to play very defensive.
Mollies and smokes set up, counter smokes will try to get a little bit deeper. Xanta's flashbang swings out towards the player at quad, spots him, sprays him, struggles to get that kill, but does do so in the end with HP damage down on Fear. He's central sight, his teammate takes the wider face. Jackasmo returns the advantage of Passion UA, and Fear is pressing on. He made noise though, but still just gets Risky Bob from beyond the smoke. A 4-on-2 again in the post plant. Nemega can't catch a break on defense.
No, not at all. Jackasmo on the high ground, but another save call has to come in. And even that round from Fear, I'm getting the feel from Passion UA that they're coming into this game with just no fear. They're coming in and knowing that they're the heavy underdogs and they're trying to give the fight back. They're being confident with some of their aggressive maneuvers. They're not being nervous in the duels. And Jambo is getting a lot of success at bottom ramp with the AWP picks and early picks, which is maintaining a lot of success for the round. So Nemega have to find a way on slowing down the AWP's progression, not allowing Jambo to get away with as much as he is.
Find a way to neutralize him. Part of that core of three that do so well on the Passion UA individual basis, and that individual basis is causing major issues for Nemega. Tactical pause taken because it has been probably the slowest start we've seen from them in this tournament.
I'd agree to that one. Passion UA, so far in this tournament, Jambo is the lowest rated player for the team. 10 maps played, -2 KD difference, and averaging just a 1.03 rating. We've seen some pop-off games, we've seen some really good moments for him, but he struggled to find form in the group stage and in the playoffs. Could this be the turnaround moment in another derby? 4 rounds to the difference. Passion UA striking by example and maybe carrying on some of that form from what we saw in the Perivision matchup. Picking into Vertigo, getting the CT start. Got themselves off with a 7-5 lead and closed it down pretty quickly in the second half.
AWP scope up on both sides, trying to find their way up through ramp. The Molotovs will try and concede positions. Smokes involved. Jackasmo, AK up towards the B lurk. The walk forward from mid, completely uncontested from Estrella. He's found a big gap in this defense. The rotations of Lear are way too late. The SMG is watching it, but as Util pulled out the wrong time, and the round's already done.
I'm pretty sure Lear actually spotted him out there from the elevators, but maybe just miscommunication between the two players. And this might have to be another save call. This is a tough retake for Nemega.
They've been pressing so far that Lear's even wary and spraying through those smokes to try to catch vision onto several T-side players. Taps will continue from blindness. They got that trade back at least. If it was a 5-on-4 from this point, then they certainly would call in the save, but they're still trying to find something. If it doesn't come in quick enough, then it won't come in at all. Flashes go and they make their move. Lear forced out the position. Fear struggling his spray, supported by Zerofix, and that kill back. Lear's M4 runs out of ammo, feeling at the trade, but meanwhile, Flammus and Card have turned it back around. USP's pulled out, and just barely they get into the bomb site with enough time for the defuse.
I actually really respect that retake, Jay. Now, if we were to base it on a mathematical basis of what's the percentage they win that round, I'd say probably 15, 20. I mean, 4v4 with not a lot of players in good positions for the retake, no backstab out from the B stairs. It's unlikely that you win it. But for Nemega, you have to believe in yourself. You can't just keep me saving. You can't just be on the back foot for the entirety of that first half. So I like that they've committed in for that retake and they've taken that risk in the 4v4.
Made that second round happen, but Passion UA want to respond with sheer aggression. Utility's being thrown over already. Xanta's going to get caught out for it. Kill immediately for Jambo. These entries are coming in thick and fast.
And Omega have just been caught sleeping out on this B-bomb site, and I am so surprised how many B hits we're seeing. This is so unusual for Vertigo.
Only one man there. They've recognized that lack of presence. The mid walks as well. flanks and main executions could come in so easily for Passion UA. They've recognized that much, and Omega forced to save their weapons just when they found a way in. It's minimum 6 for Passion. Man alive, how quickly that came in.
And they've been very gimmicky. Again, when you look at Vertigo, it's a lot of A takes. It's a lot of ramp defaults. Yes, you might see the odd B exec here or there, but I would say you might only see a B hit twice, 3 times in a whole half. And Passion UA have pretty much just gone B every round. That time around, you could see that Jackasmo was lining up util straight away out from spawn to give themselves the left and right generator smokes, allowing themselves to just get up quickly and not have to reset at the bottom of the stairs to do the util. Passion UA will look at this and say, we have gotten Omega on the ropes. We are making it uncomfortable for the favorites.
Yeah, absolutely right. 5th weapon will get dropped back to the player that fell. Xanta needs more support on the B bomb site, and he will get it. There's a 2nd man out there now. The initial utility basis to suppress will now lead to aggression from the man himself. Meanwhile, the A bomb site has a lot of utility sent out. Khan has spotted the first player in the back of the AWP. Flamus forced to fight on a 2nd man. Risky Bob comes up with a trade, but Fear is fast to respond to the man all the same. Jackasmo has snuck past at Tarps, and the M4 of Lear now here on defense. Aware of the man. Blackback turned away from headshot. Gain adjustment against Khan. Just about keeps the man advantage. It evens that backstab as Xanta is closing in, but it's got to be quicker. Khan will not last long here.
Yeah, Khan's worry about both positions. The backstab is perfectly timed, and S-Chiller's got a clutch in the 1v2.
Fear having utility pulled out. A little bit of a taste of their own medicine to a certain capacity for Passion. But aware of where both players are for S-Chiller, he can start rotating slowly in from mid and try his hand at the B plant.
And knows that Khan has probably protected himself in through that gap smoke, but doesn't know if Xanta has gone back down to backstab into mid. Both players are going to group up, and both players are starting to move. S-Chiller can get the bomb down, but for Omega, they've got double incendiaries and a flash. They've got good util for the retake.
Coming in real quick, S-Chiller still checking out these positions, unaware of where Xanta is, thinking he might still be down on the B bomb site, or he's pushed in aggression. Checking all angles. They're up at Guardian now. They're in from mid. Bomb plant. Footsteps heard. Can be denied by Khan. Molotov forcing S-Chiller just behind the double stack, actually, just on the central site where it goes. Flashbang sent. Player has been seen. Adjustment towards Xanta. Great kills. Khan is such low speed as well. Face the fight. Just a flick. And S-Chiller just keeps it rolling for Passion UA.
And it's rounds like this and moments like this, Jay, where if you are the underdog, you've got to take all of them. Any clutch situation that comes out, you've got to be winning it. And Passion UA, once more, step up when required. That's a round that you can look at that Omega should be taking. Strong defensive from Khan on the A bomb site. Backstab in from bottom ramp was successful. But it's S-Chiller to close out the round.
I'm stunned that Omega are coming up with no answers here. Even Khan just caught so flat-footed by the quick plays out of the ramp position. S-Chiller, perfect timing, and the HP advantage was always going to get him a favoritism there. Tacticals for Passion called in. Not that they need him, honestly. They're doing just fine.
What do you know about Passion UA, Jay? How do you know if they need a tactical or they don't? Look, I would say that round was probably too close to comfort. Let's look where the economy game is. Loss bonus isn't there. Okay, they're in themselves a 2 versus 1, so there's obviously holes in the offense. They need to be able to disrupt the defaults because they were at the disadvantage in that last round.
And they're going to get a pretty easy 8th, all things considered. Omega, 1 M4 for Khan. Maybe individual rounds could look a bit more confident. The scoreline still has 5 to the good on Passion UA, and for a T side, first half has been wonderful for them. Omega must be quaking at the moment.
Yeah, they'll know that the fight's really been given to them. It's not been an easy performance at all. They've had competitive rounds, but the scoreline reads 2-7. Passion UA. On a map, they don't even pick that frequently. Flamus out from gap, does get the assistance of a re-smoke, so that's going to slow the T's in.
Setting up the smoke, Zero, Fix and Fear challenge together. One player will fall, Fear will instantly respond, and he'll continue pressing. Seen that HE coming in from Risky Bob, well aware of where he's at. Khan caught immediately, M4 dropped. Fire in the open, the jumping face of S-Chiller has at least been aware of the fact the M4 has been picked up. Jackismo is also low HP in this exchange, but 3 versus 3, plant has been secured.
And this is a winnable scenario here for Nemega. Double smokes on the retake, they could put one down to Crane and one onto the bomb.
Move quick. Spray's doing more damage. Flashes turned away from Jackismo. Sees Lear popping his head up. Spray back. 5-7 been revealed. Risky Bob does take him down, but still even stances and still running out of time. On the defuse, the 10-second stick. Fear gets the kill back. Spray will continue. They force Risky Bob off his nerves. Forced to fight. Dead to rights. Passion UA. Take 8.
A little bit scary there. I've got to be honest, I wasn't a massive fan of S-Chiller just trying to run at the headshot box when they've got a man advantage. As soon as that happens, you kind of get the feeling that there might be a bit of a steal on the table. Then the unfortunate nature for Nemega is that they've won a single gun round, and then the other round that they won was just the hero couple of rifles that got saved with some upgraded pistols.
Outside of that, it's been all Passion UA, and you can see where it benefits from them. They can take that damage on the 3 players that fell in the previous round, 4 players that fell. Instead of a buy for this round, still be set with money for the next. AWP Khan finally getting something out of ramp. Kill on Jambo. Zero Fix also caught aggressive. It's taken a very long time, but maybe Nemega might find this round.
Flammer's trying to maintain the bottom ramp. Jackismo's going to walk through the smoke and actually does catch off Khan.
Well, Flammer returns fire though. Low HP in that particular fight. S-Chiller now inserted towards mid, faced upon by the likes of Risky Bob, and Lear staggers his peak, but the transfer still good for the AK. Fear is left alone with Xanta's trade. Bomb is on his back. Orb in his hands. Flammer is low, but Xanta is the target.
Xanta out here to the default has got an incendiary and a smoke.
Backstab's closing in. Incendiary's tagged Fear for a second. He might get caught with his backstab. AWP better be fast to adjust, and they have been fast so far for Passion UA. Ice set up to the bomb site, walks forward, contacted upon, M4 engages Fear. Now he's just as low. The HE trying to come through, go deep towards Flam's position. Does not quite catch him. The smoke will suppress him though. Will he go for a rotate back towards the A side?
He's going to try it, but not with that incendiary. I mean, he's pretty much only got B as an option now.
20 seconds to make the move. Fear tries to make a move anyway. Flammus is right there on the counter rotate. And they will shut down that 3rd round.
Passion UA have been very gimmicky on this T side, Jay, and I've got to be real, I don't know how consistent that's going to be for an entire best of 3. I mean, even Jackismo in that 3v5 is just walking through a smoke to try and catch a timing, and while he does get a 1 kill and get traded, it's these little gambles, these little high-risk plays that Passion UA have been developing. Nemega would like to try and end out the half with a positive note and try and get a couple of rounds in a row.
Instead of the starters theories to egg, Passion UA objective is to make it look competitive. Jambo not competitive in that first engagement, a little bit jittery on his crosshair placement. 2 shots ring out, neither one connects. Tagged up for it, Incendiaries down towards on the stairs. Xanta expecting there to be more presence at the stairs themselves, but just that one lurker of Jackismo.
They use that molly to force away the boost, and then you can hear how many players are at the bottom of the B stairs. Khan with the AWP does get blinded, doesn't fire, so it still could be misdirection of where the AWP is.
Xanta didn't see Jackismo. He does now, but Jackismo is just much quicker to the trigger. Xanta continuing to have issues on his B defense as S-Chiller strikes on Risky Bob, rotations, cuts off Liz. Famas is all that remains on that defense. Flammus and Liz do get those trades together though. Fear's forced to fight back and does get the bomb now to the bomb sites.
Really sharp. We're seeing some cracking entries from Passion in this first half.
AWP on AWP battle towards Guardian. Goes the way of Khan. 2v2 now. Retake on. Flammus fights on the Jackismo, and now it's Fear. All alone, the veteran of this roster. Hearing where Flammus is coming from, knowing he must be tagged in an exchange. There's the fight. There's the kill. The last is also known about, and Fear is just backing away. Bomb is open. Where does he go with this, though? Out towards the run boost. Looking on from stairs, smokes come down from Khan on the defuse. He's covered off to his exact positioning. Got to spray through, got to catch him. He's not got the timing right, and Omega will indeed connect two to close out the half. Still 8-4 for Passion UA.
It looked as if Giacosmo was really getting pressured there, Jay. Like, he's just panicking. He's just making so much noise at the bottom of the B stairs. That is the easiest kill that you are going to get if you're Flammers.
The fact that Lear got that trade in the first place. And that sharp shot from Khan is all turning up the pressure now. But from a big green to a small Glock, pistol round of the second half is ready.
And that round probably should have gone the way of Passion as well. Two very good entries out to mid and from the B stairs directly. Julie's out here in mid. Another one on B towards white for Giacosmo.
Mega set towards the B side execution, made a fair number of footsteps. Now the Glocks will start firing. These will be quick rotations into that B bomb site as well. Smokes, HG's down. Giacosmo is going to get forced out by that utility. Goosh is onto S-Chiller as well, keeping him low at 10 HP. Risky Bob heard those footsteps. I think he must be playing somewhere on the outskirts. Is he going to find him? Yes, he will. 5-on-3 with the one plant secured. Fear almost gets overwhelmed.
It probably should just be a save and force up in the next round. I mean, 3v5 on the retake. Save the Julie, save the double armor.
Free equipment for a force invest. Early game can still get contested by Passion UA. It makes the most amount of sense to them, and it makes the most amount of sense to us. Julies will still fight back for an exit frag. Actually won't stay in place. That's one piece of Kevlar for Jambo now. A small bonus, but nothing major into the force up. So pistol taken by Omega and an all-important start for them.
Well, I'll remind you what happened in the winners game, Jay, for Omega versus Mouse NXT in the group stage. Omega were down 4-8 on their map pick of Ancient and came all the way back to a winning streak of 12-8 to the scoreline, where PR won 1 versus 2. They were able to get a handful of rounds right at the tail end, and it got closed 13-11 for Omega. Didn't have to get stretched to overtime. So that's something that Passion need to think about in the back of their minds, which is, we had a really good scoreline. We've put a lot of pressure. We've been the better team. Let's make sure we keep that pressure up. Let's not give the freedom to allow Omega back into this map.
Now this is where Passion's consistency is going to get tested. You mentioned the gimmick style probably wouldn't be good enough to sustain them for a whole best of 3. Half switch momentum favouring for Omega now. The Deagle of Jambo tries to fight first. With that Kevlar, actually, they don't opt to go for a force around it. They'll just put the upgrade pistol on him. Stabilize the economy for rifles in the next round regardless. See what kind of damage he can do. He's got a tag on Flammus initially, but the HP is returned all the same.
And Omega have got to be very careful to not underestimate anyone resting this bracket, because we can very easily sit here and say that Omega are the far better team against Passion UA and Mouse NXT, but what about all of our other favorites? Look at Bleed that got upset. Look at 9 Pandas that got upset. Look at Gaming Gladiators that went out in last place. A lot of our favorites are gone. They're the last ones that are still contesting for the title.
Yeah, no result is a guarantee. Omega will know that above anyone else. Plant will be secured. Khan is going to find Jambo, so that Deagle doesn't do much in this one for the Passion side. Unable to upset in round 14. Let's see if these pistols can find any fringe kills at the very end of the round. Not realistic to expect the retake to go well for them. Not with any kit in play. Obviously, they're going to have no time left on the clock. Xanta takes a fight, doesn't lose it. Can't take some damage. Flammus is also low HP, but Xanta keeps just rolling heads over in spawn. Third kill for him. The zero fix drops. Giacosmo well known about. The Eagle picked up, does at least find that exit. Second one lesser so nothing major conceded here by the T-side line. One casualty should be recovered. And Passion get to the guns.
And Passion UA are yet to beat a team to the HLTV ranking of Omega. The best that they've been able to do previously is beat 3D Max that were 39th, 9 Pandas that were 37th. You got a Permitter around 57th. So kind of teams more in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And this is an Omega side that I expect, Jay, come Monday in the new ranking update, they'll probably be inside of the top 30.
Very likely chance of that at the moment. Even their ranking has taken a massive spike because of their appearances in IEM. Maintaining it from here on out. AK's looking to maintain advantages, but Lear's caught looking the wrong way. Flamus is back 10, still able to mow through 2 trades. Fear also responded to quickly by Khan in the back. Man advantage for an Omega. Smokes down against the bomb plant position. Flamus being spammed up by S-Chiller from Blind. Incendiary will come down towards the default plant position. It lands inside that smoke, so no concerns for the planter. Flamus will fall past the factor though. 2v2 for the retake.
Khan and Risky Bob can play off one another. Now they've still got another molly, and S-Chiller's actually burnt quite heavily.
Khan taking first port of call against S-Chiller. Down and out adjustment on Jackismo. Risky Bob deals with him. And Omega continue racking on these T-sided rounds. 7-2 the board. Passion UA unable to win the first rifle this time. And now they're slow to start.
And I'll put it this way, Jay, no matter what map we're talking about, no matter what half we're looking at, if you have an Omega versus a Passion UA at 8-8, I know who's winning that map. I know who's going to be pulling out on top. It's going to be an Omega. For Passion UA, they had the advantage. They had them on their ropes. Now they've allowed an Omega to get a few rounds in a row, to get a streak now of 5. This was 8-2, and now it's 8-7. And with an eco to come into the next, there will not be much threat of a round victory.
Hero M4 of Fear, what can he threaten? Well, Jackismo will threaten Lear and make good on those threats. 1-for-1 trades off S-Chiller's casualty. HG's down against Jackismo. Deagle trying to find an angle, but pixels away from seeing ahead of Xanta, and even then covered off by the smoke.
As Fear's actually invested into a Hero M4, trying to get as much damage in this round as possible. And he is going aggressively into mid. How aggressive does he go? If he keeps going, he's going to get caught by Risky Bob.
Continues that press. Risky Bob actually does turn a look away from that mid presence. So they're going to have that control now for the CT side. Jackismo holding sight. Flamus starts walking up. Does get corner dink back. Kill on the first player, not so much the second. Flamus needs to be a bit more careful now, and so do the rest of the T side. Look at Fear.
Hey, get drawn into A though, is it? This is actually a very good, powerful position from Fear now.
Hearing utility getting sent back. Flamus is going to get caught for it. Did he spot the man? I don't think he did. Jackismo moving off down to the ground on the site itself. Flamus deals with Fear. That backstab negated, and Jackismo overwhelmed. 0 fix. P250 versus 3. Passion UA. Very good effort in this round, but it doesn't look like it's going to work out for them.
I really believed. That was actually a great call there from Fear to not only invest in that rifle, but to go for an aggressive info play. The timing couldn't be any better, but it just doesn't quite work out. A what-if moment, perhaps.
As you said earlier, when you're Passion UA underdogs, you have to take those chances. Missing one of those chances now means that Omega are going to equalize. Passion UA didn't get the 3 casualties worth of damage you usually target for an eco round. But what they will get is a rifle buy.
Even Jambo, he had, what, 2 rounds back-to-back at bottom ramp on the T side where he got opening picks with the AWP. Outside of that, we haven't seen much from him. It's been a pretty quiet map. The economy game hasn't been in a strong position yet on the second half to get him into the big green investment. So another gun round where he's just going to be down to an M4.
Big green in Khan's hands. SMG of Fear trying to insert aggressive. Look at Flamus though, ahead of the smoke. Jambo's caught off guard at a turn 180 because Fear is closing in on Lear. Flamus is still known about here. He gets his engagement. Frag found. Third player involved in this fight. 0 fix responds, but Khan is right back on his heels. Man advantage for the Omega.
And Passion UA put everything into that. They try and generate chaos. They try and generate over-peaking, and it's still not enough to work a man advantage at evens. Jackismo might try the gamble stack, might just rotate over with his teammate. Xanta, he's waiting for the info play at B, and Jackismo's making noise. They're just going to group up together.
It's all a ruse. Given a small amount of information, Xanta, however, Careful and considerate as always. Giacomo is back on the bomb site, and they have a decent amount of utility to go for the execution with. They're going to dry walk it though. M4 perfect to fight. Back to a 2 versus 2. We'll smoke the bomb site and call for backup here. Take a secondary engagement though. Ahead of the AWP. Khan's just lightning fast to the adjust. Plant will be secured. S-Chill has been heard. AK is already close up and aggressive for Xanta. He'll secure his kill in the round, and Omega will secure the lead.
You can just feel it running away from you, can't you?
Yeah.
It's been one of these maps where Passion UA played so well in that first half. They really gave the fight back to Omega, but 7 rounds in a row. And when we've spoken about how strong Omega is, when we've made the correlations of the one-sided stomps so far in this event, I look at this round streak and think it could go for a while. It could go all the way to success for the map victory.
$13-8 is not impossible for the Omega. It actually might just be likely. We've seen it nearly before. SMG is on the half-buy for Passion UA. At least they've got automatics and trying to play those closer range angles. Giacomo spammed up for damage. They're trying to suss him out. He's now on 4 points of health. With his death, the B site will fall. Backup's trying to get here, and now he can reveals. He still gets away with a kill somehow. I have no idea exactly how, but Khan is there to maintain order.
Khan's done very well in this second half. He's been so involved.
Started with a good sequence that won them their 3rd round at the very end of the CT side, and now on T-half, he's starting to really kick it into 11th gear. Zero fix, a 1-on-3, low HP. Caught dead by Flamus. Triple for him. Omega with 10.
Khan is the highest rated player for Omega on Vertigo in the last 3 months, and it's Khan's best map in the pool. He's an AWPer that hasn't been that required so far in this tournament. So far, 6 maps played, plus 9 KD difference, 1.10 rating. He's actually been doing a lot of rifling over AWPing. It's been mainly Xanta and Risky Bob and even Lear that's been sort of the front runners to success. Khan's just been the supportive piece, but out here on Vertigo, they needed someone to turn around this round, and it's been Khan to do so. Aggressive ramp has already warranted 2 kills, though.
Passion UA trying to respond back. The same. Khan even caught through the smoke. Jambo's USP finishing off the job. I think the damage was done by the rifles for the most part, though. This one fell apart very quickly for Omega.
Aggressive ramp, and Jambo with 2. Xanta and Risky Bob just need to try and make this expensive.
Molly's against Xanta, indeed. Does get a frag back onto Giacomo. Of Fear and S-Chiller, Util caught in their hands. One player nearly caught off guard with it, but S-Chiller turns up that frag onto Xanta. Risky Bob now, 1-on-4. Fight the first, spray goes awry. That's an eye for the CT side and the start in a half.
And that will be a good feeling there from Passion. Finally end the streak of 8 in a row. Can they respond with a couple? At least they're saving on to mass AKs. 1 for S-Chiller, 1 for Fear, 1 for Zero Fix. That will be a helping hand come the next rounds.
Guns will get rebought by Omega, though. Their streak has led to a stellar economical game. It won't be so stellar as to afford rifles in the next round. Xanta going down to start things off for Giacomo's advantage. 11 HP for the man. But first kill's found by Passion. Flamus is hunting for the trade back. He might walk right into the trap. Has been spotted by S-Chiller. A smoke comes in to protect him, though. CT side inadvertently aiding the Omega camp. HG's down. AWP trying to spot the Zero Fix. Sees those bullets flying, but it's just damage further output onto Omega.
Just so much spam from both sides, and S-Chiller is trying to back up the rifles. Lear out on the B site, hoping to catch the likes of Giacomo, who's received the AWP from Jambo on rotation.
Flamus, own low HP, Fear and S-Chiller get those kills together. Khan can take one back. His AWP has been monstrous in this matchup so far, but needs to go that one better. Lear is at least able to trade back his AK on 100 points of health, maybe the more likely element to strike. Bomb needs to cross from the big green gun. Molly sent back towards Guardian. Will try and stall out against Khan. He even got tagged for a second. There's also a backstab on the way for Zero Fix. Will it reach here in time?
And Lear's very aggressive, but Khan goes down, so the bomb doesn't go down.
Lear, 1-on-3. Inserted in towards the smoke. Over at CT, Jambo caught him, tagged him, they know. Backstab's closing in still here, Fear still wins the fight outright. Passion UA, 2 key rounds, 1 to start their CT side, 1 to reset the economy of Nemega.
A good thing they had a HE, because I'm looking at that 2v3 and saying that's workable there for Nemega. Disallowing the bomb plant bonus means that it's going to be a very light investment on the eco come the next. Ramp aggression, constant peaks. And just before that bomb goes down as the HE rain in.
Passion are about to reclaim control as well. Harsh eco for Nemega. 1 Deagle on Xanta, spread out defaults, trying to spot the CT side. The firepower is so right for this rifle setup. Nemega, best they can do is prod for info, get a cheeky kill, maybe a bomb plant if they overwhelm that B bomb site. There is only 1 man on it right now. That man is Eschiller.
Trying to boost up the deke. They want Xanta in for an opening kill.
Smoke's blocked over at ramp. A lot of noise being made, a lot of attention pulled. Eschiller, however, starts things off with a double as well. Fear caught Flamus over on that ramp default. Bomb disallowed access to the site, disallowed any way in for the Nemega camp. Passion UA will look for number 11. And will certainly secure it. Nemega will have the bite in the next round, though. That is the focal point. That is their way back into the game. And it will be their last chance to get back into the game.
So they know that Giacomo is running a double AWP on the CT side. So I actually wonder for Nemega if they run B pace come the next gun round. And don't often see double AWPing on CT side of Vertigo.
Risky Bob leaning forward. Spray free from Giacomo, gets that kill. Khan last left. 1-on-5 situation, overwhelmed in the end. All 5 alive for the CT side, so they set their economy up for the rest of the map up here in regulation. Nemega need to go 3 in a row to steal this away on Vertigo.
And for the Nemega side, you probably look at someone like Xanta or a Flamus to just work some opening picks, work some success. They're the 2 strongest riflers on this Nemega side. Down by 1. Passion UA have got 2 to close out. They are so close from what would be a fundamentally fantastic achievement to be able to take a map against a top-end Tier 2 team. Yeah, that would be quite the result.
And to be the only one so far that have done that in this edition of the RES European Series. This specific regional, been so confident from Nemega. And they're done going for fast, aggressive plays up ramp. They've been suffered so many casualties as a result of it, so they play careful instead. Inserted out towards the mid-walk. There's an AWP in play, and M4 of Eschiller starting to move. They're going to kind of combine with each other. Shot risks out from Giacomo. Eschiller's the victim. He's going to have to try and escape the T side, however. They do stall.
As Xanta's taken up B, but the timing works out as he crosses towards wide.
What a shot from Giacomo, a 4v4 gain. They read that double AWP, but still fell victim to one of them. 19 kills deep for that player as well. He is really putting Passion UA on his shoulders.
As Xanta knows if he gets out there to white, he wins that round for his team.
Shot on from Lear. Giacomo continues extending. Xanta and Lear, players that tried to get those trades specifically from the first man, but now down to the man advantage. Spokes coming in for the execution.
Giacomo is posted out here from the right-hand side of Jenny.
Flashes in the way. Smokes will be revealed to vision as the flashbang does clear up. M4 at the edge is seeing Giacomo's head, but his AWP will take the shot anyway. Flamus, it's a go big or go home situation. Flashes look to send them forward. Smokes won't be clearing just yet. He saw the body. No, he didn't. Yes, he did. Spray comes through. He continues making his move. Fear caught low. He gets his trade back on in a 1 versus 2. AK picked up, and round the corner, there are 2 players to meet him. Fear's gun barrel's been seen. He's going for the engagement. Where's the last player, though? The AWP shot misses to Jambo, and Khan trying to wait this out, trying to bait him forward. He's so close to his demise. A second shot rings true. The AK wins the headshot on the spray, and Khan bails out Nemega.
Oh, that's the round to win. That's the round to get to map point. It's a 4v2. Jackasmo has got 3 kills out on that B site, and it's not enough. Oh, that hurts. That is the perfect round to win.
Jackasmo's rolling in his grave. A full-blown 3K only bested by Khan here. What a round. So many points as well where he took risks that could have very easily gone the way of the CT side, but no. Nemega hanging on. A buyback will be received from Passion UA. And I thought there was a lot more in reserve than what there actually is.
Now, this is a huge swing round where pretty much whoever wins this is pretty much going to win the map. It probably won't go to OT. The loss bonus is wrecked. Money in the reserve is wrecked. Jackasmo does not have the funds for another double AWP. They don't even have the funds for one onto Jambo.
How careful. Fast up. Not careful at all for Nemega. Ready for a boost, ready for someone to make their way over the metal wall as the HE sent down. Risky Bob trying to see if he can play scout against the likes of S-Chiller. Will they be able to meet each other in time? M4's fight as Risky Bob takes that first fight. Fear responded to. Zero Fix still here at Alley. The prods have worked to the man advantage, but they're yet to commit the bomb here. They need to find where that last player is.
Khan with the AWP has got at least the position out against Zero Fix to cancel.
What a shot and what a follow-up from Xanta. Nemega. So close to letting it go against Passion, but ultimately, this map is theirs to rule. Jambo's got no choice. He has to back up. Nemega will be on map point.
And it is going to live rent-free in their minds for a very long time with that 4 versus 2. Because they win that round, Nemega just got no money. They are in the worst buy state for the next round. And they let it slip. You go into the next gun round. Even for S-Chiller, look how close that is for a kill to Risky Bob. Both players are pinned against one another, and Risky Bob comes out alive with the Galil on 13 HP. And the bomb site collapses. Jackasmo gets nothing. Zero Fix gets nothing. Fear, the in-game leader, gets 1.
And they're hunting. They might not let any rifle stay in. Jambo backs up towards quad. Can't take the face and fight. Risky Bob checks it. Lear responds with a trade. It's a full-blown investment for Passion UA in this one. Have no choice but to find the steal, lest they lose their map pick.
Pressure is at an all-time high, and Nemega know this is the round to do it. They are not going to be working with very much at all. They are going to be desperate. They are going to be gimmicky with some of the opening advances. Because Passion UA, they need an opening kill. Look at the buy.
Or upon Jambo, M4 and Zero Fix. Those are the guys you're watching out for. Molotov set, Lear. Peeking ahead of the flashbang, trying to check Jambo's orb is set to this cross. The smoke comes in at the perfect timing. He did spot one though. They're deep on the bomb site. Fear is just going to get evaded as this smoke comes down. The HGs will try to reveal information. Khan has caught one of the rifles though. Zero Fix is the first to fall. Jambo is revealed towards backside, but there's so much CT presence out here. He's desperate for a flick. He's desperate for a trade. The SMG and the 5-7 do turn back a couple trades. 3-on-3. Jackasmo is low.
Flammer's trying to see if he can get back to safety. The smokes are clearing on the left-hand side.
Jackasmo's not revealed though. The HE down on Fear will tag him up even further. 40 HP, 10 points of health on the SMG here. Spoke up, S-Chiller's caught. I think Fear was just seen as well. Can't wait for Jackasmo. Shot, he misses out. The Tech-9 still closes. And Nemega nip it in the bud. A 13-11, a testing affair on Passion UA's map pick. But it goes the way of Nemega the same.
I feel for Passion UA, Jay. That's the inexperience to close. That's the inexperience at this level. They were 8-2 up. They were 11-10 up in a 4v2 round. Oh man, they could have done it. They really could have done it. And they were on the path to doing something that not many teams have been able to do and really give the fight back to Omega. But right at the end, Jay, they just can't quite close out.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It really is heartbreaking. I can feel it in myself right now, just seeing how things went down. Because even towards the tail end of that matchup, even those rounds that Omega were winning towards the 13-11, right? They were still testing. They were still trying to stress. That last round was a 5v3. They still found a 3v3 set to trades just as the bomb went down there. So again, it's a case of a couple things going right for Passion, and maybe we do see them take Vertigo.
Yeah, and it's one of these scenarios now where, kind of similar to what we were talking about, the Mals NXT and the alternate attack series, is that when you are that kind of squad, that's your only chance. I don't think they've got a chance on Ancient. I think Omega are going to come in. They're really going to set a precedent, because it was a slow start. It was quite uneasy for Omega in that first half, and they will look at that on reflection and say, geez, we nearly lost it. We probably should have lost it.
And I mean, like, thinking about Passion UA and their lack of experience to close out the match itself, and maybe that has certainly been something that's affected their tournament run here and now. Indeed, it is Ancient, it is the pick in Omega after this short break. So do stay with us, because it might still be a quick one when we return.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect from 1xBet. Respect.
We go to Ancient Lands in what may well be our final map of the day. It should well be our final map of the day, all things considered. A 13-11 did make it competitive to start off the series. However, it was a map that was won by Nemega, not the team that picked into Vertigo. Dwayne, now, as we said before the break, that was probably the one key chance of Passion UA to try and work into this best of three. So 2-0.
Yeah, I actually don't know if any team in this event can beat Nemega on Ancient. It's just so good. It's such a good map for them. 15 wins and 5 losses in the last 3 months, and 4 of those losses have all been 11-13s against high-end Tier 2 squads.
And just the contrast as well to how things went in the quarterfinals for them. 13-5 against Bait. That looked pretty easy on this map up. Like, yeah, this is a very, very good one for Nemega. And I feel like we might be looking at similar affairs for Passion UA the same. Yes, there was that one testing moment on Mouse and XT, but I don't think it's going to repeat here against Passion UA. Pistol set already as we get in towards the pistol, the opening of the T side for Nemega. S-Chiller is close, it's 4 on towards 1 past that smoke. Zero Fix and Fear try and hold us alongside Jackasmo, whose headshots do connect to 2K. And Passion UA win the pistol.
And they go up into a complete stacked up B bomb site. Rather than cancelling once that re-smoke goes down, they just try and get up there and trade, and there's just so many players on the B bomb site. So a very good start there from Passion UA, and Jackasmo's going to be key again. He was a standout individual in that first half of Vertigo. He was getting them to that 8-2 territory. Even when they were struggling to get rounds in the second half, he was still so pivotal.
And the start sits with Passion UA, but the odds do not. 1xBet having Nemega still as series favourites as they have done all day today. That map win only makes it more towards their favour. 1x Rest EU on 1xBet if you want to get 130% on your first deposit. Place a bet on this match or the grand finals tomorrow if you so desire. Nemega. Only pistols set in for round 2. Want to get to those guns early again.
I saw Nemega pick Ancient in the grand final against Bleed in the last Rest tournament and got an 11-1 T-side half. I was so impressed with Flamus and Xanta and just the raw individual entry ability that's on this T-side.
Khan and Lear and Risky Bob all falling for Jabba and Jackspo's hands. One decent Deagle shot back for Flamus. Not convert onto a second here, so all rifle stay in play. 2-0 start for Passion UA. Nemega. Here come the AKs.
And to be fair to Passion UA, Ancient is the highest picked map in the pool for the Ukrainians in the last 3 months on HLTV. And we saw them pick it in every single game in the last Rest tournament. Now, their videos started to change a bit more. They're getting Mirage out there, sometimes a couple of Vertigos. But Ancient gets a lot of play rate. It's just, it's difficult to have success against teams like Nemega on this map. 2-0 start. If they can get off to something similar, though, with Vertigo, of that 8-2 where they're leading by example, then they can put pressure on again.
Yeah, CT half is probably the best chance that Passion UA have to try and, make confidence in this map, in my honest opinion. The start at least favours them for now. Nemega change tune when the rifles get brought out. Zero fixes blind spray, hoped to catch kills against, but ultimately gave away his position for Xanta to start instead.
They've already started the walkout towards A. They've got a player boosted up to tree. Xanta's looking for another kill, and it comes easy.
Problem is that he's alone back here towards lane, and low HP. I honestly thought he was going to go down to Jackasmo. Jambo did pick him up. Someone's got to go back for that bomb over at elbow, and it's going to have to be Khan here. S-Chiller hears him coming and actually catches the man off guard. A 2v2 instead. Flamus now with his extension. Jambo is known towards lane. And the AK of Risky Bob is trying to challenge Eschiller now with a rifle in hand. Jambo struggles to get that kill together. Now Risky prods forward. Eschiller seen, adjusted towards damage. Has been done. Will take that fight and dish out some decent damage. But now it's a war on two fronts and he cannot survive that.
A really good effort there from Eschiller. The unfortunate nature, Jay, is he's the only way that that round is winnable. They lose everything at lane. They lose everything on the A site. It's one insertion point where Khan tries to go back out to the bomb and there's an elbow player that re-aggresses. Doesn't get that necessary assistance. So it is Nemega to win out the first gun round on the T side.
Very well placed from Xanta. Difficulties over on B site of Vertigo, and the first half specifically, but here and right now he's done extremely well to that first sequence.
I'd say that he's in more active roles on the T side of Ancient. You'll see him lurking around Shelf and into lane. When you're the B lurk at Stairs and you're playing CTB as well on Vertigo, you're not really involved in many fights.
We started off this round with damage onto Fear, only a small amount of it. HE connecting nonetheless as Nemega try and work the mid control. Flamus seeing no real defensive elements. No one in red, no one in donut. They are very deep on the bomb sites.
Jacasmo is going to fall back and regroup a vertical crossfire. Nemega have a lot of space and a lot of room to exploit.
Mollies and HEs. Lashley's trying to send him into a fight. Jacasmo's going to win. Risky Bob with the responsibility. Ready for Fear? Yes, he is. 2 kills found. Instant advantage now for Nemega. Jambo smoked off from long. Bomb should commit soon enough.
Jambo's hoping for a spam kill. Just one of them against the ramp players.
Oh, he just gets Khan as well. Drops that bomb. Stalls for extra time. It's out in the open as well, so someone's got to go ahead and pick it up. That'll be Lear. That distraction has allowed an SMG to sneak in from the back lines. Eschiller at range, though, cannot get the fight on Risky Bob. It's now all on 0 fix, so 1 on 3 just to save his weapon. He knows he cannot win this retake.
And all the minds are going to be looking at potentially Nemega and Mouse NXT in that grand final and saying, we've got one of the best Ancient teams in Tier 2 up against one of the best Vertigo teams in Tier 2. And what you're always going to see in some of these favored matchups or the high-end Tier 2 teams is they're a lot of the time got one go-to map that's really strong. Even Bleed, I would say, are one of the best Inferno teams in Tier 2. They got upset in the quarterfinals, and I'm sure from even the perspective of Kassad and Cypher's team, they won't be happy with back-to-back grand finals that could have been taken. I think that one against Fnatic in the first Rest series was a lot more competitive than their one against Nemega last time around.
Definitely.
But Nemega would love a rematch against Mouse NXT.
To throttle them like they did in the group stage would be the target for Nemega, but the wonder what Mouse would change up, whether or not they start to, you know, fishing out some punish bans, right? Like that.
What, Pig Dust too?
Yeah, I mean, throw a Hail Mary into that if you are the Mouse NXT side, because you got stomped out so much so last time around. Into the mid chaos, Nemega will go, however, got to get through this matchup first and foremost, and actually they are losing this one. Khan's out of ammo here, overwhelmed by the pistol players. Lear with one responsive, that HE down onto Fear will dish out heavy damage, but needs to go back for the bomber outside of Elbow. The 2v1 against him.
Very workable here for Passion UA. Fear aggressively out to T-Spawn. Oh, great jump spot just to catch the info from Lear.
That's all you need at this point, just fall back. Play away on defense, aware that he must have rotated for a reason, and just going to draw his utility out, his Molotov, to indicate that he's trying to press on towards Elbow, grab that bomb. I don't think the jump face would have seen that, but now it's on his back, and the press from Jambo continues.
Jambo is in a state here where he's separated from his teammate, and Lear is waiting for the fight.
Caught looking the wrong way, spammed up the damage, sprayed down to 59. 45 seconds on the clock. Lear will try and make his way back in towards mid, take more directive fights onto Fear. It is still low HP on his own regard, so that fight could really go either way. Lear to get that pick, charge straight in towards A. Set up the post plant against Jambo, but he's taking his sweet time with this.
Well, going into red, this is now unknown territory. Passion do not know where he could be right now.
Going to pick up the pace soon enough, though. 20 seconds. Closing in on the A site, Fear suspecting that he might be out in this round, in this red rotation. Molly's down, plant tapped. Face the fight scene, Fear counter incendiary comes down immediately. He's lost the round. Couldn't win the fight, couldn't get the plant, couldn't get the time. Passion UA back in the lead.
Well, from the Mega's perspective, they dealt with the mid aggro pretty easily. Risky Bob got a kill, Khan got another one. It was the lane players here that had a tough time. Fear and Jackismo are just running out from Cheetah. So it's the lane players on the default that crumble that round for the Mega.
Get a couple of AKs as well for Passion UA. Tactical taken by Nemega as well. Can't afford to get caught by that fast play again. Early half. I see them in the broken buys coming into round 6. Mac 10 and Tech 9. But it was better than that last steal of Passion UA, so Nemega, how will they force this out?
Well, this is a very good round for Passion UA to get themselves settled in the first half, get their way up to a 5-2 scoreline. Nemega have got a couple of players out from elbow, 2 out to A main with the bomb. S-Chiller up on tree. Xanta clearing out all of lane, seeing nothing.
No aggression this time. Zero fix. Baiting for contact, his shoulder peeking out. The shot did ring out from the shelf platform. A execution, split play in seems to be the target. X-Chiller out there at tree, checked by Lear. OP spot, it's not. M4 still to look back against it and doesn't know exactly where to look. Well, the AKs will find their trays back. Jambo did find one before that smoke and bloom. The 3-on-3, however, Nemega will plant the bomb.
And they've got the bomb plant open for Donut, and a Donut player already there from Xanta.
Watching out for the mid faces. Khan trying to challenge the blind sprays of Jambo. Got more HP down against him. Small health advantage for the CT side. The players need to make their way in quick, though. There are no kits on them. Flash is sent. Jambo caught, soft position, unable to get the kill for it on Khan, but Xanta and Flammus return the favor. Fear in a 1-on-2. Flammus is low, swings out to gain his triple. Nicely done, Nemega back in control. And
from that round, I actually don't think Passion UA have done a lot wrong, Jay. They've got a player up in tree, they've got another player, Zero Fix on the bomb site, maintaining Donut. 2 on A against the split, and they just can't quite trade evenly. Get themselves into a 3v3, retake's just unsuccessful. Nemega looks so solid in that post plant. The trading game, the repositioning, Flammus with the util, using his teammate as a bait out there in default.
Now the force back returns from Passion UA. Pistol players trying to catch kills off from short range. Xanta, however, dishes out the killing blow on S-Chiller. Jackismo caught aggressive towards A main. Xanta is at least responded to, so that's one weapon down, one that I think Fear is going to try and recover. Man advantage still here with Nemega.
Zero Fix trying to go aggressively into Donut. Unfortunately, that takes him further away from the action. What contact out from A main now?
With Jambo trying to position Zero Fix unawares of Flam's exact angles. Molotovs sent deep. Deagle does tons of work, but a lot more done down towards him. Flammus has caught the Donut individual as well. And Fear just has to hold on to his gun. Jambo, I mean, typically I would say put the Deagle in and try and see if he can find an exit, but this was a force buy and he's on 1 point of health, so regardless, he's not going to get anything out of this. Lead retaken by Nemega, all the same, will go up to 4-3.
And there's a lot of CIS teams over the last few years that you can look at and say that they've got one star player that you could see playing at the tier 1 level, whether it's OneWin or Entropic or I suppose any of those kind of squads that hang around the higher end of tier 2, your K23s, and say, oh yeah, look, that Fame guy, he could get the move up. Oftentimes look at some of the Forza trios of your Kensies and your Norries and saying, oh, they've got what it takes on Aurora. Maybe Flammus is going to be the next one that a lot of people keep their eyes on to. Very consistent rifler, very solid for Nemega, always puts in good showings, was key in the second half of Vertigo, winning some important duels on the T side in the post-plant scenarios here on map 2. And for Passion UA, as soon as they get the lead, it gets taken away.
And 2 AKs do get saved for Jambo and Fear to at least get upgrades around. It's certainly no better than a half bite. Lyra's ready for S-Chiller here to aggress down main. A lot of main aggressions from the CT sides have been dealt with by an Omega. A little bit this time from Lear's cross set. S-Chiller it's away over as a result with the information, just backing up to the bomb site because he has no idea how many players will be out there. I mean, he's going to be faced upon by 3 at the very least on this A attack. Jambo will try and provide support.
Jambo rotating in from CT. Nice shot against Risky Bomb. They need a bit more, though. 1 kill's not going to suffice.
Especially as Flamus responds back to his pistol anchor. And the A site is basically open from here. A lot more mid-emphasis from the CT side, although that bomb could still push its way in from mid. Khan might have to get backed up by Xanta, who's also known towards lane. And 2 players going to support the bomb carrier. Jambo fighting upon Flamus. Flamus wins it pretty easy.
It's just so patient for Nemega. Running the clock down, not giving away a lot of noise, regrouping, and even out to red. Zerofix has seen 1, but not seen the bomb. Trade is 1 for 1 in Donar.
And Xanta will follow up on Zerofix, so the rifle's lost to the CT side. Jackasmo be best to sneak in towards red, grab that gun if it's still there, if he can extend out, cover that AK. Be valuable to the CT side here. Indeed, he's got just that. Avenue of escape towards the B-bomb site, but that one concern on Xanta still being over its shelf. He'll start to move in. Regardless, the round is going to go the way of the T side. 5-3 for Nemega. Passion will have this next round on the bye to try and respond and try and deny minimum 6.
Do you know what I really hope to see in the next Rest tournament, Jay, is a head-to-head between Bait and Passion UA. We've seen one previously in that last tournament where it went 2-0, but now in the 3rd event, Bait route in the quarterfinals, Passion UA have been able to make the semis. Both teams are on the rise in the local department, in the Ukrainian scene, on the international scale. I'm sure Passion would like to play them again. Nemega up 5-3. And even with their money, it's starting to flourish. It's starting to get into a pretty strong position on the T side.
M4's on 4, AK for Jackasmo. Oh, Flamus caught with you 2 in hand. Swing back for Zerofix. Gets a double. The AWP just been known about there. Back's turned. There's the shot. Zerofix has fallen.
Khan just about catches it, but this is an uneasy round for Nemega. That was a great advantage. That was really aggressive there from Zerofix.
Made it work, though. 2 individual fights going well for them. Lear now trying to challenge up the B-bomb site. Bomb is on the back and first man in. 3rd player is on the way. Xanta's going to provide support to trade counts if necessary. Jambo is site defender. Smokes down towards long and short. Pretty deep over at long, so Jackasmo can provide a crossfire alongside Jambo. Lear's going to try and break it apart. His back's going to get turned, though, and both players will just mow him down.
AWP gets caught on a timing with the knife out. Khan does actually get a second chance at the kill, though.
Does land it, but in the meantime, Xanta has fallen, so the best that he can do is save his weapon. And Passion UA catching Nemega off guard. They've done that a couple times over the course of this match. This is one of those occasions.
Indeed it is. And Khan, do you know, he reminds me a little bit of Exy Power on some of those early days on Forza. Just a really flashy AWPer, someone that's going to get in there and hit the real hard flick shots. At least to keep an AWP into the next round. Be happy about that much.
Certainly couldn't afford it otherwise. With that weapon in mind, they can stop a few more guns about the T side, get a much better buy. Zero fix though, man. What a sequence he had. Passion. Only able to go so far with it though. Their casualties still do not speak to a strong economy game, so chance for Omega to counter the reset. It's a swing round for round 10.
Passion UA are definitely giving a decent fight to Omega here on map 2. AWP boosted up, looking for the opening duel to long.
Jackismo's right there, around the corner. Face dry. HE sent towards long. Jackismo expects Lear to aggress, and he gets his headshot immediately. Fear to back off. Xanta to do the same. Tried to aggress ahead of that Molotov, but doesn't go so far as to push through it. Jambo, miss shot on Khan. Flick doesn't connect. No trades available.
Jackismo allowing himself to deal with the in-game leader and fall back and play the man advantage. I'd say lucky out there from long that Jambo doesn't fall to Khan. Double in at Cheetah. Khan's going to try and get the repeak.
Flash sent, caught Fear off guard, but they didn't pull the trigger. They're going to reface. Molotov going to force him out into the open. Xanta actually gets that kill. The flicker Khan lands Jackismo, and there's your man advantage now.
Oh, now it's starting to crumble. Now it's starting to fall apart. Now there's still a mid-lurk from Flammer, so they don't need to commit B.
Eschella's very close to that cave entrance. Xanta is trying to find someone out here, even a tag for information for his teammates, but it's not going to happen. Meanwhile, in the mid-play, there is a walk-up from Flammers. Is he going to take contact against the likes of Zero Fix? Certainly will do. Damage will be done. They think it's a rotation as a result of that, but Omega going to continue to commit towards this B-bomb site. It's all Jambo.
Oh, very clever. Force the over-rotation. This is so tough from Jambo.
They've taken their time with it, though. The three players are now back on the site itself. Xanta's checked it as is Risky Bob. 10 seconds. Escheller can't deny the bomb. Zero Fix will try, but he'll fail. It's another save for a CT rifle as Omega hits 6.
And that round is a prime example of just how strong Omega are. That round should be going the way of Passion. They've got a very good opening kill. They've got a 5v4 scenario that hasn't been traded. And it just takes Flammers to search, put emphasis that there's just something. Zero Fix is hoping for an exit kill, hoping to make it somewhat expensive at the tail end of the round. But for Passion, they so easily over-rotate, don't they? They just start sending players. And yeah, they rotate back in. It's too late. They're behind the smokes. They're behind the util. Jambo is completely isolated on B.
Terrorists win.
And found by the cave player. Oh, M4 just stays in for Zero Fix. Down at the wire on that one. Passion. Now have a decision to make. Lost bonus will equate to a buy in the next, so seems to be the half invest for them. No force buys.
Yeah, even Fear is buying down quite heavily. I don't really like buying down to 1,400 when you don't have the best of lost bonus to work with. Omega trying to target the 7-5 or 8-4 T-side half.
Escheller. Smoke against USP. They'll cover back up in the mid, fights the Passion UA very quickly here. Have to play against these smokes, have to try and ensure that Omega don't get any of these opening kills here. HGs will pop them open and they'll start to spot, but unable to find an opening kill for either squad.
It's a very good cancel there for Omega. As soon as that resmoke goes down, it's a death trap to run through that. You don't know how many players are on the other side. Zero Fix with the 1M4. Now, he is aggressively in mid. Unfortunately, he doesn't really have much of a bait and switch. He's got no one that can actually try and take attention away.
Molly's on Zero Fix, M4 forced to fight, dead to rights, Flammers follows suit. And that rifle really was the only chance they had to have any impact here on the CT side. Jambo's the Eagle also falls. B site's been cleared away, so they'll start the commitments.
I really don't get it. I don't know why you've got a hero rifle that's been saved in and you put it in a position where there's just no distraction. At least if you have a donut player, at least if you have someone that can jiggle, you can pull some distraction away. That is just so weird. Yeah, I don't know.
Clearly had too much faith in him to solo hold it because...
Well, the issue there, he doesn't even have a smoke. So
yeah.
If he gets mollied, he's just done for.
Case in point, that round, Big question marks over Passion UA's decision making there. Maybe that is the inexperience coming back to bite them again.
And even the buy state, I mentioned buying down to 1400. Fear bought down to 14. S-Chiller bought down to 18. It's like, Brev, you're going into round 12 with 2 SMGs and a lack of utility.
Face against the full set of rifles of Nemega. Incendiaries on Jambo's board. First sport of cool. Flash blinded. Misses that first shot. Has to bow back behind the smoke. Jackasmo still steps up with a double, but can't trade it back. Advantage still sits with Passion UA, and the CTs are closing in.
Jambo out here just trying to spam away. Backstab in from A main. Xanta gets the bomb down. Nemega have been strong in post plants.
Oh, what a Khan shot. Zero fix down in Temple. Main is the next concern. Khan might be exposed towards it. Have got a player watching the SMG leaning closer. Engagement on the first. Spray through, doing damage to the second. Lear now to hide himself. Flashbang dives in against S-Chill, against that kill. But they're right on the defuse. 10 seconds to the sticks. Lear hasn't heard it. Jambo's going to go in for the face. Protect his man. It doesn't need protection at all because Lear has run out of time. And Nemega concede a 5th back to Passion UA.
Oh, just about. A tough half there for Passion, and I suppose you do have to look at it being an opposition map pick, but winning Pistol and winning Anti-Eco, you will feel slightly underwhelmed that you only got away with 5 rounds. Don't quite even up the scoreline or even take a lead moving into the seconds.
The back of the dicey buy. Very fortunate to have as much as they did. 7-5 still into the CT side of Nemega, and the fact that his CT side gives 1xBet a lot more favoritism towards them. Rated as favorites for this entire series, but not by a margin of 10-1. Passion. A lot of work to do, to say the least.
And Nemega lost just 2 maps in the entire last rest tournament. They haven't won, or haven't lost a single one this time around. Fear with the flash out to the bottom of the B door. Xanta has been seen.
2 casualties taken. Julie's out of play on that B site defense, although can't stay out there over at Cave. Both players running out of ammo, but Lear is much lower than the T side contact. Flamus now left alone as Passion UA will overwhelm another Pistol win.
I wonder if Nemega are going to buy come this second round. Not really any success in from the Pistol. That aggressive approach down from ramp is just granted nothing. Passion UA get things started.
Indeed they do. Both pistol rounds won by Passion in this map up. It's 3 for 4 overall in this series. As you mentioned, no real buy up from the Nemega side. There's a question whether or not they want to try and go for it, but they'll try their pistol hands, see what they can gain out of it. A kill would be lovely, but ultimately they are focusing on the weapons more. So Xanta does take at least 1 pick with him. But no more than that. Passion UA go to evens, 7 apiece. Nemega now have to respond.
And for Passion UA, I'm looking at guys like Jackass Mode to be able to continue that strong run of form into the second half. Be an important piece to opening kills, to the trades out from lane. Nemega have got a very good CT side behind them on this map of Ancient. And Xanta and Lear, because of the aggressive angles they're going to be holding on B, they actually want to go down to MP9s to get more util out.
Very fast in from the T side. Passion UA going to overwhelm them with speed. Fear gets a double. Even though Khan tagged him so low, they've overwhelmed B for another round here. S-Chiller even finding Flamus. Speed seems to be the name of the game because the Nemega are out of it.
They're very clever to go in quickly on the bonus buy into B, and we saw a couple of rounds like that on the T side of Vertigo, didn't we? Just those extreme rushes, really quick acceleration. A 3 on B for Nemega, but not a huge amount of anti-rush util down from ramp. Lear's going to get overwhelmed, so for Passion, they give themselves a lead and can now start pushing themselves further.
Beastly start with the level of confidence and the lack of trades available for Nemega. Max loss bonus in for the CT forces. Money will have to stack up to the next round though. Half-bought pistols Rifles back into round 17. That will allow Passion to get 2 rounds in the lead.
Yeah, I'm not expecting much, am I? Not really in a round like this.
It's much more passive from the Mega, and Passion UA are wary of a cheeky buy here. Still have upgrade pistols, so do not have to, or do have to rather be careful about, you know, the kind of kills that could come through for them. They've stolen 1 with these upgrades in the last half, so not beyond the Mega to do the same.
Got a bit of an info play from Flammus going aggressively out to A main, and Xanta has not even counter-strafed. He just swung the whole way.
See you later, Jambo. Risky Bob's hoping for another good 1-tap out on the B bomb site. Nothing else is seen towards mid, and again, there's 3 players on the B defense. Close quarters, staggered crossfire, watching out from Cave. Risky Bob is going to get smoked off. Molly sent, M4 close, Khan. Base in, kill found, Jackasmo responds, the Eagle backs up, passive 3-on-3. Backup is going to rotate out here though. Tapping away, that bomb does a little bit of damage. HE's and Molotovs against the man though, Xanta's going to wait, tap up, Jackasmo caught straight to the dome, 3-on-2. Omega picked up an AK as well for Flammus, but Eschiller deals with him.
Both players out here to long, trying to double up. Risky Bob waiting for the cave fight. Fear is detected in the middle of the default.
Xanta revealing himself. Utility second wave put down. Fear enabled on the bomb plant itself. Risky Bob, is he going to go for a risky move? He's going to press the issue. Headshot on Eschiller. Fear, well known about. Xanta taking pop shots. Risky Bob makes his move. Julie's pulled back out his pistols in this round. That is stolen by an Omega.
Oh, that hurts. Oh, I've seen this before. We saw it out on Vertigo. These are rounds that shouldn't be lost for Passion UA. And it's a round stolen. Double AKs to get picked up. Oh, man. That wallbang shot. I mean, even this first one, that is just RNG. That is pure RNG.
It works for him, though, doesn't it? That one was predicted positioning and a little bit of luck on your side. Risky Bob. The closing 2 in this one. What a round stolen by an Omega. Passion UA have to take a tactical. They can't let that one get to their heads.
It's going to happen. I think when you look at CS as an overall picture, you can't be perfect. And there is going to be a lot of rounds in many best of 3s in many tournaments that you lose rounds you should be winning. But it's about keeping the mental strong. It's about adapting come the next rounds and working with the ability that you have. And Omega will look at that one and say it's a gift. We've tied up at 8-8. We've slowed down a slight amount of momentum. Passion UA won the pistol, anti-eco, and first gun round very cleanly. And now Omega have been able to tie up.
Dead set evens. The buy should return from Passion, though. Orp and AK already bought in by Jambo and Jackasmo. Still respectable float. Still cash in reserve. Passion have the better basis to work from the Omega. Have their weapons still involved in this. It's kind of a must-win round for them, though. Stolen the last, have to follow it up.
As Xanta peering aggressively, Lear out there from lane, not even evaded by a flashbang. HE comes down, a lot of damage to the T's.
Jackasmo and Jambo nearly got faced on a headshots of Xanta. Jackasmo does get Lear back in the end, but it is a 4 versus 4. Counter HEs won't do nearly as much, therefore they're going to CT side. Face in from Xanta ahead of that flashbang. Doesn't affect him too much, expecting where Jambo's come from. Khan's off, flanks off the fear. Jambo caught out, pushed in the corner from range. Khan's going to get another pick on the AWP. Jambo with 2 back. The AWP's pressured. His USP comes out, but Zero Fix and Jambo combine. The Omega way too aggressive there, leaving it all to Risky Bob now to clutch the 1-on-2, and Jambo knows he might be close. Indeed he is. Passion UA defend the lead.
I don't even know what's happening in that round. You just have all-out aggression there from the Omega. There is 3 CTs in ramp. That is wild. Khan gets 2 kills with the AWP, the M4's trying to swing, the AK's trying to swing, and then Khan's trying to get the trade-off. That is a ludicrous round.
One that gets punished in the end. You can watch it from a bird's eye perspective. The player in the corner of the box, Jambo, lined up the two, one against the AWP, had to hit that first shot, had to hold his nerve, and he didn't. And look at Nemega now. Look at the buys they have to hold here. The 5-7 will still be able to find Eschiller to kick things off. They've stolen one from Pistols before. Will they do it again?
And Lear has got an XM upgrade from Flammus out in tree. Oh, what a deagle shot from Xanta. He's going to do it again.
Set up the last pistol steal. Following on from Lear's opening, a 5-on-3, and look at the XM of Flammus. Zero Fix and Fear have a lot to be fearful about. Both players round the corner, auto shotgun, taps up. Fear, smoke is pulled out against him, so Flammus will get punished for that timing, but still 3 for 1 at this moment. And Fear's bomb going to be contested by more pistols. Khan's USP is at least dealt with, and Fear takes very little damage in response, but now Xanta is backed up on the bomb site. Jambo has seen him. Does he know exactly where he's come from? HG's against to dish out some damage flashes to keep him blinded. Will they check the back site? Yes, they will! With a Deagle strikes again. 2 kills to his name. The full-blown triples denied by Jambo, and his Glock with a bomb plant could be contested from both sides.
And looks to try and fight, doesn't want to try and prioritize the plant. Pistol out from CT, does go down. Jambo can go B or double back to A.
25 seconds. Lear's going to try and cut off both options by going on the rotation, not seen towards Donut. Plant will be secured. He'll hear that coming in. Jambo, does he suspect the red wrap? He certainly does, but he doesn't pull the trigger. Lear holds his double and once again steals one back for Nemega.
Nemega have somehow just surprised on these low investment rounds in their second half. This actually should be Passion UA 11-7 up. They should be running away with the map steal to send it to a third. Oh man, I just, that kill from Lear to start it off, no one's really holding out there from lane. I'm not sure how he can get so far out without being seen from the B doors. And then Xanta's dig is hitting some insane shots.
Keeps this up, he'll be putting his notice in for best Eagle in Tier 2. Incredible impact in this round and a few rounds ago. Passion UA stole a pistol buy up against Nemega on their CT side, and Nemega returned that with interest. Khan now to try and hold the opening fights. The M4 back at lane suppressed and sprayed upon by both angles. Risky Bob has so many players to deal with, and he gets so much damage done that Xanta is going to try and finish the job with 2 kills back, 2v2, and Khan Zorp isn't finished. He gets his own double involved. Jambo now to clutch.
Jambo's in so many clutches. It feels like every round, Jay, he's in a 1vx right now.
Back towards the A site, revealing himself with the utility, ensuring that no one's playing a sneaky style. Plant will be secured. Retake is on the way.
At least he's got the cash injection for the next round, but he's got no nades. It's planted open for Donut, and that's where he backs himself off.
Smoke fade in a moment's time. Both players coming in from that. Might even push ahead of it. Got their own set to utility. Molotovs to force Jambo out. Smoke can go down. The fuse held together. Xanta sprayed up the AWP's core. Sprays continue for Jambo. He doesn't connect the killing blow. Xanta, oh, he's going to hold it all the way. No kit, no problem. Nemega take the lead.
I don't know how they're doing it. I can't believe they're winning these rounds. Passion have to stay strong mentally. They should have won this map. They should have taken Ancient and gone to Anubis. But Nemega have taken the lead back, and we know how harshly the mental has been affected in the past from Passion UA. They have to calm themselves. They have to realize they're the better team right now.
What a mental state of affairs. Say that Passion should have Ancient is a stunner in and of itself, but this CIS derby eventually did show its true fangs. That first map a preview, this second map starting to really spool up. The AWP of Khan well out in the open. Did he see a foot? Is he going to see U2? He's going to have to start backing up soon enough because Fear is about to set his teammates in. The dry face comes through. Khan is forced to back away quickly out of there.
And rotations are going to come in quite slow. They can double up from Donut, and the T's are trying to take.
Risky Bob sprays back Eschiller. Incendiary is not going to get hurt. Flammer suspects he might be close though, wins that fight.
The opening kill. Flammers can double up again. Late lurk out from Elbow. This could be the backstab for Jackasmo. Jambo needs to stay alive because Fear drops on the bomb site.
This is going to be slow from the AK and slow from the Mega. But if they make a move, if Jambo can't hold on for at least a 1-for-1, then there's no chance of Jackasmo, and even then it might not be enough. Risky Bob swings, kill comes easy, Khan's watching main, and the Mega take 11.
And this is going to hurt because Passion UA, can they buy? Not really. I think they have to play for OT here. If they buy down, it's so weak. There's Galils, there's light utility. It is such a risk to buy here because they can't even force the instant reset. Everyone stayed alive in that retake for Nemega.
Tough to the tail end, Passion UA. At least bolstered by the bomb plants, can afford rifles, but these buys are getting weaker and weaker by the round. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, 1 Mac 10-0 fix already tagged up by the Incendiaries. Put up the flashbang sent in, doesn't actually affect him at all. Gets Risky Bob to start things off.
Opening kill, and there's a bit of a contest out from Cheetah. Khan breaks the smoke in red, but doesn't see anything. Lear gets mollied and doesn't look to fight, instantly just backs off.
Had no smoke on him. Xanta's using his towards ramp, so to press that over at the B doors. Incendiaries come out from Flammers, who tries to continue the attack towards mid and establish some mid presence on the CT basis. They're down by a man, and they're going to go ahead and fight for trades.
Jambo is in a strong position to at least get one, and as soon as he recognizes the B players have gone aggressive, that's when they should instantly react and start pressing to A.
Shot from Jambo connects Xanta, now down to 3 players on Omega. Red contested by S-Chiller, and Khan has not a clue. Orp, gonna have to check this. No kill found, sprayed down to 11. HG is gonna finish him off. Passion UA posting up a hell of a round as Lear's caught on timing. And the Ukrainians should stand to number 10. Flammer should stand to get exits at best. Yeah, he's getting given away 1v1 fights, and Fear on the bomb plant will just stick it the whole way through. Call off, no adjustment on the Galil. Takes it all back in favor of Passion, a 10th on their board, 1 more to make up, and the buy will return from the CT side.
Well, that little bit of kill bonus that Flammer's got with those 2 kills actually allows an AWP investment for him to drop it over to Khan. It just depends on how much they want the AWP. And it seems as if they're going to evade against it. Jambo, really everyone in that round kind of stepped up. We saw some good opening picks out from mid, good pressure against Lear, and then out there to lane, just Jambo slows the round down. He sits out there in the cubby corner and waits.
Xanta sees what's coming, fast plays out with Passion. Incendiaries against, he's quite literally pushed into a corner. The P90 overwhelms the M4, gets 2 back. Lear given a triple. The Molotov doesn't even extend, it's caught in the smoke. The HG's back against him will not even do that much. It lands on top of the box, and Khan meanwhile is there to deny the bomb plant. Jambo in a 1-on-4, traded instantly by Flammus. And Omega now have map, match, and semi-final points.
They just give him individual jewels there, don't they? They don't really peek together towards that cave entrance. Oh, it's so good for the opening pick. And in the past, those B rushes have worked quite nicely. They've been able to catch the Mega off, not this time around. Oh, Passion, the 2 eco rounds, it's cost them so much.
Not even the bomb plant bonus for this final round. What should be of regulation. Nade damage done. Incendiaries don't burn past elbows. Xanta's aggressing, gonna get caught down for that. Don't let that be the mistake that gets us to overtime here. Lear even spraying through, gonna get pressed upon by Jambo. Back will be turned towards that contact, and Jambo follows it up again. Another 5-on-3 for Passion UA here. The M4 caught out in mid. Risky Bob, good for the pick. The Molotov actually lands inside of that smoke, so Risky doesn't need to move, but still, he tries to play aggressive against Zero Fix, who punishes him.
Another player out from Donut and Khan on the B-bomb site. 2 players down on ramp directly.
Molly sent, flashes over, Jackasmo's gonna get caught. Fear is right behind him. Flashbang will send Khan into the central site defensive. He's all alone here. Backup starting to rotate though. HC sent. Fear's gonna get caught on that utility basis. 2 versus 2. Jambo spamming up. Khan is extremely low HP, and Zero Fix can punish that. Now it's all on Flammus here. Where is the last man?
It's a risk to even go for this. He can save, but he could also attempt the 1v2.
Could win it all out for Omega. Zero Fix. Safer plant the backside, but it's not that safe at all. Jambo, last known location was Cave. M4 starts to move. Molotov sent deep. Jambo gets him. Flammus didn't clutch it on this day. Omega will have a broken bye to try and close out their map, to try and close out this series. If only, if only.
Jambo's won, I think, 3 clutches out here on Ancient. 23 kills. Fantastic round from the opening kills, but it gets close at the end. 5v3 goes down to a 2v1. And with Flammus slow playing this, it almost looked like he's going to be ready for the duel. Do you know what I'm really scared about, though, is I've actually seen Omega do more with the lower investments than the gun rounds. And that is real here in the second half of Ancient, is that these rounds where they've got Deagles, upgraded SMGs, they get a lot of success. And for Xanta, I just want to see him on the Deagle, upgrade into a Deagle, mate.
He's done so much with that one weapon. Going for util instead, apparently. 5-7 on his part. Khan can at least afford a FAMAS, so there will be 1 rifle to play with, backed up by SMGs on Flammus and Risky Bob. Thinking about Risky Bob and how he pushed down that ramp position, how he gave up the man advantage. That last round, things could have really looked dicey, a lot more one-sided on the Passion UA side. Guns set back, still looking weak in for Passion. Just better with the rifles. Flammus and Risky Bob aggressing once again. SMGs in them, Khan's backing up that main presence. Fred's bang into the fight, Jambo goes down, Zero Fix responded to, and Schiller gets 2! They tried to push again and again they've tried. And again they failed, now to another 2 versus 4.
It was looking very good there for Omega with that opening kill, but Chiller gets them out of trouble. He's the one that rectifies that round. And Omega, it looks like we're going to go to overtime. Both players gambling on A, and Passion UA are setting themselves up for the B lane.
Nothing that Xanta and Lear can do about it. 2v4. They start making moves because they realize now that no one's making their noise out towards the A bomb site. Plant should be taken. Can at least get back to these one of these SMGs at least. Stand out towards elbow and try to look for the weapon that was dropped on Jambo's part. I don't know if it was an AK. If so, it must have been picked up. Fear has seen Lear. That's information now.
And Lear is in a state where him and Xanta need to get a bit of a move on, and Fear is just maintaining lane.
Xanta from range, Chiller caught off by Lear's part. The timing is everything. Fear just closes in the back lines ever so slowly. They're going to make their move on the bomb site now. Fear still closes in, still closes out the pincers of this round. And with Zero Fix's assistance on the AK together, they will push us to an overtime on Ancient.
And it's quite easy to look at this scenario and say that Passion UA should have taken Ancient. It's gone to overtime and they lost 2 ecos. They have been, I want to say, the better team in this best of 3. They should have taken Vertigo. They just missed out on that 4v2 round. It's the finest of margins that are going to cost either victories or losses in these kind of maps up. And for Passion UA and for Omega, getting into overtime is something that I didn't think we were going to see.
Had so much confidence for Omega coming into this series, and that certainly has been tested with the way things have gone. You can say what you want about Passion UA having to, should have won this map, but Omega had map point first, so should they. Unable to close, Passion continue to hold their presence. Khan Orp out towards mid, those smokes involved his teammates out towards lane. Flashes to try and look to press the issue, clear out all of this map presence. Jackasmo will hear it. Chiller does not challenge beyond that smoke.
I've seen a lot of rounds with the AWP that Khan's been out to Donut or the A anchor. He's been a bit more active this time around, and for Passion, they are giving full respect of both mid and lane.
A form up to B door. Xanta and Lear aggressive in these positions. Smokes will clear. They have more available if they need them. Shot from Jambo will start it off though. Xanta to fall. M4 holds. Not from the corner, but from open space. Expecting more flashbangs to come his way. Gets 0 fix adjustment to the second man. Does tons of damage. The second player of Risky Bob's also been spotted, and Dracosmo will respond back. A man advantage on the trades. 3v2 for Passion UA. Flammus was also spotted to the backside. Orp coming in from Khan. Dealt with, marked by Jambo. Flammus now, M4 versus the Wild Face to the face and second. Oh my god, he's turned into a clutch, but Fear keeps it held together.
Oh, that is actually quite a good attempt at the 1v3, and for Passion UA, just working the trades out there from the B door. Systematically, they do it very well on the default. They punish that first pick out there from ramp. Jambo catches just enough of Xanta. And Lear does as much as he can. Risky Bob, neither player was able to follow up with a multi. And then right at the end, you think for just a moment this 1v3 could be on.
But Passion still take the first of overtime. Now in the lead over Omega. We're at several points over the course of this map up. Khan's AWP put towards mid, trying to get the first fight. 0 fix and Chiller. Not seen yet. Maybe one will be seen soon enough. Chiller makes his move and Khan strikes first. Look how much map control they take on the B bomb site though. Jackasmo strikes on Xanta. Kill found to a 4 versus 4, but not to a 4 on 3. Not for the T side favor.
Yeah, CTs are trapped in cave, so they might just have to play this retake heavy.
0 fix, caught damaged up as Fear went falling from Flammus beyond that short presence. Risky Bob and Flammus will be there to close. And the Omega even up the board.
The scariest factor that I'm noticing in overtime, Jay, is the rounds are looking comfortable from the initial outset. I mean, that first one for Passion, it was a 3v1 and it was nearly a clutch from Flammus. That next round is sort of 4 alive on the bomb site, really good crossfires out there from short and cave. Could it just be whoever wins the opening kill collapses the rest of the round?
It's a quite strong possibility, honestly. Quick up for 0 fix. AK's involved. Flammus and Khan. Orp and AK here. HE sent. Chiller makes his movements. His T-side teammates stacked up and making their way into lane. Chiller caught just off position. Risky Bob still goes falling because he couldn't connect the kill shot. And Lear goes falling all the same. Xanta left very lonely on the B-bomb site. This one trade is pretty much required. Everyone else, though, has to come into his teammates who are starting to fall elsewhere. Xanta with that one trade. The AWP of Khan dealt with by Jambo. Xanta's got nothing left. It's an advantage in the half for Passion UA.
And that's actually a mental round from Chiller, because that's the first time we've seen a double cheater set up, and it's a pretty harsh bait and switch. Lear's trying to get away from the molly and the spam, and you'd expect the next player to just get that 1-for-1 trade. And as soon as the swing comes out, Chiller's just ready for it. The pre-aim is already there.
Fully on point. Passion now have to close. The Omega have to make good on the difference. Their T side was stronger in regulation. Will it be the case here in overtime as well? Orps on Jambo and Khan as expected. Khan has hit some mental shots, but Flammus is the man leading the frag counts for his team. Jambo is in fact the top fragger for Passion UA. In from mid, the spray to 0 fix. Won't see anything ahead of these smokes. Omega allowed to walk.
Now, Flammus evades the incendiary, and they might actually walk through this donut smoke. 2 on A, they're going to A-split for sure.
Passive on A as well. No one's directly in donut. The Orp is a little bit aggressive in that main, and Khan gets caught off guard for it. Eschina starts to re-aggress. Risky Bob caught with Util jumping out of the way. Flammus can swing off the back of that and find the trade back now. Jambo is extremely pressured, but Zero Fix is trying to come in with support here. Util down, Orb shot baited, blind sprays come up good, but Jambo is eventually down now to the 3-on-3. Meanwhile, Xanta in from red, brackets in the CT side by taking Jackismo on the rotation. He can even find potential for the rotation run back towards the B bomb site. Fear is giving chase, and Zero Fix is low.
And this is all about the mid-round, all about the timing. Xanta knows that Fear's trying to hunt him.
No ideas of exactly where it's coming in from. Risky Bob's going to start to confirm it, though. Slow walks in red. Xanta taking the long-range fight outside a long. Swing in, spray through, kill found, advantage. Locked in for Omega. Round should be locked in with it as well. Zero Fix, 40 points of health, will fight onto Risky Bob at range, but now they know where he is.
Xanta and Lear just need to buddy up here. Make sure that they are both in trading positions.
Nice smoke on ramp as well. Gonna stall for time. Zero Fix with a smoke of his own. M4 pulled, walks up, gets the kill on Lear, but Xanta is very fast to respond towards it. You're not getting away with that one today. Even again.
And that whole position is a really good cancel. Jambo's actually done well there. He's out on A, he's slowed down the A main push, and it comes to a moment from Omega where they are forcing a lot of a heavy rotation. They get themselves a good red walk. Just in the mid-round, the composure. Xanta, this kill, it won them the rounds.
It was 1 out of 3 he gained. Passion UA trying to get the AWP posted. The AWP of Khan is indeed caught off first by Zero Fix. So again, Passion can test the starts of these rounds. Lear trying to suppress Fear. Happy to suppress with smokes of his own right. Don't want to take those directive challenges. Passion have the man advantage.
And not only is it back-to-back man advantages, but it's back-to-back rounds where Khan is dealt with. Fear might have Xanta on the other side that's going to swing on that smoke on a contact. And Omega need to find an answer of a kill.
Xanta gets just that. Fear fragged out. 4 on 4. Start to gamble up on this B site play. Xanta has an inkling that something's going on. He just doesn't know exactly what. Put those smokes out towards shore, but that bomb's not committing to B yet.
And Zero Fix is just jiggling in red. Players are very defensive out on B as well for Passion UA. 2 out from elbow. Zero Fix against this red smoke spams away. Flammus and the AWP are going to try and get up to shelf though.
I have no idea of their mid-action, so at least one will break away from that B bomb site, but rotation has to come in quick. Mollies and smokes are sent. CTs are suppressed. The long presence could still be challenged by S-Chiller. That bomb's going to come in from Cave, though. The plant should be secured. Everything else is up for contest.
A double swing from Long. They're going to try and fight this.
They're taking their time with this. 12 seconds. The bomb is not yet crossed. Flashes are sent in. They're looking for the kills, and Xanta's unable to land them. Lear does do so. Jackismo responds back. They're on the right-hand side wall, hugging it. Finally, Xanta turns up, but Jammer and Zero Fix get 2 back. Risky Bob and his AWP waiting for Jambo to make his own move. Flash sent. He's forced to fire. Baited out now. The defuse will get held. No scope shot doesn't connect. Jambo returns all the same. Passion UA retake the site successfully, and they're on map point once again.
And this was the pop-off map that you wanted to see from Jambo. He has been excellent. He has been at the forefront of so many round victories. 29 kills, a multi-frag to get to map point. 1 to go. And they deserve it. They've worked so hard out here on Ancient. It's just that final blow. Can they do it?
We said at the start of this series that the objective for Passion UA would be to make it look competitive. I think they've certainly done that now. But they may look to go one further here. Omega struggling on their own map. Pick Bakan. No struggles on Fear to start.
It seems like it could be a double pump out here towards B. Jambo with the AWP trying to deal with Lear in Cave.
not looking to fight it. Ends up just sitting back. No challenge on long. Nemega slow this the hell down. Incendiaries might force them back out of position. Lear will take some damage. Count the Molotovs will ensure there is no press to the CT side.
Yeah, Flammers can start working out mid now with the house smoke. Now, there's a little bit of an info play from S-Chiller getting aggressive into main. Jambo, if he forces into the angle, he's going to go straight into that AWP fight against Khan and probably lose it.
The press as well from S-Chiller starting to get information back. It must be a B play. We'll cut those rotations out of elbow. If they do decide to come through, Flammers instead is going to backstab slowly from red. Utility, meanwhile, coming in towards that bomb site. AWP Jambo still not moving. Meanwhile, there is a fight that looks to come down out towards mid. Indeed, S-Chiller has dealt with Flammers. An advantage turned back by Jambo and his patience. Khan gets one back. AK of Xanta again hugging the right hand wall. The ball's right towards Jambo and his AWP shot back. Risky Bob with a kill. Struggles to spray on a second. And look at S-Chiller closing in, moving in for the wallbang shot. He finds the bomb planter. And now Khan with it all to do once again. Bomb on his back. So wary of Zero Fix, the player coming in towards ramp, nades down, not to pop open a smoke, but to try to press. S-Chiller moves, kill back on Khan, 1 versus 1, but Zero Fix has won it, and Passion UA will push us to map 3.
Oh, what a semi-final this has been, down to so many clutches out there on Ancient, but in the end, it is Passion UA to come out on top and send us to a final map decider.
What a result, man. I'm so stunned. We both had this pinned at a 2-0. Even when it was getting dicey, we were saying, yeah, they're playing all those perfection plays, right? Passion UA certainly are having a better Ancient, but they're losing to those ecos, and that is what tipped the lead to the favor of Nemega. They still weren't able to get the job done, Dweg. It's like that Mouse result, right? They had that advantage. They had to let that comeback come in, but they closed in that particular result. This occasion, though, it's their first map loss in Series 3.
And this very much should have been a 2-0. This should actually be Nemega being eliminated. So it's a massive wake-up call for the favorites, because even the series where we've seen previously that they get tested, they always bounce back. They always give us a little bit of grit. But this one today, they really struggled. And Passion UA had Jambo involved into some really good AWP rounds. It comes down to, of course, a single clutch at the tail end to not force it into another overtime. It's been a real close game.
Yeah, both teams pulled out all the stops on this second map, and certainly it has left a little bit of a sour taste in the mouths of Nemega, because their map pick now falls out of favor, just like it did for Passion UA on Vertigo. And as we head towards map number 3, things will get even more dicey. Anubis will decide who is going to the grand finals to take on Mouse NXT, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. quickly.
Sector clear. Copy. Sector clear. Copy.
Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
And welcome back. It's time to close out the day and close out our semi-finals in what has ended up becoming an absolute thriller between Passion UA and Nemega. Close map up so far, even pushed to an overtime on Ancient, which was edged out by the Passion side. The pick of Nemega falling out of favor, and now Anubis will look to try and seal the deal here. Dweg, how do we feel about things coming into map 3?
Well, do you know what? I was reflecting at the end of that last map, thinking, do you know what? I haven't really seen a good Jambo performance in this entire event so far. And I had a look at the stats. The most kills that he's had in this event in a single map so far was 19. And that was an overtime to 16 and 13 result against 9 Pandas. That last map, he's dropped 31 kills in a 16-14. It is the biggest pop-off map that he's had all tournaments so far.
And when you consider Khan lackluster by comparison, you take a look at how many shots and how many incredible kills he was getting over on Vertigo, and then contrast that to the numbers that he was posting up on Ancient, and you can start to see sort of the picture as to who was really trying to drive their team forward towards the victory in terms of the AWP potential. And the fact of the matter is that Passion UA did play a better game on that Ancient. Now Anubis is up to task here, and I know that the win rates aren't exactly great for Passion UA, but they play a lot of Anubis.
Yeah, they do, but again, the conversation goes back to Jambo as being an X-Factor player. 11 kills in map 1, 31 kills in map 2. Can we be reliant on that? How do we even judge what his map 3 decider is going to be like? For Nemega, they have been in a state where they haven't been the better team in this best of 3. I honestly believe that Passion UA have played stronger. I think they've been unlucky in a couple of the rounds with man advantages and against anti-ecos. But now it's about who delivers on the finale, because it doesn't really matter what happens on map 1 and map 2.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm in a very similar level of agreement here. That the fact is that it's been a very, very weird series in terms of what we expected contrasted to what we actually gained. But if it's anything like the last 2 maps have been, then I have faith that it's going to be an absolute banger regardless as we get started on our third and final map of this series, our final of 5 for the day, and the semi-finals to decide who takes on Mouse NXT in tomorrow's final best of 3. The pistol round will go live. The Mega are on the T side start. Let's kick it off with Anubis.
And Omega had a banging T-side on Anubis versus Bait in the quarterfinals. They had a 9-3 half where they closed it easily in the second. Aggressive out from A on a fake. The bomb is here at T stairs, and there's a player outside of B at Flammers.
Oh, they're wasting very little time towards this. Jambo's tapping USP beyond that smoke. Risky Bob is going to press the issue as well from camera. They are suppressed from heaven. There is nobody out there. They've gained site access, but the bomb's not going down anytime soon. Flammers continuing to fight as they get the man advantage at last.
And now they're starting to bring the bomb back into the canals. This is a proper fakey round for Nemega.
Minute and 15, Fear does find that fight on Risky Bob, and now they start to realize that something is a bit of a foot. Zero Fix is low HP though, and Lear's revealed that he knows where he is. Backstabs to be held over an electric plant will be secured down at default. Retake is on.
Yeah, Khan's got a backstab and Fear's already been gooshed.
Jack is overwhelmed by Lear and a headshot. Fear dealt with in the end. Low HP still on Zero Fix. S-Shitter's got no access to the bomb site. And no round available for Passion UA. Pistol by Nemega.
And do you know what is in the back of my mind, Jay? Is that for Nemega, this definitely isn't the best showing for them. I think when you reflect on the last Rest tournament and what they were able to do against Bleed in the grand finals, this is an underwhelming showing for them. Now, what I'm getting reflected do you remember that game between Bleed and Mouse NXT in the group stage of the last Rest tournament? Really close and competitive in the first and second map. We get out to the third, and it's just a bloodbath. It's just an absolute blowout. And I wonder whether this time reflected from the end of map 2 and now moving out here to the third is just enough for Nemega to realize we need to be a lot better if we're going to win this.
And they've had that time to talk out how Ancient went, and I'd imagine that there would be some stern words in it. cannot be happy with how things went down. I don't imagine Box being happy with how that map went.
The only one that's happy is Mao's NXT right now.
Well, Risky Bob and Xanta involved with the opening picks. 3 kills between them. Jackasmo will be able to fight back onto one. And one trade responded to by Khan, so nothing major lost for the T side. 2-0 start, and Omega now will face the full gun by.
And Fear knows that he is currently in the battle of a historic upset for the Passion UA organization. The two teams have 2 very different runs of form in recent history. For Omega, they have won 20 out of their past 26 best of 3s on HLTV. Passion UAJ, they have won 10 out of their past 23. There is a huge more amount of success going the way of Omega than it does for the Ukrainians.
Even both these teams' recent histories have been so stark. Omega, everyone recognizing them from their Chengdu appearance and carrying on in the Tier 2 Cups. Passion very new to this level of competition. A B-tier appearance in a Thunder Pick, and since then they tried to contest Rests and Compass, and in the end they contest this series as well. Flammus, however, 2 responsives outside of the main entrance. AK pulled out against Jambo, who struggles to get that kill and does a lot of damage towards Lear as soon as it does come through, but 2v2 with the HP advantage for Passion.
Yeah, Fear's got a HE. If this goes down towards default, the bomb gets denied.
He's thinking about it, but doesn't end up doing so in the end. Heaven, consideration. Lear's going to start moving. Fear takes his contact and his kill. Both players coming from the exact same position. Khan is trying to back away, though, trying to funnel them in towards main. Making a fair amount of noise. Smoke down over towards Cross. I mean, that does kind of smoke off the bomb for his own position, so they can get right back on it. A smoke does go through. Nades on. Onto Fear, dish out the damage, a stray bullet connects, but Zero Fix is fast to respond and fast to get the round for Passion UA.
Well, if Ancient's telling you anything, there's going to be a lot of clutches. There's going to be a lot of close 2v2s, 3v3 kind of rounds. Passion UA just about, and you know right there for Khan, as soon as he gets that kill onto the diffuser, he tries to fall away. He tries to get back to harder cover. Flammus, some very good trades and some very good entries. And it comes down extremely close at the tail end.
Advantage still with Omega, but that round cripples the economy of the T side, and it's already off the back of an economy that hasn't been built for Passion. SMGs on 3 players with only 1 man staying alive. Zero Fix's AK. Backed up by Jackasmo's M4, and already that AK is going to get challenged by Utility, down a quarter HP already. Meanwhile, on the Omega side, they can afford the AWP, but Khalil and Tech9 around it.
A Risky Bob getting smoked off out there from Electric. Lear setting up the molly for the doors. Flammus with an extremely tight angle to punish any opening aggression out in B main.
Just prods for now for Omega. Utility in various places. A face here or there that doesn't equate towards a kill for either side. They back off for it. 60 seconds, make a decision on the site here. Bomb still outside of main. A prod towards main. A Fear is going to find info onto Flammus. Zero Fix gets the opening start, though.
Yeah, Khan's trying to get that trade back out from Electric. Does get flashed, and no one's giving him much of a peek right now.
Flammus trying to look above that smoke, not seeing the man over towards Glyph. Fear might be contested. The HE's down on Jambo. Do tag him up extremely low, and now the smokes get sent. Fear taking some tag damage, very minimal amounts. Tech9 around the corner. Xanta faced upon before that smoke blooms against the angle. The casualty. Flammus with 2 more. Fear with 2 of his own. Faced upon by the AWP in the back lines. He holds his nerve and a shot back to Jackasmo. Plant can be secured, but S-Chiller is quick to the mark.
I've been involved in a 1v2 clutch, 1 on Ancient. Now he's got to do it on Anubis.
Khan, his AWP timing is going to have to be everything. He watches position, but misses the shot. Flammus now, 3 kills in this round. Needs a quadra to close out this clutch of his own. Does damage onto S-Chiller. The reload enables a sound cue for the man to get close, but doesn't connect the headshot, doesn't connect the spray. It's a 4K and an AWP save for a 3rd round on Omega.
I actually do not know how Passion UA have lost that round, Jay. They had a lot going for them. They had the opening kill from Zero Fix. They have 3 players on the B bomb site. This is a awful start for Passion UA. They win a round with 1 alive. They go into the next where everyone falls, so economy's just ripped. This is uncomfortable. This is a slow start for the Ukrainians.
The Mega taking economical damage themselves, however, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a force buy. There isn't. Upgrades on Jambo and S-Chiller. Already Jambo's been taken out, the Deagle to fall. Maybe player there in towards mid. Jackersman might try and get it back. Based into the USP. In the end, he's forced to fight and he's dealt with quickly.
Yeah, Fear won't be able to do much more else out here from mid. Nemega with a 4-1 start. And this next gun round, I think, could be quite contentious to giving us an idea on how competitive the first half is going to be.
Well, Nemega are still going to take the bonus weapons, I'd imagine. They've still got MAC-10s on 2 players.
And remember, Passion UA could have picked this map. I look at the veto process with Mirage being banned and think Vertigo or Anubis were the only 2 options. There really isn't any other map that you can lean towards. So they get something that they're comfortable with at playing. I wouldn't say comfortable at winning.
We'll see the rifles coming in from Passion, but take a look at the Kevlar pieces. Only 2 players with helmets. So Xanta and Lee can be very deadly if they get up close and personal. Risky Bob and Flammers are the deadly elements, though. Fast plays into these AKs, get involved towards a main. Jambo stands his ground, though, and turns the advantage away. Now the rifles have been completely removed on the T side. MAC-10s from range. Try to get back to those rifles. Xanta indeed turns it into a 2 versus 2. Goes back for that bomb. The MAC-10 is able to escape and turn to an AWP now.
Oh no, this is really bad. That was such a free kill. That was such a good easy attempt there from S-Chiller. I don't even know if they go in for this. There's still so many mollies for Xanta and Lear to work with.
He would have smoke here for Lear to try and suppress main.
Just
putting
save.
it out. Yeah, they know this done. There's no way they have the time for this. Oh dear, Passion. That should have been theirs, man. 3 on 2, all 3 AKs removed. Like, oh, they're going to be kicking themselves with that. Jambo especially is just going to be furious.
I actually think they're going to get pumped. The way the rounds are playing out, it's Passion UA struggling, and that's not something that I saw in map 1 or map 2. I saw them leading by example. I saw them closing down rounds with man advantages. They've had 2 rounds now, that B-stack play and that one right there, where they were in advantages to start the rounds and didn't quite return after Jambo gets 2. Nemega, they are punishing.
T-side looking stellar. Passion. And be forced to bring the return from the deficit like they did in the first half of Ancient. They have played the better series up until this point. Omega are now the ones in the driving seat. Now drive forward, round 7 against basically just the pistols, the only 2 weapons saved from the last round.
And if you are Mouse and XT, you would much prefer to play Passion UA in the grand final than you would in Omega.
Yeah.
S-Chiller out in mids. Huge off angle to try and get this rifle set up for impact.
Crosshair trained on Lear as well. Adjustment of the AK beyond the doorway. Doesn't quite find the damage. Eventually does compound. Khan's AWP set. Fear actually comes in with a cheeky kill. They weren't ready for that. Flammers, however, finds a gap and takes 2 back in return. 3 on 3. Risky Bob's going to try and follow it up. Meanwhile, there's a backstab closing in towards Canal that Zan's going to have to be wary of. And indeed, that pistol will end up dropping. Advantage now taken. The bomb going to start to rotate away. Flammers will stick around here. He might fall very easy to 0 fix, though. Indeed, he does.
And for Passion UA, this is workable, and I think they've got to be clever and go for this. Honestly, saving is just not worth it. There is workability in this 2v2.
You have to take those chances, as they have done all series long. Jackasmo finds the fight on Risky Bob. He went for the aggressive peek, he pays for it. It's Xanta now alone. 6 kills in this map, not top frag, but also not bottom either. Middle of the road, the AK turns on 0 fix. Jackasmo knows exactly where he is. He's going to take the aggressive fight. Xanta's going to try and dive out of the way. Into harder cover he goes. Nades back, expecting there's more aggression, but he's out of there. Grab the AK and run for it. No defuse kit, no time for the round. Damaging one for Passion UA, but a 6th minimum hit by Nemega.
Xanta can actually count himself quite lucky there. He tries to get into that cubby corner to set the HE, which basically bounces off the little scaffolding and goes right down to the bomb itself, but nearly gets caught trying to get to that position. This was a damaging round. I like that the M4s were so aggressive. I suppose when you do have 2 M4s being saved and upgraded pistols, you've got to try and work ability to get as much out of it as you can, and I actually think they've done a lot there.
No investment. Economy can get lopsided by Nemega, still have cash in reserves though, so buying back and still with a stable economical state. Meanwhile, the AWPs return from Passion UA, and the M4s will of course be able to follow suit. 1xBet odds have shifted back a little bit more for Passion, but still favouring Nemega as of right now.
It's still very heavy. It was even, what, 10-1 out there on Ancient towards the ends?
I guess the scoreline certainly is more favourable to Nemega at the moment. Xanta fired the frag on Chiller. Jackismo flashed off position, dealt with by Risky Bob with Xanta's peak to initially start off the kill count. A site open, bomb's going to commit. Passion UA, nothing they can do about it.
You can just feel it, Jay. They're getting owned. They're getting absolutely stomped. And it hurts when you know the 2-0 potential was there. Lear to try and cut rotations, keep it more expensive. Knows that Zero Fix is out there at B. Now, Jambo didn't move on the def cam, so they don't know about the AWP.
We'll still hold this main position. Zero Fix wants to try and protect that AK. Low HP for him off that exchange. Jambo inserted quite deep over towards the main position. Ready for someone to be on that smoke. Somebody does catch the man off guard. AWP dropped. And Flamus is one of many players starting to lean in for the exit frags. The hunt against the CT side. Zero Fix covered off to the back of the B bomb site for now. Xanta trying to challenge Fear. AK checks position, loses that fight over at Temple. Zero Fix also finds Flamus, so again, expense against the Mega. Passion UA, 2 rifles saved, may be able to punish that.
And it's difficult to make an adjustment on this CT line because nothing's really working. I mean, none of these players are finding impact kills. It's constantly opening defs, and even on the trade states, I mean, out here in main, Jackismo just gets overwhelmed with a double swing and a flash forward. The B players can't do anything there because A's just been exploited. Nemega have looked comfortable on this T side of Anubis.
And this is the worst case situation for Passion UA to be at. As you mentioned, no one finding impact right now, meaning that the situation could get much more dire. Half has already been won by Nemega. The 7-5 that Passion UA had to work off the back of the first half of Ancient is now only doable here on Anubis if they go flawless for the rest of this half. Offset Jambo, flash against the collateral lineup attack on a second man, and a second kill on Flamus is a high HP individual. Xanta is burning. He's found the only corner he can work from, but Jackismo still picks him up. And that's a bit more like it. Jambo again to make rounds happen, it seems, for Passion.
And Jambo's been involved in at least the early round success. And I mean, he's probably happy that his teammates have come in to help him out, that he hasn't just got 2 kills and they've still lost it anyway. It might have to be just the Jambo show. I mean, looking at the CT side, he might have to be an X-Factor player, not for a few rounds, not just here or there, but for the entire map. He was the one that dragged them over the line out on Ancient. He was the one that was making the plays to give them leads, to give them round victories.
He wasn't nearly as loud on that Vertigo, so again, just to highlight how much he's been able to work in for Passion. As the series has gone on, he's grown into it, but he is not the top man of the board right now, hasn't had many chances to be on that A site. The rifle held 1 round, the M4 on his hands now, the AWP has got himself a double that has ended the streak of the Mega, put the second on the board of Passion UA. The tactical is called in by Nemega, right to do so at this moment, as they may have to face a threat.
And you've got to consider that Passion UA were up 8-2 on map number 1 at Vertigo, and it went all 24 rounds. It went nearly to overtime. So this is where Nemega need to realize we are in an extremely powerful position with this early lead. Let's keep going. Let's make it uncomfortable. And this is going to be a tough buy to be up against just because of the amount of AKs that can get saved.
4 AKs for the CT side. That is a very deadly setup.
It is, I would say, the perfect weaponry.
Yeah. Five rounds to make up. Can only do 3 more in this half. Passion. Pressing aggression towards main. The AWP of Khan ahead of that Molotov. Fear not been seen. One orb shot does ring out. The jump face has caught info. Jambo. Even face around the right-hand side. Look at Flamus and really press forward. Flashes are sent, and Fear does catch that first.
A good attempt there from Flamus. Risky bomb, and Xanta trying to work electric now.
Crack angle held. Galil faces the fight, sees 3 players, and Lear and Xanta have just collapsed the whole bomb site. 1 sneak, 1 angle, that's all you need sometimes.
I can just imagine S-Chiller saying, Brev, what? I'm out on A! We've got 4 on B! How have we lost that round? It was such a good setup. And we've seen it before, where the B side just crumbles. Passion UA are going to be fuming. They are going to be livid. They had the opening man advantage to Flamus that was trying to work out from jail. And then Lear gets into jail and basically exploits all 3 players that are back there at default.
Yeah, I'm just stunned. I am stunned at how that worked. I mean, credit to Lear, he's the man that snuck.
Not even an AK, it's a Galil!
This position, Fear looked away from it, and you can see him focusing on electric, assumed that no one else was there at main, and just... They all lined up at the back site. Oh dear, Passion. At least they can get the guns back, at least they can buy the double orbs. But they need to find impact with it, because that is a follow-up round from the Mega to respond to Passion's second. The streak can try and continue or reinstate off the back of it, because there's only 2 rounds left in the half. The buy state doesn't look good for round 12. At 10-2, you don't want to be down by that margin.
And when you've got another 8-2 scoreline in the opposite direction, you just know Nemega aren't going to throw that lead. Nemega are just going to close it down. S-Chiller does at least allow an opening pick, but the AWP I thought was going to strike on B. That orb shot was very close to Fear.
In the end, missed out by inaccuracies, and Flash is going to keep him suppressed. Small amount of damage being done towards the AWP player as well. Zero Fix is going to try and challenge it with his own orb. Starting advantage out of main, catching Xanta off guard once again. The orb shot only lands the tag for Zero Fix. Khan returns the man advantage.
Is there a flash into A main or just a dry peek? What? How was that a missed shot? Oh, Jambo's been so clinical over map 2 and 3, and that may just be his biggest whiff for the best of 3.
I'm just as shocked as you are. Jambo never misses those. Not in this map up, certainly. With the way he's been playing, Khan does get flashed off, and Fear can at least keep things even, but only for a moment's respite. Lear, again, his arch nemesis on this B defense. Finds his responsive, and Escher's just backed away.
At Gambling A, they're expecting that rotation back in from the canals and out to A main. You might as well just save from this point onwards. There's been decent chances. There's been decent moments for Passion UA, but they haven't capitalized on the rounds.
Yeah. Feels a lot like how that second half of Vertigo went down, honestly.
And it's another one of those circumstances, Jay, where in hindsight you might say, oh, what a result for Passion UA to take it so close to Nemega. But it's when you know that you can take it in 2 and you didn't take it, and then you go out to the third map decider and just get owned, there's nothing that you're happy about there. It's just the worst feeling in the world.
S-Chiller, fought upon by Flamus, at least gets that kill to defend himself, although they're closing in against him. Jackasmo doesn't hit the shot, the Orp's lost. And that exit just coming in at the right moment for Nemega, just to weaken Passion UA that little bit more.
And Nemega I don't even think they've been too special on their T side. They've been very default heavy. They haven't had that many set executes, those quicker plays. They've slowed rounds down and they've just worked man advantages. Passion UA, even the buy state for round 12 is just horrendous because that AWP falls.
Jackasmo's already been tagged as well. Early faces into main. Not going well for the CT side. At least the incendiaries will drive them out of mid for the time, or at least the mid aggression for the time being. Mollies will return home from the Mega, trying to establish that mid presence aggressive, trying to split play into A. There would be 3 players on this bomb site if they decide to go for it, but that even might be questioned by them. The bomb's not committed.
Zanta's waiting for an aggressive approach out from A, and he's got a lot of time and patience to hold. Jackasmo, he's in a one for done position. He's got no one that can help him.
Fight from Xanta on Xchilla. Xchilla wins that fight, and Jackasmo goes down in an instant. Doesn't even get a kill off on the back of that. Now B site is the target again. Zero fix. Needs to go massive. Doesn't go anywhere at all.
Khan can cut the rotation out from A main. Actually going to get caught here from Fair.
Oh, I mean, you'll get caught but for the vision, but you won't get taken out by the AK. No trade available. Risky Bob spam down to low HP, so there's several players that are tagged here from Omega. Passion UA, it's not the most undoable retake in the world, but they're still down by a player.
Fear's watching out for Khan, and Khan's just rotated out to B main.
Risky Bob's fought Fear. Shoulder peeking out, headshot gain. Jambo going back down towards Lear's part of things. Xchilla, that HG doesn't quite get a kill against him. At least it sends the kits far away from the bomb site. Smokes down as he tries to fight onto them. And flashes to allow Lear to make his way to the bomb site where that smoke hasn't quite reached it. And there's Lear with his quadra. 10-2, Nemega decimating on Anubis.
And you know, Jay, I've been thinking about for Mals NXT in the grand final tomorrow, what they're actually going to pick against Nemega, because they're not going to get their vertigo. The nuke was a disaster last time. I was thinking maybe Anubis. Anubis actually is kind of middle of the map pool. It's an okay map. After seeing this, I don't think you pick Anubis at all. I don't even think that's in the mind of Crizzen and Tobiz.
Not with this kind of showing. Omega. An overwhelming Passion UA. Even though it's T-side of Anubis, 8 rounds to make up. 2 mistakes and 3 mistakes at most, and it's done. Flamus dualies out, does lose Risky Bomb on the first engagement, but does trade it back, and it's back up on the bomb site, back up also on the way of the rotations. Lear, known, USP still gets Fear, looks back in against Xchilla. Meanwhile, Khan's on site, gets towards Cliff with a kill, with a second swing. Jambo overwhelmed by 2 players, can't credit it with it. Xchilla comes back though, and Passion hold on to Survivor with a quadra.
Once more, it's a clutch situation, Jay, and I think we've both got to be realistic here and say how many clutches can be won until it's just game over, until it's not a clutch that comes through successfully. Nemega get themselves in a 2v1, aggressing through that temple smoke, but Xchilla gives them survival.
See the eco of the CT side get to the guns. The next will allow a little bit of a leg up for Passion. Four of the 6 pistols won by the Ukrainian squad. Able to close Ancient with that one, able to close Vertigo with it. Now I've got to come back on Anubis to try and make it happen here and now. 7 to the good on Omega. Should be 6 by the end of this round. USPs only.
I want to get the rifles in early, and not only to get them in an opening round, but just get the success rate up, try and close out the scoreline quickly. Flamus alone on B, and a walkout from both Electric and from B main.
Here does get caught. That's 1 kill. No more than that, though. Xchilla and Jackasmo have caught off the players over to Water, more specifically, but from Electric and from Canals. Zero fix. Actually, might lose his life here. It's only a Galil down. But it's expense, it's utility in Kevlar that has to get rebought. Jambo will certainly won't lose his life towards the low HP USB. Lee gets one more pick out of this Galilla. Certainly would make it an impactful eco overall. Was just held on the bomb site. Players closing in from main. Chiller does get caught off guard, so there's that one.
Ooh.
He even almost got Jackasmo in that exchange. So yeah, 3 players worth of damage, almost 4. Omega now set up to try and reset Passion UA in the first true rifle round of the game.
Yeah, not a good anti-eco at all there from Passion UA. And I suppose you can look at it from the outset and say, well, they don't really have many rounds to work with if they're losing rounds, so it doesn't make the biggest of differences. But even this first gun round, if you just lose this one, it's just game over. So much damage from USPs.
You can see what the money looks like as a result of that, and even what the buy to follow up with from Fear's part is going to look like.
Well, there's 3 players double eco. At least Jackasmo will be able to get AK armor. Zerofix will be down to Galil armor. I mean, it's not great. So they need survival. They need to win this round. And it's pivotal that even if they do lose it, that they get a bomb plant bonus.
Yeah. At least give an extra cash injection. It's certainly, it won't look pretty regardless. Certainly not where you want to be when you're taking on Omega at a 10-4 deficit. They have stolen cheeky rounds in this series so far. Recalling back to old Ancient and that CT side. But both teams back and forth. Set things up for Passion UA. It's a very different beast, even just considering survival at this juncture with the rifles that they have for Omega. At least they have their own issues on the buy-up. No helmets for Flammus and Xanta. Might fall victim to that MAC-10. And Khan is on glass cannon on the AWP.
Yeah, even Lear has stepped up. 10 kills map 1, 15 kills map 2. He's 15 and 7 going into round 15 and just pretty much early into the second half.
Made a difference. Now looking to make more. Passion UA set towards water. Only one man of Xanta is defending it. That's the FAMAS in his hands. Very aggressive contact. Smoke will just try and stop them. Got to time this well. They're going to dry walk it though.
Xanta's got to drop it and start to fight almost instantly. Great opening kill from Chiller.
Caught completely off guard. That much being instant safe and Omega now. They do try and fight Lear specifically in from mid, but no kill is gained for it. Just damage being done. Solo aggression not working for the CT side. 5 now for Passion UA. But we should be seeing more guns back. Of course, Xanta should get covered off by drops. The 4 that stay in play. Omega letting one more go. A little bit more life left on the Ukrainians.
And normally you see a flash to come over first and you can hear it, so you can drop the smoke as soon as you hear the util. I think that round it was just a complete wide swing and just overwhelming him. And when you've got a smoke drawn like that, not really much you can do. Passion win the all-important round, but at the same time, with Omega saving on to 4, it hasn't forced that economical turmoil. It hasn't made Omega get into an uncomfortable scenario. So any one of these players, Flammus, Lear, Risky Bob, or Khan, they can all drop an M4.
That's what they'll do. Weaken element of the CT buy now in line with the rest of the main guns. Khan can even buy down that helmet in Kevlar, so no more glass cannon AWP. Passion. Even lose out the chance to get a kill on Xanta or Risky Bob, who again had no helmets. Flammus is still going to be a little bit more of a fear factor for Fear. Straight into the CT side, trying to aggress his Flammus. Didn't quite see the opening kill. Passion actually find him in the opening kill past that main smoke.
Just trying to work on the edge of it. Lear watching out for the boost, but seems like it's going to be a B crunch now. You've got a slight rotation from Xanta, who does still have an incendiary and a smoke. So 2 on B is at least a decent read for Nemega.
Minute on the clock to work here for Passion. They have that man advantage, and a man that has been alongside Lear in the top 5 counts. Flashes don't go directly inside of Electric, but they do force out info on Zero Fix. Incendiary down against him to further HE to try and drive him back, but he tries to join his teammate as well into the A play.
And Lear's got no util to slow it down. Calm with the AWP can get the first kill, and there it is.
Second man also up there. Zero Fix instantly in with a headshot. They have allowed mid access here for Passion UA, and Omega unable to contest it past that smoke at Temple. And with the kill, the 1-for-1 trade that leaves a man disadvantage for the CT side. They just have to concede it. Back into another save. I don't know if Xanta's going to make it out alive, though. Jambo out from Beach. AK. CT back turn towards him. Might extend towards the bomb side. That might just save Xanta's life here, indeed. Oh, he's missed timing against him. Might still lose at least one more.
Well, the T's are going to exit Beach because they know that T spawn is clear, or CT spawn, but they actually might lose a couple of frags here to Xanta.
There goes one of them. Second and third men do go down. There's the accuracy.
Good.
Very nice again. The damage compounding on Passion UA. Jambo even falls the same. Cash is there for the buy up into round 17. Omega. Limitations will apply to the T side in the next round more than anything else, but in this one, it will be a gun buy. Omega will try and respond in full force.
And that was so obvious that it was going to be mass damage, because if you've already got a T-side player that's come out Beach and got into B undetected, you expect a crossfire outside of A, maybe Rugs in the T stairs. Oh, they lose so much. And Omega, no, win this round and we win the game.
Early suppression smokes will keep him away from stairs and mid. Incendiary's there just in case the AWP is baited. Look at Fear making his way quickly out. Utility in the hands of Flammus. The spray is wild and Risky Bob's forced to trade. He only gets one of them though. S-Chiller tagged up to 43, gets away with a pick back. And Passion UA respond with speed and with plenty of casualties against the Mega.
And we've seen it countless times on T-side across this best of 3. These quicker plays for Passion UA. These fast accelerated rushes into bomb sites. Players drawn with util out the open, not expecting the pace. And that may just be the winning condition to at least these next few gun rounds, is to try and keep Nemega on edge.
Tacticals called in by them because they realize this comeback may just be on. 5 in a row for Passion. The gap has closed to 3. There will be another gun buy for Nemega, of course. Savings limited, lost bonuses, all they're working from, and Passion have recovered that economical situation that could have easily led them down to instant deficits.
It's still so insane to me that the very first pistol round of the second half is a 1v2 clutch. If that doesn't come in, if S-Chiller doesn't win both of those fights at the backside, it probably is 13-2. It probably is just wrapped up there.
All about taking them key rounds. And the key to the lock of the grand finals may have just been found there for Passion UA. I'm surprised those odds are still as one-sided as they are right now, mate. 1xBet still favoriting the Omega side. M4 in from Lear, tagged up early, trying to find the opening pick beyond that smoke, trying to find the opening round of the Omega in the second half. It has been T-side all the way for Passion UA and their opponents.
You wonder when the info play is going to come through from Nemega. Aggressive A, aggressive B, S-Chiller going to get mollied, so has to respect it. Out to mid, you've got Khan slowly walking forward.
Flammer's back on that B-bomb site.
This is an A read. They've got 3 on A.
One-man passive in mid for the CT defenders and only left to Flammus. Passion are going the right direction. Incendiaries will indicate the main press, and Molly will come back towards Electric. That will start to draw attention away from the CT side. Flammus is going to try and counter-flash the player that's out there over at main. It doesn't catch him for blindness. Smokes instead come down for the XE. Flammus pushing ahead of it. Is he going to catch Fear? He better do so indeed. That is a pick to start. There's an M4 on the back side as well. Risky Bob combining with Flammus to get another kill, but unable to follow suit with a third. Jackismo and Zero Fix overwhelm the defenders. Trade back to a 3-on-3.
If they get a kill in quickly, they can go for the retake. If they don't, they'll have to be a save.
Smokes on. Orp of Jambo aggressing forward. M4s are right around that corner. No flashbangs to get them involved in these kills. They're going to peek together. They might even line up. A flick missed. Jambo's dinked and taken out by Lear from the other side. Jackismo responds. Utility comes in. Khan is known about. He takes back the man advantage for the Mega. Zero Fix. 1-on-2. AK. I don't even think the bomb's been planted for him. Where is it? Down at default. Here they come. Kill found. Khan's got the kit. He's holding it all the way. Zero Fix making his way in with a kill. Oh, he misses all the bullets. Namega. Khan has stolen the round.
Oh, no. All he's got to do is counter reset. All he's got to do is counter re-strafe and then just go for the headshot. Go for the single tap. Oh, it's a panic. It's a spray in the final scenario. Oh, that should have never have happened. There was never going to be the defuse.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Zero Fix. So set to the clutch, but look at that. The accuracy thrown. And Namega have found the CT round, the one they've been working all half to gain.
And remember, Jay, they didn't even have the read in that round. They only had 2 on B. They had Flammus that had to make an aggressive play through that jail position. That was a stacked up A bomb site. That was the misread.
Round 19. Passion UA still face the broken investment of the CT side. They took so much damage, but Khan has found a second wind, but not a second kill. Jackismo trades, blind sprays from beyond the M4s. Flammus will find Zero Fix out in the open, taking down towards electric advantage down to Mega. All momentum has shifted.
Oh, pressure's getting to them now, Jay. This may be one of the most difficult defaults to work all series so far. It is pretty much a 2v4. Fear has given the bombs info. Jackismo's got a pick, but the CTs are aggressing canals.
One more casualty back. Can they cut the bomb off on the bomb site? Better be ready to do so. Fear better be ready for them to aggress. Checking Flammus. Flammus finds the headshot. Bomb control and everything now for Namega. S-Chiller, only man to make anything happen. Caught with Util in his hands. Jackismo throwing the AWP away because he's got no chance, absolutely none, of holding this clutch, one that he absolutely has to take. At least can ensure that the CTs don't grab it themselves. As they go to 12-7. Map, match, and semi-final points for Namega.
The info play was excellent. The timing couldn't have been better for Flammus. 1 kill out to B main, 2nd kill at T-stairs to drop the bomb. Oh, don't tell me he's going to drop after time. Oh, I thought Xanten may just have the trigger discipline there for a moment, not to be. 5 series points now. And for Passion UA, there's going to be a buy, and it's going to be a good one, but for Namega, it is 2 in a row.
Five opportunities to close. Passion UA, 5 in a row to protect themselves in this tournament. Final attack for Namega. Do not want to let this choke back to another overtime like it was over on Ancient. They are leaps and bounds ahead of Passion UA this time, though. Ancient was 2 map points, this is 5. But look at the buy for the T side. This is going to be a very, very cagey affair.
And this has easily been one of the most testing best of 3s that we've seen from Namega in the rest circuit so far. And that Sangle result in the group stage back in the last tournament where it went all 24 rounds for the 3rd map decider, that's probably one of them. But to come into today without even dropping a map, to have 3 best of 3s on the trot, It's so many AKs.
Flammer, Santa, and Lear with them. Lear charging straight in towards mid. Does get taken down by Zero Fix, punishing that aggression. They've done that a few times over the course of this series. Got them to overtime on Ancient. Even the face over on Khan is going to get worn down on HP bars. HEs will come in. He still tries to look for the fight beyond that smoke. Gets Jackersmo back to a 4-on-4.
Zero Fix can't really offer up a trade because of the low HP. Flammus aggressively deals with the pistol affair.
Man advantage retaken by an Omega, dive down, finding Zero Fix, who still gets Calm back. He's extremely low HP though, and Xanta knows, as does Flammus, but he's playing double duty towards main. Zero Fix's gun barrel's been seen. Xanta, information called towards him. Is he going to try blind spray? No. Flammus just going to take the tap straight to the temple. Meanwhile, Mac 10 of S-Chillers closed in the back lanes. Risky Bob is caught down to a 2 versus 2. They have to attack this B-bomb site and get these kills though. Bomb is over with CT control in main.
Jambo's got to try and work the crossfire. Flammus is waiting for it.
Orp leans. Mac 10 holds. Jambo, shot to the leg. It's not good enough. S-Chiller, well known about that. HE might get Flammus. Indeed it does. But 30 seconds to get the final man of this clutch. Another clutch that keeps Passion UA alive. And Xanta, he knows to play time. He knows that S-Chiller must move, and he's not doing anything.
So passive on this for Xanta. Even the weaponry advantage in the 1v1.
Footsteps heard. S-Chiller making moves, trying to find exactly where the man is. Is he going to predict it? Jump up. Mac 10 loses the fight, and the Mega win the series 13-7 in a 2-1 fashion. A testing affair, but they rightfully take their spot in the grand finals.
And I would actually say quite comfortably at the last map decider in comparison to map 1 and map 2. I mean, you come out to Anubis and it's 10-2 at the half. It feels so underwhelming. It feels so disappointing that we've seen so much from the Ukrainians and they let it slip when it matters most.
Yeah, a deflating end to the series, most certainly for Passion UA, because they really did have a decent opportunity to make something happen right here in this final map. Like, considering how well Ancient went, the idea you pushed them to overtime on their own map pick, the AWP of Jambo just doing mad things during that map, and we didn't see the same things once again in map 3. You mentioned it might have been the Jambo show, and perhaps that was a factor as to the reason why things fell apart, especially on that T side. Those last couple of rounds, that one defuse made all the difference for Omega, and it's all about them key rounds, Dwayne, as we've mentioned time and again.
And it really reminds me of the bleed bait game in the semi-finals last tournament, where it's back and forth. It's a Ukrainian team again. I said it at the time, Bait should have won that series in 2. They were the better team. They had the chances. They were up by score lines. And then they come into that third map decider of Ancient and they just get owned. And it's similar here. You could just get the feel. The first few gun rounds that we saw on Anubis, it wasn't that same competitive edge. It wasn't that same Passion UA that was giving the fight back to the favorites. And for Omega, they'll look at that one and probably have a lot of nervous ends to it, because that was not easy. They did get tested a lot more than I thought they would.
Yeah, I have to say that in general for Passion UA, despite the deflating end to the series, they could be very happy with what they did against the Mega, because we gave them no chance. We said the one thing that we could be happy with for the Passion side is if they turn this series to a competitive affair, and I think that they certainly did that, especially on map number 2.
I was impressed with Passion UA. I think I've been quite critical with them, and maybe I have to roll myself back a little bit and say these guys are just so new to this level. They are only just starting to get the taste of what it was like last Rest tournament of playing in a playoff game. Now, it's not only you playing in a playoff game, but you've been able to win one. You're going up against the tournament favorites, the Rest circuit favorites, and they gave them a really good run for their money. So I think the ceiling is extremely high. Progression definitely looks on the uptake for Passion UA, and they'll take this another Rest tournament as a massive tick in their book. A massive success tournament again.
100%. I think they've got a lot of things to be proud of in terms of this particular run, and they're a team that we have to keep our eyes on from now on, because they're competing in all these Rest events, and I imagine that they'll be back to make another playoff contention. But like an alternate attacks, the bar has been set very high now for Passion UA to try and make it back into the top 4 for series number 4. But in terms of today, they do lose out to Omega. They do take their spot in the grand finals, which sets them up against the likes of Mao's NXT, a rematch from the winners game of Group D. Dwayne. That's quite quite a lot of excitement about it, and certainly with Mouse seeing what happened today, they'd love to sort of take the opportunity to turn that result of that decider of that winners game back around.
Well, the whole scenario here between the two teams is that Mouse and NXT have to throw something curveballed in the veto. They might have to pick Dust to it. It might have to be something that they edge out, because that first head-to-head that they had against the two, they won Vertigo, but they got destroyed in the rest of the series. And then the next time around they picked into Nuke, they got destroyed again. So they need to come up with something, and I think we'll see it in the grand final tomorrow. If they go safe with the veto, they lose that best of 3 for sure.
Well, we'll start at 5 p.m. CEST as standard in tomorrow's proceedings. The grand final match between Mouse, NXT, and Omega to decide who will be the champions of series number 3, and whether Omega can double up their points count and take top spot with a decisive margin, basically, over the rest of the circuit points table. So a lot of things to look forward to for them if they can make it happen. Can Mouse potentially throw a few curveballs into the mix? I guess we'll find out in tomorrow's matchup. For the time being, we bid you adieu for today. The semi-final conclusion has led to our top 2. Now all we have to answer is who's going to be our champions in the rest circuit tomorrow. Take care till then. We'll see you soon.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.